Thank you, councillors. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make here today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dance, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Councillors, before we commence today's proceedings, after reflecting on the state of the chamber last week, I remind all councillors of the Code of Conduct, which sets out the responsibilities of councillors to contribute to orderly and respectful debate. This is the expectation of those who put us in these privileged positions. Of course, robust debate, as we've often said here, is expected. However, unsuitable meeting conduct or inappropriate conduct will not be tolerated, and I'll have no hesitation in invoking the disciplinary procedures and processes available under the meeting's local law. I also remind councillors that there is no parliamentary privilege in this place. Apologies. Are there any apologies?
So, point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Just to clarify then, because I've gone back and checked the record, you've repeatedly told me that asking somebody to withdraw something is not a point of order or it won't be withdrawn. And last week you decided it was going to be the most serious breach of the meeting's local law. So can you please confirm for the chamber what the, well, given you've had about 10 rulings in different ways on this, if you ask for something to be withdrawn, is it automatically going to be unsuitable meeting conduct and noted in the minutes as you did last week?
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. My ruling on that is I'll make a decision on that at the time, as per the meeting's local law procedures.
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order to you, Councillor
With
Johnston.
all due respect, we can't safely operate in this chamber if there are not clear and transparent rules around what is unsuitable meeting conduct. And over the past year or more, you have applied that rule in different ways on many different occasions to different councillors, including myself. And we need to understand what the rule is so we can't breach it. It can't just be an arbitrary decision that you make up afterwards. There has to be some sort of transparent rule that we can all meet.
Councillor Johnston, I'll abide by the meeting's local law at all times. Councillor Cassidy.
I wish to advise Councillor Griffiths will be away and move that he be granted a leave of absence.
Seconded.
Thank you. A notice of motion for an apology has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Strunk, was it? Sorry, I didn't get the second. By Councillor Cook, I'm sorry. Sorry. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,694th meeting held on Tuesday 1 November 2022 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the minutes of the 4,694th meeting of Council held on Tuesday 1 November 2022 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, applications for round 1 of your Better Suburbs grants have recently closed. With applications now having been reviewed, could you please update the Chamber on which community groups and sporting clubs will have their projects funded this year?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Mackay. The Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants are exactly what their name implies, which is about building and creating and supporting better suburbs. It's part of our ongoing agenda to make the Brisbane of tomorrow, what comes next, even better than the Brisbane of today. Through the allocation this year of almost $1 million in funding for project work, we're making sure that clubs across Brisbane are able to keep up with their growth and support their growth and development and adaptation to the challenges they're facing and also expanding for future use as well. Since first opening in 2021, these Better Suburbs grants have provided almost $3 million to 114 different organisations across the city in all parts of Brisbane. Now, not long ago, we had to temporarily redirect this funding to support clubs that were impacted by the flood. And through that process, 315 different clubs that were impacted by the February floods received funding in a really short period of time. It was a short, sharp level of support for those clubs. But the Better Suburbs grants are now back and they're ready to make an ongoing difference to clubs across the city. Now, these clubs are at the heart of Brisbane's local communities, and it's important that we continue to support the clubs that do a great work in so many different fields of not only sport but other community activities as well. These grants allocate up to $200,000, so a significant amount of money for clubs around the city, which allows them to carry out works which are considered a major project. From field remediation, renovations of clubhouses, irrigation projects and other works, they're all about building the facilities to support our community. Now today I can confirm that the following clubs have received funding in this current round. The Bell Bowery Sports and Community Club, and they will be developing a facility master plan including a detailed design of facility items that will inform the club's budgeting, maintenance, improvement project and planning for the next 2 to 10 years. The East Rugby Union Club, they'll be conducting preliminary investigations associated with their development proposal and master plan for CP Bottomley Park and the redevelopment to support multi-sport activities for the community. Mount Gravatt Bowls Club will replace their bowling green carpet and the sub-base to support lawn bowls at the site. Wynnum Golf Club will be upgrading the golf course irrigation system to all 18 holes. The Metro Arts facility in Morningside will receive an upgrade to the substation wet area, lighting and security. Other works include refurbishment that provide louver refurbishment and air conditioning improvements as well as new signage. The Salisbury Bowls Club will receive funding to resurface an existing bowls green. The Centenary Archers Club will receive a clubhouse upgrade including improved disability access and car park improvements. The Wynnum Croquet Club will receive new storage for their equipment and maintenance building, and the Aspley Rugby League Football Club will be able to replace the clubhouse roof. So a good spread of projects right across the city, and as I mentioned, these are significant projects for these clubs, and we're effectively identifying the clubs that have identified improvements, have the plans in place, the wherewithal to deliver, and we're backing them with significant funding through this grant round. Obviously, this is an ongoing program and we'll have more funding to be allocated in the future, but I want to congratulate all of these clubs and simply let them know that we look forward to working with them to see these upgrades rolled out and to benefit the community right across Brisbane. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, how much revenue is Council receiving from e-scooter companies, and will it be spent on improving safety and infrastructure in local communities impacted by these devices?
Lord Mayor.
Okay, this question was about the revenue from e-scooter companies. As is clear to all councillors, companies that are operating public hire scooter schemes went through a tender process. We received many different tenders from different companies, and we narrowed down to what we thought were the best two that had a good track record, good technology products, and those two, Beam and Neuron, received the winning tender to provide scooter and bike services, e-scooter and e-bike services across Brisbane. Now, we've been partnering with those operators to help meet the massive demand for e-scooter and e-bike use across the city. It is growing incredibly rapidly, and we've seen millions of trips taken across the city with no sign that demand is dying down. In fact, the opposite. The demand continues to grow. And in fact, the demand for e-scooter use is growing far faster than the demand for cycling. So we're seeing this as a product that the community demands, and we provide through a permit system permits for a certain number of scooters across the city. Now this permit revenue that comes in goes no way towards the massive amount of investment that we provide in upgrading footpaths and bikeways and providing active travel infrastructure. And in fact, what I'm saying is that the revenue that comes in from the permits is a drop in the ocean compared to what we spend on improving facilities for active travel across the city. And so whether it's the bikeways that we are building and maintaining and the footpaths that we are building and maintaining and the new infrastructure we're delivering, we spend well in excess of any revenue that comes in from e-scooters or e-bikes. And so that is the case for many types of sources of revenue that we get. And one example is infrastructure charges. The amount of money that comes in from infrastructure charges, we exceed that massively in terms of our investment in infrastructure across the city. The same applies when it comes to these e-scooter permits and e-bike permits. And so we'll continue to spend significantly more.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cook.
Thank you. The question was how much revenue is received.
Thank you, Councillor. Lord Mayor.
Mr. Chair, look, I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm happy to have a look at that question. But I do know that we invest significantly more in the infrastructure than we collect in these permit fees. Having said that, people are running a business on public property, and they should contribute towards the running of the city and the provision of infrastructure assets, and that is exactly what we are doing here. This is not a case of someone operating a business for free on council land. They should contribute, and that contribution is reinvested back into the community. So it is appropriate that they have a permit. It is appropriate that money comes in to support the ratepayers of Brisbane and the investment in infrastructure. But I point out again that we spend significantly more on footpaths and bikeways and improving infrastructure than is collected in any permit fees.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Hammond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Chair of City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, last week we heard from the Leader of the Greens that he wants to ban all new development in some flood-affected parts of our city, but he couldn't tell the Chamber how many properties this would be affected. Could you please update the Chamber on the exact number of properties that the Greens want to sterilise, therefore restricting the constructions of new homes across Brisbane?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, I thank Councillor Hammond for the question. So last week the councillor for the Gabba ward moved a motion to limit all new residential, mixed-use, industrial and commercial development on land mapped under the Brisbane River flood planning areas 1, 2A, 2B and 3. And while the councillor only included Brisbane River flood planning areas in the wording of his motion, the reality is creek flooding is also of concern, with some of our creeks experiencing a 1 in 2,000 year event back in February. Despite the councillor stating he had done his homework, he wasn't able to outline the total number of properties impacted by his proposal. Well, Mr. Chair, I have and can inform the Chamber today that over 40,000 properties are included within flood planning areas 1, 2A, 2B, 3 and across the city. Be clear, this isn't 400, it isn't 4,000, it's 40,000 properties. Councillor Cassidy, the opposition leader, said it was a dozen properties he would support it, but he also hadn't checked the data. It's comforting to know that the Labor Party, the same party that criticises our response to this year's flooding event, hadn't even looked at the number of properties affected to make an informed decision. However, the one thing Councillor Cassidy did get right, and the one fact that I can agree with him on, is the fact that Brisbane is built on a floodplain. I wonder if Councillor Cassidy even knows how many properties were impacted by the February floods this year. This side of the chamber certainly does, and we know it was 23,000 properties. So essentially, Councillor Sri Ranganathan is saying no new development on almost double the number of properties impacted back in February. And so I pose a couple of questions. What becomes of these properties? What happens to the land value? What happens to the residents who have bought and want to raise their families in our city? What happens to residents who have invested and will essentially have this investment wiped out? I only have to remind the chamber that Brisbane's median house price is approximately $800,000. It's simple maths. We are talking about $30 billion worth of property. If we didn't have a housing crisis before, we certainly would have one if we had supported the councillor's motion last week. But credit where credit is due, Councillor Sri Ranganathan does have a solution: higher density development in the suburbs. This includes encouraging development near public transport, near shops and other facilities. Lord Mayor, it almost sounds like the councillor is promoting an initiative you announced during the budget. The initiative of suburban renewal precincts, where we look at expanding the residential footprint of Brisbane into areas that may have previously had a commercial or light industry use. But has the councillor supported this team? When we have looked to accommodate growth and manage change through our neighbourhood planning process, the answer is no. Even last week, the councillor for the Gabba did not support the adoption of the 8 Mile Plains neighbourhood plan. Maybe his view was that this area was flood affected. So let's look back at whether he supported the neighbourhood plan for Kangaroo Point back in 2019. The answer is still no. And why didn't he? Too much density for the area. So what is it? No development in flood planning areas, but more density in the suburbs, but just not in Kangaroo Point? What the opposition doesn't realise is that there is a balance that needs to be reached. One where we plan for growth and resilience, not displace 40,000 properties, while ensuring that our way of life and the character of our suburbs and neighbourhoods are maintained.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
I seek your ruling about whether this would be unsuitable meeting conduct, given it's misrepresenting the motion that was passed last week. The motion last week did not apply to existing properties, and Councillor Adam Allen is trying to imply in his speech now that it does, misrepresenting the motion put forward by Councillor Sri Ranganathan last week.
I don't accept your point of order.
So you don't accept it, or it's not unsuitable meeting conduct?
I don't accept your point of order.
So can I ask on what grounds you're refusing to accept?
Councillor Johnson, I do not accept your point of order.
So you've just told us you will...
Councillor Johnson.
I just want to clarify, you've just, at the beginning of the meeting 10 minutes ago, said that you will abide by the meeting's local law. I've raised an issue about unsuitable meeting conduct, which you've told us is the grounds to raise, but you're not accepting it as a point of order.
Yes, I don't accept your point. I do not
why you're not doing that.
Your point of order. Please resume your seat.
But
please resume your seat.
I would like an explanation about why you're not accepting it.
Please resume your seat.
I don't think it's an unreasonable question
Johnston,
to ask.
please resume.
I'm just seeking some procedural advice, Mr. Chairman, about why you won't accept it rather than saying you don't uphold or you do.
I do not uphold your point of order. Councillor Allen.
Right. That's different to not accepting.
It is clear that the Greens and Labor have not been in administration for some time, and so they have no appreciation for the challenge and striking the right balance between housing, amenity, and economic development. It is a very sensitive balance that needs to be struck. They seek simplistic solutions and are quite prepared to sterilise 40,000 properties without truly looking at the impact this will have. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. My question is to the Chair of City Planning. Councillor Allen, an impact accessible development application for 10 Carulpa Street, West End, proposes a built-to-boundary high-rise of 78 apartments with 2 levels of underground parking on a site that was largely flooded to a depth of 5.5 metres in February this year. But because the proposed driveway of the site is above predicted flood levels, the developer is not being required to undertake hydrological assessments to ensure the building is resistant to damage from flooding, such as hydrostatic pressure forcing water into the basement car parks. Do you think it's acceptable that for this site, Council isn't requiring a flood risk assessment or a full engineering report examining the building's ability to withstand pressure and damage from floodwaters?
Councillor Allen.
Oh, thank you, Mr Chair, and through you, I thank Councillor Sri Ranganathan for the question. Now, you may recall last week in this chamber he made much of the homework that he did on this particular site. Now, I've been out to this site twice, most recently first thing this morning, and some of the figures that Councillor is quoting don't reflect what happened on the ground there. I think he needs to go back, have a close look at the site. I'm actually questioning whether he actually went to the site because my investigation and walking around that site would suggest that the kind of flooding impact that he's suggesting isn't accurate, and certainly the application that encourages the entry to the car park to be on the higher level in Tondara Lane seems like an extremely sensible way forward, and you know, really I think that he needs to go back to the drawing board.
Just on relevance, the council's own flood-wise property report says that it flooded to a depth of 5.5 metres. That's council's own report. And the question, and this is the point of relevance, was whether the chair thinks it's acceptable that there's no requirement for a flood risk assessment or a flood engineering report. He hasn't answered that question.
Look, yeah, based on my assessment, I think that the way the application's been lodged is appropriate. Council's planning officers will review it on the information provided, and if they choose or require additional information, they'll seek it.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is the Chair of City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, we just heard that the Greens wish to prohibit over 40,000 properties from ever being sensibly redeveloped, impacting residents right across our city. Given the Greens don't support sensible development on these properties, are you aware of any current views on development?
Point of order to you, Councillor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
Do I now take that misrepresentation?
No, not now. We can do it at the end of question time. Councillor Allen.
Chair, she's just made a statement and I'm claiming to be misrepresented, so the meeting rules...
No, not now. Thank you. Councillor Sri Ranganathan. Councillor Allen, you have the floor.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
I'm sorry for the confusion, but my understanding is that when a council claims to be misrepresented, that misrepresentation is dealt with immediately after the speaker finishes speaking. So that speaker has just said something.
You can raise this issue in general business, Councillor Sri Ranganathan. I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Allen.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
I'm claiming to be misrepresented. Are you saying I don't get to...
No, I said we can take your point of order, your point of misrepresentation at the end of question time.
No, not at the end of the question time, surely. Surely you have to take it immediately after the misrepresentation.
Do you want to check the rules? Just bear with me for a moment. Thank you for clarity. I'll allow you to raise your point of misrepresentation now.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Hammond suggested that I oppose sensible development of the sites I'd referred to in the floodplain. That is not the case. My previous commentary and my motions in this chamber have very clearly said that I do support redevelopment of existing dwellings that would raise them above the flood level. I'm not opposed to redevelopments on the site, and I think it was very misleading and disingenuous of her to suggest that.
You're debating the misrepresentation. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you once again, Councillor Hammond, for the question. I am often mystified as to the Greens' position regarding development across the city. It seems deeply conflicted at times. On face value, Councillor Sri Ranganathan and the Greens are essentially telling the residents of Brisbane where you can and where you can't live. But I have done some homework, a research project if you like, and from first blush, the Queensland Greens certainly seem supportive of urban renewal. Their own principle confirms this, whereby they believe that sustainable planning encourages mixed-use zoning, incorporating residential, employment, as well as active and public transport. However, the Greens councillor does not seem to be on the same page with his state colleagues. On one hand, he advocates for an increase in social and affordable housing, yet last week he announced his intention to halt, obstruct and ban all sensible development for vast areas of our city across 40,000 properties to be exact. As I said earlier, the councillor hasn't been very supportive of our neighbourhood planning process, a process that reviews, amongst other things, density and housing topologies. But maybe this is just simply his view from a holistic planning perspective. So I thought perhaps I could get more clarity on his position if I looked at some local examples and proposed developments in his ward on an individual case-by-case basis. Councillor Sri Ranganathan was recently vocal about a development application on the St Vincent's Hospital site on Main Street, Kangaroo Point. The proposal is seeking to not only upgrade the hospital buildings but also to co-locate new housing on the site. Despite the majority of the site to the north and east already zoned for high-density residential, the councillor does not support the application as he doesn't believe it is the appropriate location.
Point of order to you, Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
The Chair's definitely misleading the chamber. The majority of the site is zoned for community facilities, not for high-density residential.
Councillor, I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Allen.
It's not appropriate for the scale and style being proposed, but density is a solution to prohibiting building on flood-prone land, but just not on the cliffs along the Kangaroo Point Peninsula, probably some of the least flood-prone land in the city. Additionally, he commented that he would like to see part of the site returned to public ownership as parkland. This council is certainly mindful of the growth occurring in the Gabba ward and the West End Peninsula in particular, and we recognise the importance that parkland plays across our city. We address the need for parkland through many methods, whether this is through the local government infrastructure plan or our development assessment, performance and acceptable outcomes process. Councillor Sri Ranganathan has a long history of opposing development, even on sites that are not flood prone. He opposed West Village, widely considered to be an exemplar of urban development and repurposing of an old industrial site. He has opposed a myriad of developments in his ward, including 5 Dudley Street, West End. I haven't even mentioned the local council's lack of support for the urban forest development in South Brisbane, a proposal that included over 1,000 trees on the building and site. Not to mention, he also we regularly update and review the city plan and our neighbourhood plans, processes that the Greens Council consistently votes against. But it's clear the list of developments and initiatives the local councillor hasn't supported is lengthy, and I certainly don't have the time to go into detail on every single one. Councillor Sri Ranganathan called me a liar last week, but what is dishonest is the hypocrisy that he perpetuates. He does not want development on flood-prone sites, irrespective of the engineering solutions brought to bear, but then fails to support development on less flood-prone sites. He opposes nearly everything based on his political motivations. There is an inherent dishonesty behind his radical agenda, starting with the falsehood that all riverside land is cheap anyway. And we should therefore attack all developers, that they are doing the wrong thing and that all development on low-lying areas of the city must be banned and cancelled. But ultimately, developers will respond to what the market is seeking. The community has a range of preferences. Some want to live close to the city, some want to live close to transport, some want freestanding houses, and some want to live near the river. Developing a city on a floodplain is a challenging exercise. However, our council officers and planners do a remarkable job in challenging circumstances to balance the need to manage a growing and dynamic city, providing housing for a growing population while enhancing our local area and open spaces. They are responsive to the changing dynamics of the city and the impacts natural events continue to have. If the Greens truly cared about the genuine issues surrounding housing and affordability, they would support all efforts to ensure adequate dwelling supply.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, King George Square used to be a haven for families and workers in Brisbane. It was the people's place in the middle. It was the people's place in the middle of the city, a green sanctuary. Now it's a sea of concrete which offers no protection from the elements. It's now a place to be avoided by families and city workers in the hotter months. Will you commit to returning King George Square to its glory days and bring back grass, trees and fountains?
Lord Mayor.
Well, Mr Chair, it's not enough that they've taken this policy to 4 elections and lost each time. They want to take it to a 5th election. But it's interesting, some people in hindsight, they look back on the past and they see it with rose-coloured glasses. Because my recollection of King George Square as a child was that the small patches of grass, very small, were always fenced off because it kept on dying because people weren't allowed to use it to prevent it from dying. Does everyone remember that? There was a little white fence around it every time, and most of the square was in fact concrete. I remember it very well. And if Councillor Cassidy thinks that that was a lush green environment, his memory is playing tricks on him. I don't know, maybe he didn't grow up in Brisbane, I don't know, but I did. I was born here. I remember King George Square very well, and there were a few very small patches of grass which were dying most of the time. Now, we, through the period of a joint Labor LNP administration, in fact it was a Liberal administration, it was a Liberal administration at the time, joint Liberal-Labor administration, when in fact the Deputy Mayor of the city was none other than Hinchliffe, David Hinchliffe. I was about to say Sterling Hinchliffe, but it was David Hinchliffe. So Lord Mayor Campbell Newman and Deputy Mayor David Hinchliffe made the decision to redesign King George Square. It was a joint decision. It would not have happened without Labor's support because they had the numbers at the time, remember? So when I talk about looking back with rose-coloured glasses, they also forget that Labor voted for the current design of King George Square. Now let's talk about how it came about. There was a busway being built underneath it, so the square had to be redone. The square in its entirety was ripped up for the busway project. A hole was punched through with the Inner Northern Busway, a great project by the way, but the square had to be put back. And so at the time, both sides of politics agreed that the square had to be appropriate for the massive number of events that were held there every year. And so a hard-wearing surface for those events, which are happening virtually every day in the square, plus the fact that there's a massive number of pedestrians walking through. If you can get grass to stay alive in King George Square, good luck to you. But they certainly couldn't back in the 1980s and the 1970s. And so I simply say this. The design of King George Square was voted on by Labor councillors. They voted yes. They supported the current design, but in true typical Labor fashion, they've spent every year since then opposing the design that they voted for. Now, I would simply say this. I wonder what else Labor councillors would say if we decided to spend a bucket load of money in King George Square at the expense of the suburbs of Brisbane. I wonder what they would say. I wonder how they would play that politically. And so, Councillor Cassidy, for now, we are stuck with the design that you voted for, that your councillors voted for. And I'm not about to invest a whole lot of money to try and bring back grass, which is most likely to die, in King George Square. Because I do, week in, week out, see all of the events that are happening there. I do see the heavy use that King George Square gets, and I'm conscious of that. And I think that we must continue to support those community events happening in the square, whether it's the recent Diwali celebrations or a whole range of cultural events and celebrations and festivals. They are fantastic things for our city. It is great to be able to have them in the heart of the city, and the current hard-wearing surface that is in there was a bipartisan project.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of City Standards Committee, Councillor Marx. Councillor Marx, this La Nina season, Brisbane is experiencing a higher than normal amount of potholes popping up around the city. Could you please update the Chamber on the huge amount of work that's being completed, keeping our roads smooth and safer for Brisbane residents?
Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Toomey for the question. I acknowledge his keen interest in Council's road resurfacing program and the works Council's asphalt and aggregate branch is doing in the community. The Shrinner Council is committed to building smoother suburban streets to help people get home sooner and safer, and repairing damage to our roads from the flood is a top priority for Council as we continue to rebuild and recover. Council is focusing on identifying and repairing potholes across the city to limit the amount of times potholes allow water to get into the roads. By doing this quickly, the size of repairs and any long-term damage can be reduced. I'm pleased to report to the Chamber that since January 1, Council has filled over 100,000 potholes so far this year, including 90,000 since the February floods. Mr Chair, we potentially don't see the full extent of the damage from February that was done to the roads for some time. More long-term pavement damage can take several months or more to appear, including pavement failures such as cracking and the rutting of the road surface. Council officers did quickly complete an initial survey of Brisbane roads following the February floods, and as part of these surveys we deployed specialised vehicles that use laser-based images to measure and detect cracking potholes and poor road surfaces, and hopefully you'll see some of that technology on TV tonight. Another round of surveying is scheduled to start from the end of November, and that will continue to assess the 6-month plus post-event damage across the city. Areas identified for further investigation from the surveys will be investigated, designed, and the appropriate remediation will be undertaken through internal and external resources. So our road maintenance and service renewal of our roads is a key priority, and that's why we're investing $360 million over the next 4 years for resurfacing and repairs. A historic investment will deliver an unprecedented number of resurfacing projects for Brisbane and ensure our city's transport network continues to deliver a high-quality experience for users. What's important but never actually gets highlighted enough is that we're actually doing this in an environmentally friendly and sustainable manner as well. As it is National Recycling Week, I thought I would mention Council's commitment to a clean, green and sustainable city continues, with tens of thousands of tonnes of material being recycled to create new and improved roads across the city every year. It is safe to say that we can all play our part in keeping our roads smooth and safe across Brisbane. Council officers inspect our road network on a regular basis and identify and log any potholes they see. When our crews travel from one pothole to another, they also look for any additional potholes that they can safely fill immediately, or they report them for a more appropriate time or crew. Remembering residents can also report potholes and road damage via our Report It Potholes on our council website, or of course the council contact centre, which operates 24 hours a day. I just want to make sure that the jobs are logged. I do know that at our committee this morning we did briefly touch on the use of Twitter by some councillors in the chamber to identify council of issues on our roads. I just want to make sure that the jobs are logged as per council's formal logging process to ensure that appropriate actions can be taken. So if you're using that form of logging a job, can you please ensure that there is a location added to it? I would also recommend discussing the streets of concern with the outcome manager as a point of escalation, or if you have any inquiries regarding the status of the job. I want to conclude by acknowledging Mark, our manager of asphalt and aggregate branch, for his leadership in this space. Not only is this branch doing business as usual program delivery as part of the road resurfacing program, but contributing substantially to roads recovery works on our road network as a part of the build and recover program. I want to thank those council repair crews who are out every day responding to reports from residents about potholes, and their dedication is certainly appreciated. Mr Chair, only this administration has a clear plan to keep Brisbane on the right track, and we will continue to deliver on that plan to tackle traffic congestion and help get residents home sooner and safer.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, just last week the Bulimba Barracks development was approved by Council. This will be the largest inner-city master plan project since Hamilton North Shell. Lord Mayor, my residents want a guarantee that flood mitigation measures, traffic infrastructure, as well as public and active transport will be upgraded to keep up with the pace of development. What assurances can you give my community that this will happen?
Lord Mayor.
Well, that's a really interesting question, Mr Chair, because I was surprised as anyone else to see the council spokesperson in the Courier Mail, Councillor Cook, defending this development when it came to attacks from the Greens. It was a conversion on the road to Damascus of epic proportions. The councillor who has consistently opposed lots of development, who even refuses to meet with developers because she has such a low opinion of them, now, being the council spokesperson for this large master plan development was quite extraordinary. But what I can say is I do remember when it comes to both Labor and the Greens that they weren't too supportive of the Wynnum Road corridor upgrade. I don't know, maybe my memory is wrong. Councillor Sri Ranganathan claims that Labor was very supportive. I don't seem to remember that. I don't remember that. I think I remember they were claiming that there should be a bus lane put in instead of an extra lane for traffic. Does anyone remember that? I think that was their view, but we can't be sure because their view changes quite a lot. So what I do recall here is that this administration invested in not only one stage of the Wynnum Road corridor, but a further stage that goes well beyond that East Brisbane section. We obviously had the restriction of the Canning Bridge, one with Councillor Sri Ranganathan knows very well. And that was a very old bridge which provided a restriction in the road network. And then there were houses effectively built right up to the road on both sides of the road, which meant that any kind of further road upgrades along that corridor would require massive resumptions all the way through there. Now, rather than doing that, we took the approach of having a corridor upgrade all the way from the area approximately where the cemetery is, through that corridor, providing targeted upgrades to the road infrastructure through there, and also, where possible, providing public transport and also active transport upgrades at the same, at the same time. And so we have clearly invested in that corridor. Is there more to be done? There's always more to be done in a growing city. There's no doubt about that. But I would simply point out that it was the federal government that made the decision to sell this land, and they made that decision to allow it to be sold to a developer so that homes could be built. Now, it was interesting to read some of the commentary on this development that has been approved just recently, because there's a whole range of views. Some people were highlighting the fact that we need more housing in Brisbane. People need homes, and so land needs to be opened up for new homes to be built, and it's even better if it's master planned. Yet we also see on the other side of the coin the Greens, true to form, saying that this should not be built on. And once again, opposing development but not providing any real evidence or pointing the finger at where development should occur. It seems that the only coherent position that the Greens have when it comes to development is that it should be built in non-green held electorates. That's their view.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cook.
I know this is a bit of an unusual position for the Lord Mayor to be in, but the question was very specific. What assurances can you give my community that we will see the upgrades that we need? Public and active transport, importantly, flood mitigation measures, as well as the traffic infrastructure. Wynnum Road is some distance from the development.
So, your Councillor, Lord Mayor, if you can come back to the question in regards to those particular points, please.
Well, in terms of response to potential flooding, of course, any new building on that land will have to be built in a way that is responding to the flood challenges on that site. Now, if there's a part of the site that is potentially subject to flooding risk, then that is something that is accommodated within our planning scheme, and appropriate responses are conditioned to make sure that any building in that area is done with the flood risk in mind. So that is something that we do right across the city, We have a different view to the Greens, which would be sterilising 40,000 homes. We understand that housing is a genuine need for the community now, and
Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
I'm not talking about sterilising people here, Councillor Sri. I'm talking about sterilising land so that nothing can be built there in the future. It's very clear.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, Mr Chairman. Look, the word sterilised actually means to deprive a person or an animal of offspring. It's being used today by the LNP in a context that is completely offensive and inappropriate to many people, including those Indigenous people who were sterilised forcibly and people with disabilities in our lifetime.
Councillor Johnson.
And I would just ask that that word is not used. It's not appropriate when referring to whether or not development happens on a block of land.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I don't uphold your point of order, Lord Mayor.
Wow. Councillor Johnston's mind went in places that my mind has not been, but certainly I was simply referring to if you can do certain things with a piece of land at the moment and then you get someone come in and say you can't do that anymore, in my mind that is sterilising the future of that land. And that, I think most people would also agree with that.
Just on relevance, this question was about infrastructure relating to the Bulimba Barracks side. The Lord Mayor is talking about everything but. Could you bring him back to the question, please, Chair?
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. That ends question time for today.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy. Point of order to you, Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. I move the suspension of standing rules to enable me to move a motion that Council immediately starts community consultation to develop a plan to reintroduce grass, fountains and more trees to King George Square.
Seconded.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy, you're moving a motion for the suspension of standing rules. You need to establish why this couldn't be on the notice paper for the meeting today, why you weren't able to move that motion previously.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. We weren't able to move this motion previously because we've only just, I suppose, reconfirmed what the Lord Mayor's views are in question time. It's very timely because we have just heard from the Lord Mayor of the LNP administration's refusal to listen to the community and return King George Square to the people. They ignore the Cancer Council, they ignore residents, but they never ignore big businesses. They're prioritising commercial gain over the community. And it's time for councillors in this place to step up, Chair.
Point of order to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I ask your ruling on whether this is relevant to why it has to be done now, and this wasn't put in when they considered their questions for question time last week. We've debated this for 10 years. Urgency. Yeah.
Councillor Cassidy, we do need to hear from you why you believe this matter couldn't be on the notice paper and due for debate by 1 o'clock yesterday.
Thanks very much, Chair. I have a very, very simple proposition for LNP councillors. How can you in good conscience deny the people their place?
We have a motion for the suspension of standing rules. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division be called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Cook. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Ring the bells. Thank you. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 4 in favour, 20 against and 2 abstentions.
Thank you. Declare that motion lost. Please resume your seats. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of 31 October 2022.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 31st of October 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, 31st of October 2022 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Well, Mr Chair, it's clear that Labor has gone to the cupboard of issues and it is bare.
Point of
the issue.
order. Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I just ask that items B and C are taken seriatim for debate and voting purposes, please.
B and C, seriatim for debate and vote. Thank you. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. As I was saying, Labor has gone to the cupboard of issues and they have found that it is bare. They have gone to one that has been prepared earlier, and as I pointed out, one that they have taken to 4 different elections with from memory. Now look, the reality is, for anyone who thinks that Labor genuinely cares about this issue, they simply need to remember that Labor voted for the current design of King George Square. It's a simple fact. They also need to remember that the King George Square of the past was not the lush rainforest that some people make it out to be. It was mainly concrete. It had a few small patches of grass, which were mainly fenced off, but it did have a couple of fountains. Now, I loved the fountains, there's no doubt, but Councillor Adams pointed out that there was a good prank that happened almost every week in Brisbane when people put shampoo in the fountain. And it bubbled out and flowed down the stairs of King George Square and onto the street. So, as much as I love fountains and I have fond memories of those fountains, I can confirm, though, if anyone's been paying attention, that I have asked Councillor Murphy to investigate putting some water features back into the square as part of the Brisbane Metro project. As you will know, a significant part of the square is a construction site at the moment, and I have asked him to see if we can put a water feature. Maybe a water feature that doesn't involve a leaking roof of the King George Square car park, because that is also a challenge. We know that the roof, or the King George Square is also a very thin roof of a car park, and that the ability to have, as Councillor Shree would say, deep planting in King George Square is just not there because of that restriction that we have. There are weight limits on the square, and when you start having a look at putting, for example, very large trees, the weight of the tree and the amount of soil that would be required to accommodate a large tree would in most places exceed the capacity of King George Square to handle that weight. And so this is something that's been looked at multiple times in the past. There have been changes made to King George Square. There have been various targeted improvements made to King George Square, but any kind of large-scale redevelopment would go into the tens of millions of dollars. That is not something that I believe right at this point in time in the city's history is the top priority. Our flood recovery is the top priority. Investment across the suburbs of Brisbane is the top priority. Making sure that we deliver for the residents of Brisbane is the top priority. And I do find it quite interesting that time and time again, Labor councillors rail against any kind of investment in the city because they would like to see that money spent in the suburbs. Yet today, we have a motion that was put forward saying spend money not just in the city, but out the front of City Hall. That is their priority for spending money, out the front of City Hall. Not in the suburbs of Brisbane, not on better parks, not on improved roads, or improve bikeways or active travel infrastructure, but they want to spend tens of millions of dollars out the front of City Hall. So they didn't think this through, Mr Chair, but long may they bring these kind of issues out, because it didn't work for them in the past and it won't work for them in the future. There are other priorities right now. Look, there's a point where King George Square will be, I guess, due for a refurbishment. Now, I don't know at what point in the future it'll be, but there will be a point where that time comes, and at that time, of course, we will look at changes that can be made. But right now, flood recovery, the suburbs, dealing with the growth of the city and the infrastructure that is required is the important thing. At some stage in the future, King George Square refurbishment may well rise to the top of the priority list, but certainly it is not there at this point in time. There are other things that I think the people of Brisbane would prefer us to be investing tens of millions of dollars in at this point in time. Last night, the Sandgate Town Hall and City Hall were lit up in orange to support an awareness campaign for those living with complex regional pain syndrome. This little-known disease is a form of chronic pain which comes about after an injury, a stroke or a heart attack. Tonight, the Victoria Bridge, Sandgate Town Hall, City Hall and the Tropical Dome display will be lit up once again in orange, but this time in support of Cervical Cancer Awareness Week. The week aims to raise awareness about cervical cancer and encourages Australians to engage in the conversation about cervical health. Tomorrow, all of our assets will be lit up in yellow to support Councillor Marks. What? That's right. You win a prize. National Recycling Week. No, we won't be celebrating. We won't be celebrating that right now. National Recycling Week runs from the 7th to the 13th of November and provides a reminder to residents and all levels of government to reduce their waste to landfill and support recycling efforts. On Thursday night, the Sandgate Town Hall, City Hall and the Story Bridge will be lit up in purple, blue and orange to support the Virtus Oceania Asia Games, which are underway as we speak. Which has seen athletes from around the Oceania and Asia region coming to Brisbane to compete in the largest games event for the intellectually impaired within our region. This is something that built on the global games that we had here several years ago and is a great example of how Brisbane is seen as an inclusive city and an accessible city. To have now for two of these large international events here in Brisbane is something that we should celebrate, but we should also aspire for even more in the lead up to the Olympic and Paralympic Games. This Friday obviously is Remembrance Day and all of our assets will be lit up in red to support this occasion. As we know, it's a day that commemorates the end of World War I. But also all of those who have died, not only in World War I, but across all conflicts that our nation has served in. And we do this by acknowledging at 11 o'clock on the 11th day of the 11th month, 1 minute's silence plus a range of official ceremonies around Brisbane. And so I know your councillors will be out there supporting these events and supporting their communities to remember the end of the First World War, but also all those who have died in conflicts since that time as well. On Saturday, all of our assets will be lit up in blue to support Pneumo Light. Pneumo Light is a campaign designed to raise awareness about pneumonia worldwide, and by lighting up our monuments worldwide, the campaign aims to increase the visibility of pneumonia and share information about this preventable disease. On Sunday, the Victoria Bridge, Redcliffe Place and Story Bridge will be lit up in rainbow colours to support the Melt Festival, which is once again presented by the Brisbane Powerhouse, and it's a celebration of queer art, artists, ideas, and will feature international music icons, including national and local performers. Also on Sunday, City Hall will be lit up in blue, white and red to support the Nepal Festival, which is being held in King George Square. they don't seem to worry too much about whether there's dead grass in King George Square or not. They want to have their celebration and they will enjoy it. I also did want to, at this point, pay tribute to someone who has served the Museum of Brisbane now for 6 years, Renee Grace, who has done a fantastic role as the CEO of Museum of Brisbane. Renee is moving to the Queensland Museum to take on a senior role there, and we certainly wish her the best in that transition. But obviously she will be greatly missed here at Museum of Brisbane and has done a fantastic job. Renee joined the Museum of Brisbane in November, so this month, 6 years ago in 2016, and has done an absolutely fantastic job and has really helped to lift the level and standard and visitation of MOB exhibitions. We have seen some truly amazing exhibitions that were the brainchild of Renee and her team, and we certainly thank her for her 6 years of service to MOB and to the City of Brisbane, to telling the stories of the City of Brisbane, and we wish her all the best in her next endeavour with the Queensland Museum. I also, on that note, would like to table the Museum of Brisbane financial report.
Before you do that, Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension. Seconded.
An extension of time for the Lord Mayor has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Landers. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Okay, so I table that report. Obviously, there's a number of financial reports that need to be tabled at the first available council meeting, and this is the case for the MOB reports, financial reports. I hereby table that. Now, which items am I speaking on, Mr. Chair? A, D, and E. And E. Okay. So item A is the significant contracting plan for the construction of Beams Road Upgrade Stage 1. This is a project that truly reflects some of the challenging conditions we have in building things at the moment. Not just us, but anyone building anything at the moment is under significant pressure. The first time we went out to tender for this job, we went out in our normal tender process and we received one tender. Not multiple tenders, one tender. That wasn't an acceptable outcome to us. And obviously the one tenderer was bidding something in return that was significantly over the budget we had allocated. And so we've taken, based on advice, a different approach, and that is to allow some of the mid-tier construction companies to get involved in the project by breaking it up into stages. And by breaking this project into 3 smaller packages, we're hoping to get some more competition and obviously a better result for the ratepayers of Brisbane. We have no doubt that it's still very difficult market conditions and there are significant cost pressures for this project and many other projects based on those conditions. But this SCP talks about breaking the project into Stage 1A, Cowie Road to Balcara Avenue, Castledine, Stage 1B, Castle Grove Avenue to Hanford Road intersection, Fitzgibbon, Tagham and Zilmere, and also Stage 1C, the intersection of Hanford Road and Beams Road, Tagham and Zilmere. So they're the 3 different packages and stages that we're breaking the project up into, and obviously we're doing this given the challenging circumstances and to try and deliver the best possible outcome for the ratepayers of Brisbane. Next item D is the amendment to Council's carbon neutral policy. Now, this is something that is worth some significant consideration because we have a long track record dating back to 2008 on taking real practical action on climate change, and this council has led the way in many respects. Whether it was embarking on one of the biggest tree planting programs our nation has ever seen, the 2 Million Trees program, or whether it was doing a whole range of things across council to reduce our emissions and also to transfer street lights across to more efficient bulbs and also to LED, but finally culminating in the 2017 achievement of becoming Australia's largest government organisation that is carbon neutral as certified by the national entity. And so 2017, we became carbon neutral officially. We've maintained that status and we invest significantly in that. But what we do now is take it to the next level by embarking on very significant emission reduction targets. The first of those is a reduction of at least, not a maximum of, but at least 30% by 2031, 2032. And also a net zero operational greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Now, this is about making sure that we are really stepping up our efforts going forward. Now, the big part of Council's emissions are very heavily and closely related to some of our core operations. And so things like waste management. Providing waste management and landfill services generates a significant amounts of greenhouse gas. This is something that we do as a service on behalf of the community, but it creates a significant environmental and greenhouse gas challenge. Another core part of business that we focus on is construction. Whether it's construction of a simple local upgrade to parks and playgrounds or a major infrastructure project like Brisbane Metro, these things do generate emissions and obviously it's something we're working to make sure we reduce. We're looking at how we can incorporate recycled materials into our construction wherever possible and use techniques that reduce the environmental footprint of that construction as well. And finally, another big source of emissions is the public transport network, namely our buses and ferry network. And we have a network of more than 1,200 buses and also a significant investment of 23 city cats and also 5 kitty cats as well, Councillor Murphy. And once again, providing transport services to the people of Brisbane creates a significant amount of emissions, but it is an essential transport service and we are going boldly down the path of zero tailpipe emissions for our fleet and also for Brisbane Metro. This is a path that has been actively resisted by Labor councillors, people who claim to care about the environment yet have opposed Brisbane Metro, have opposed the choice of vehicle, the fully electric vehicle, they've opposed that, and they have also opposed our pilot trial of the City Loop fully electric buses that have proven to be very successful. And instead of coming up with any genuine reasons to oppose it, they have pulled a nationalist kind of approach. They have pulled the nationalist card here and they have talked about the source of those vehicles, which, you know, I think is a pretty risky strategy for them to engage in. But we know that we heard just recently the state government has bought some buses from exactly the same source, and I have not heard a peep out of Councillor Cassidy on that issue. So what we're doing is we're making sure that we have these targets now locked in to council policy, emission reduction targets. Now we have already started reducing our emissions as an organisation. There have been reductions while many other organisations have continued to grow their emissions. Businesses, other organisations and in fact other levels of government and other government departments have grown their emissions in recent years. We have reduced our emissions, but we want to do even better and we want to go even further, and by setting these solid targets as part of our policy, we will now embark on very, very serious emission reductions. A big part of that will be striking the right balance and the right deal with the state government when it comes to transport services. Now, I'm pleased to say that Minister Mark Bailey shares our aspiration to move to zero tailpipe emissions, and whether that's through electric buses or hydrogen buses or whatever new technology emerges, we are absolutely on the same page. It was a pleasure with Councillor Murphy and I to meet with Minister Bailey just recently to talk about our ambitions here and also to get his support for the path that we're heading down, and he is very supportive of that transition. And so we look forward to working together with the state government to achieve those positive outcomes. We're committing $46 million over the next 4 years just to keep to maintain our carbon neutral status, but that is just the beginning. From here on, we start investing very heavily on reducing emissions. And some practical examples that we've had is that we're powering more council facilities with renewable energy. We have already 3.2 megawatts of solar power installed on all of our facilities, and that's 13 times more than the capacity that we had just 5 years ago. And that doesn't include the electricity or the green energy that we generate from our landfill gas. So we capture landfill gas, we then use that to generate clean energy. It goes into the grid and it powers thousands of homes across Brisbane. And so we'll continue to step up those efforts in our push to reducing emissions as we go forward. Obviously, 2032 being the year that the whole world is focusing on Brisbane is one that we want to have achieved at least 30% emission reductions, but I genuinely think we can do more than that. I genuinely think that the figure in 2032 will be significantly more than 30%. But obviously 30% is a minimum, and we'll be achieving or aiming to achieve more than that with the support of the state government in particular. Which is the final item that I was to talk about?
E.
E, okay. E is the significant contracting plan related to flood damage recovery. It obviously relates to recovery and refurbishment of a number of our city's flood assets, and is part of the ongoing process of recovery, the ongoing investment and the ongoing focus on making sure that we not only recover but we build back better. And this includes works relating to landslip remediation, stormwater management and the Wolverhampton Street Bridge. These are quite large projects.
Lord Mayor, your time has
Thank you,
expired.
Mr Chair.
Move.
Does that need an extension of time? Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further speakers on A, D and E. Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I'll speak on all of these items before us today. First of all is the Beams Road upgrade, item A. Beams Road is a very important piece of infrastructure for residents in the northern suburbs, recording around 19,000 vehicles every day, and 5% of those being heavy vehicles, and interacting currently with an open level crossing, but soon to be not. This upgrade, the overall Beams Road upgrade, is jointly funded by the Australian Government for $50 million under the Urban Congestion Fund, and partially by council as well. It's been a long time coming, this upgrade, and is essential to link up to the overpass that will be built and connecting the corridor between the arterials of Gympie Road and Sandgate Road at its extent on either end. It is interesting to note, though, this is another project that this LNP administration wouldn't be able to afford if it wasn't for funding of another level of government. So it's of course good to get that funding. For very major projects it is in fact essential, but when you see that this LNP administration has given residents the biggest rates hike in a decade, but can't deliver basic upgrades to basic council infrastructure, whether it's a council-owned and controlled road, whether it's a council foreshore or a council escarpment in my community. None of these basic projects are getting off the ground anymore under this LNP administration out in the suburbs without the intervention of other levels of government. So it does make you worry about future projects given the historically high levels of debt that ratepayers are now lumped with under this LNP administration, and those billions of dollars committed to inner city projects. And we did hear from the Lord Mayor how this project had to be split up into 3 smaller packages now. We did have a briefing in the Transport Committee a few months ago. It might have been more than just a few months ago, but this year anyway, where the major projects team outlined the reasons for council not getting successful tenderers for these major projects. And that's precisely because of these massive blowouts we've seen on previous projects, blowouts on projects like the Kingston Smith Drive project, which made an entire privately owned company liquidate in its entirety. So the private sector clearly looks at this administration's council, looks at this LNP council and says we simply can't do business with you on these projects where they have to assume all the risk, because they know council under this LNP administration has hollowed out our ability to properly plan projects. and that's the reality of the market now. So council, as in the ratepayers of Brisbane, are now forced to pick up all of the construction risks that used to be picked up by private companies in the past. And so those ratepayers have to see those inflated contingencies on these projects, and any of those other risks that come about through the construction process are entirely borne by the ratepayers of Brisbane now because of 20 years of LNP rule in here and hollowing out our workforce so that this council can no longer properly plan these projects before us today. It is an important project. We're very disappointed in the way in which this administration goes about the planning and delivery of infrastructure, but we will be supporting this item going forward today because it is an essential piece of infrastructure. Item D, I think it is, the carbon neutral policy before us today. Interesting fairy tale from the Lord Mayor about his ambitions, I guess, to reduce council's emissions by 30% in this updated policy. It's not very ambitious, really, when you know. He often describes Brisbane as a clean, green, sustainable city, and the best he can hope for, and his lofty aims is for just a 30% reduction. It's also interesting to note that he's finally sorted out his story when it comes to zero tailpipe emissions on Brisbane's bus network, because at the budget information sessions, his administration didn't even know and hadn't planned for the need to transition to zero tailpipe electric or hydrogen potentially buses in the next couple of years. We learned at those budget information sessions that council's entire bus build program going forward and all of the money that was allocated in the forward estimates was for about 80 or 90% diesel buses. And then they let slip that, well, the state government said we need zero tailpipe emissions, and that took this LNP administration completely by surprise. Completely by surprise. They had no plans going forward to convert our bus fleet to 100% zero tailpipe emissions. And a couple of months ago they found out they had to, and all of a sudden the Lord Mayor now reckons the state government's following his lead. What a load of rubbish. We have here in Brisbane the most technologically advanced electric bus builder potentially in the world, Volgren out at Eagle Farm, and this LNP administration decided for political reasons that they weren't going to engage with Brisbane-based bus builders, and instead they wanted to source those buses from overseas. Now, I won't accept this Lord Mayor's characterisation of our position. We've been very clear. We support electric buses in Brisbane, and we support them being built in Brisbane. We don't support this LNP administration's political decisions to rip up a 30-year bus building contract with workers who live and work here in Brisbane and instead go and buy second-rate equipment from overseas. We know that this Lord Mayor, in his tender documents for the Brisbane Metro buses, specifically said these buses have to look like trams, so said to local bus builders, bugger off. You're not welcome here. We're going to go to Switzerland and get these things that look a bit like trams. I mean, this rubbish that the Lord Mayor talks about.
Point of order, Mr Chair. Will the Leader of the Opposition take a question?
Not from you.
Lord Mayor.
Here we go. I'll take,
Lord Mayor.
I'll take his interjection. He says Volgren is part of the conglomerate that got part of the tender. We found out recently what Volgren and what Brisbane workers are doing. They're putting stickers. They're putting stickers on the Swiss-made buses. They're putting some decals on there. They're putting exit signs on them. I mean, this is rubbish. This is absolute rubbish that this LNP administration comes out with. They like to say that, oh, well, we support Brisbane bus builders because we get them to put some stickers on Swiss-made buses. You know, they are so out of touch, Chair. They are so out of touch. They don't support local manufacturing. They don't support local workers. And this carbon neutral policy before us today shows how far behind our city will continue to fall when, as the largest city in Australia, one of the most significant emitters in Australia doesn't do anything in this policy to try and remove the 80,000 tonnes of organic material that's going into landfill each and every year. I'm sure councillors on that side are very familiar with a concept called FOGO, Food Organics, Garden Organics. It is composting on an industrial scale. The Lord Mayor runs around and says, it's a couple of thousand households, you can put some non-protein based food scraps, little trial and some bins, and hands out some little caddies and says, well, that's enough. It's like his approach to housing. We're doing enough, he says. The Lord Mayor says he's doing enough. Let someone else do it. Let other levels of government do the heavy lifting, and we can just do the shiny stuff around the outside. Well, we actually need a council that is bold. We actually need a council that wants to take actual actions in addressing climate change and protecting our unique environment here in Brisbane, and addressing climate change at a city level. The Lord Mayor has, of course, struggled in the past to say the words climate emergency. Struggled till last week, of course. Even though 96 other local governments, he still didn't quite say it. He said, of course, of course, of course, of course. Couldn't splutter those words out of his mouth, of course, last week. But he still refuses to recognise the huge benefits, not only to our city and to our residents, of something as transformative as FOGO, but it's also the only real thing a council can do to address climate change on a very large scale. This policy will also affect how our council is able to reach its own so-called carbon neutrality. We're not talking about the city as a whole, but just the organisation, and that continues to rely on overseas purchased carbon credits. This administration simply couldn't be certified as carbon neutral without overseas carbon credits. We would be generating them right here in Brisbane. We would be saving money on waste levy charges, and we'll be creating more local jobs. Now, I know the Lord Mayor doesn't care too much about local jobs. They were scoffing and laughing before when talking about local bus builders. Well, this would create hundreds and hundreds of good, sustainable, long-term jobs here in Brisbane. Oh, and the Deputy Chair of the committee here interjects and says, how? How? He doesn't understand how organic composting would create jobs. It creates 3 times as many jobs, Councillor Toomey, through you, Chair, as traditional landfill. It's an industrial process that pays for itself. We'll be creating a very valuable commodity that other councils have had a measurable decrease in their carbon emissions.
Councillor
You can
Cassidy,
generate
your
carbon
time
credits.
has expired.
Thank you. Move for an extension.
Second.
Extension of time for the Leader of Opposition to be moved by Councillor Cook and Councillor Strunk. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So it's really simple. If there are almost 100 other councils sustainably composting on an industrial scale, I'm sure Brisbane can do it. But therein tells the story. It takes leadership. You've got a Lord Mayor who's not willing to lead on it, and you've got senior LNP councillors saying, well, how does this work? We don't understand how FOGO works. That is really, really disappointing. The final item before us today, Clause E in this section, is the significant contracting plan for flood recovery. And here we are, 8 months on from the worst flood disaster our city has ever seen, the most widespread flood that residents have ever experienced in our city, and we're just starting to talk about flood recovery work. Why has this work not been completed by now? Well, if you look at the papers before us today, Council, which employs over 9,000 people now, no longer has the ability to carry out these basic repair works out in the suburbs. They have to be contracted out. But why did this administration wait 8 months to contract? I mean, that's not good enough in and of itself, but why do they wait so long to contract out this work to see flood recovery projects go forward? I think if this was one of this Lord Mayor's pet projects, obviously flood recovery isn't, but if it was one of his pet projects like the Brisbane Metro, which blew out from $944 million to 1.7 billion now, or the green bridges which are blowing out left, right and centre, or Victoria Park, the almost $100 million being spent on that inner city park project. If it was like that, I'm sure he would have got his skates on, but his actions over the last 8 months prove that he really doesn't care about the suburbs of Brisbane. It's hard to fathom that there's still 8 ferry terminals out of action 8 months later. what about the residents who rely on that public transport infrastructure to get to work or school or explore our cities? We're trying to get more people into the city to support those businesses. We support actions that get our city and our suburbs to the point of recovery, but we also want to make sure that there is infrastructure built to flood-proof our city in the future as well. And what hope do the people of Brisbane have? What hope do our suburbs have when they see this Lord Mayor takes 8 months to get a contracting plan together to start the process of flood recovery in the suburbs of Brisbane? So again, we have seen the highest rates increase in a decade in Brisbane. There are historically high levels of debt that our ratepayers are now paying back through those rates increases, but their basic services out in the suburbs are falling away. There's over $2.2 billion being spent on 2 inner-city projects, but 8 months on, this Lord Mayor and his civic cabinet can't manage to get a contracting plan together for flood recovery because they have completely hollowed out council's own ability to do this work. And that's before us today in black and white in these papers. We are absolutely dismayed that the suburbs of Brisbane are forgotten about this bad. It's no longer just sort of a political argument where you could say, oh, well, we say that they focus on the inner city and they say they don't. Before us today, this is all the proof the people of Brisbane need to know that this Lord Mayor and this LNP administration care more about their inner city projects, they care more about themselves than they do the suburbs of Brisbane.
Thank you. Further speakers?
Mr Chair, I rise to talk about item A, and we've just heard Councillor Cassidy reveal his lack of understanding about the levels of funding and how they work for major projects, and he seems to be keen to probably want to increase people's rates in order to pay for these major projects and not rely on the federal government funding. Hoyland Street and Norris Road, 2 projects that received federal funding, were completed on time and under budget, and as a result, further projects were completed along Norris Road. The Beams Road project, which is federally funded, has already begun, works have begun, pipes have been purchased, planning is in place, while we have a Labor state government who received federal funding at the same time for Lingfield Road overpass, Beams Road overpass, and I don't think we've seen a plan, let alone it go out for tender. So I cannot believe that Councillor Cassidy is saying that funding is not going to the suburbs and that we are looking after the suburbs while we are waiting for the state government to get on with the job of looking after those main corridors. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on item D and item E.
D and E, thank you.
Firstly, with respect to item D, I just want to note a few things about the pretty weak, I think it is, carbon neutral policy by Brisbane City Council. I mean, the language in this is quite fascinating. It talks about the importance of upgrading the policy, updating the policy, because it hasn't been updated since 2016-17. But we're really not seeing any change or any significant change from the LNP administration on this issue. And of course, the world has moved on. But as per usual, the LNP Council seems stuck in the mud, in the same place it has always been. Other than the Lord Mayor, of course, who's jet-setting off overseas again to talk himself up overseas. It's very clear to me that Council has stopped thinking about how our city can respond to climate change as a city. Council only thinks about itself as a corporation. This policy only addresses a very small amount of corporate carbon emission issues, and it does not address Brisbane as a carbon neutral city. Now, that's what the Lord Mayor likes to claim, but it's not the case. Brisbane City Council, the corporation, buys offsets and offsets its carbon emissions with a lot of overseas trees and bits and bobs, but this city is not a carbon neutral city. And it is a lost opportunity that council has not addressed the need for our city and our community to become carbon neutral. Yet again, the Lord Mayor and the senior executives that he directs are focused wholly on themselves rather than the measures we can take as a community and a city. And it's very disappointing to see that the major way that council does want to continue pretty much on the same trajectory is simply, again, to look at purchasing carbon offsets. So it's really disappointing to see this. It's a lost opportunity. Brisbane City Council can do much more in this space to, how do I describe it? To transform Brisbane as a city. Now, the Lord Mayor stands up and says this is going to be a sustainable Olympics, but we don't have a sustainable city. So again, it'll be measured against very narrow parameters rather than looking at what we can do over the next 10 years to address sustainability here in Brisbane City, here in our community. And that is what the Lord Mayor has overlooked when it comes to this policy. It is shocking to me that we're still talking about the same thing they talked about last time and they talked about the time before and the time before. Brisbane City Council needs to be looking at things like planning changes to make sure that we have sustainability measures built into all new development that happens in Brisbane City. And I've raised this before and I'm shouted at, well, that'll make it too expensive and all the rest of it. Well, it won't, because the cost of doing nothing is clearly being borne out in hundreds of millions of dollars every time there is a major natural disaster. So, you know, Brisbane City Council's planning scheme is contradictory, for example. You know, you are supposed to, or the planning scheme does allow for solar on rooftops, but then on any building over 2 storeys, council allows rooftop terraces. So there's no room for solar power on the roof. Brisbane City Council won't incorporate deep planting areas as a mandatory standard. And despite about 5 years ago promising to make sure that 15% of any redeveloped block included 15% deep planting areas, council has not passed the necessary bylaws to do so. Brisbane City Council has failed to incorporate new waste streams into its own waste management, and that includes the FOGO pilot trial that is currently underway. We haven't heard anything about that for some period of time. I wonder, as it gets closer to the election, we'll see some sort of announcement from the Lord Mayor instead of a truly honest and upfront discussion with our community about the complexities that will be involved in achieving this. We're seeing the odd bit of solar panels being put on some council buildings, but there's not even anything in our policy to talk about alternate energy and energy generation, which is something that we should be talking about as a council. This is the largest council in Brisbane and we don't talk about it. There's nothing in our planning scheme or in our bylaws that talks about water. And this is the other massive, massive issue that we should be looking at as a city. Rainwater tanks in drought was a policy council had for a few years, but then they stopped it. We don't require new buildings to incorporate rainwater reticulation and reuse, and it should be mandatory as part of planning standards. And I understand that the state government has a role here, but I was elected as a Brisbane City Councillor, not as a state member, and it's my responsibility to put on the record concerns about this policy. So this policy is half-baked and underdone, and we need to be looking not just council the corporation's sustainability measures, which are pretty weak, but we need to be looking at Brisbane, the city and the community, and how we can build in and adapt to the sustainability challenges that our city faces, and that is where the Lord Mayor and the LNP have catastrophically failed. Item E. the contracting plan for flood damage recovery. So, 9 months after the floods, the Lord Mayor finally comes to Council saying that we've got an idea of at least some of the things that need fixing around Brisbane. What this contracting plan says is that we're not going to go out to the market to test whether we're getting the best value for money, nor whether we're getting the best technology to build back better, which is what we're supposed to be doing with the money that we're given from the federal government and the state government. Instead, before us today, we are being asked to approve a bunch of packages. That's how they're described. Packages. I'll just find the exact language. Documents are to be prepared on a package by package basis. Now, is there any advice to councillors or to the city about what's in these packages? No. Is there any transparency about what assets will be fixed where? No. Is there any detail being provided about the scope of what's happening? Is it repairs? Is it replacement? No. Is there any accountability for the expenditure of money for the delivery of asset flood recovery in the City of Brisbane under this contracting plan that is brought forward? No, there is not. There is no tender. There is no list or no scope available to councillors. There is no information about who's on the corporate panels or the procurement panels. And presumably, all the decisions are going to be delegated back to somebody the CEO decides to delegate to. So the LNP, whose track record in fixing damaged assets, particularly in my ward post-2011, looks like it's going to fail categorically yet again. Now, it's been redacted in here. We're not even allowed to talk about the headline figures that are in this budget, in this significant contracting plan, but they are massively, massively below the public $500 million figure the Lord Mayor keeps telling people. Today, I'm being prevented from telling anybody what's in this, but it's a drop in the ocean compared to what is needed and what the Lord Mayor has been publicly telling people. Now, he might stand up and say, oh, well, there's more to come. Well, let's see it. I've been asking. I've looked at the files. I ask every week just about. I've got a bunch more questions of notice and no one can tell me. I know that this council did not fix flood damaged assets after 2011, including the pontoon at the Taylor Bridge Reserve. I have huge damaged assets out in my ward and there is no plan to replace them. There is no information being provided to councillors, and this contracting plan we're being asked to approve today is so light on detail that we can have zero confidence that this administration can deliver. And the reason we know this is they have gutted the operational areas of council, and this is now a management organisation. It is no longer a service delivery organisation for the people of Brisbane.
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak mainly on items A and D. Just quickly on D first, I think we'd probably do a little bit more for the climate if the air conditioning in here wasn't set so cold. So anyway, just on item A, Beams Road, sometimes the Mayor or other administration councillors in this chamber will ask me, well, Jono, if you want more money for local pedestrian crossings or green space or stormwater drainage improvements, where's the money supposed to come from? I think projects like this are a good example of the sorts of things that I do not consider to be a particularly high priority use of funds. I acknowledge that along Beams Road there are quite a few serious safety issues. There's a need to install signals at particular locations. There's a need for more pedestrian crossings in particular, and certainly a need for bike lanes. But this Beams Road upgrade project, it's costing millions and millions and millions of dollars, but it's primarily encouraging and prioritising motor vehicle transport ahead of public and active transport. The improvements for pedestrians and cyclists are there, but they're pretty marginal, and the quantum of funds and the weight of the project is definitely skewed in favour of cars. The project is essentially an intersectional road widening project, so it's essentially designed to carry more cars along that corridor, And that's actually the opposite of what the council administration should be doing. Rather than widening roads and intersections to carry more cars, the council should be improving the capacity and safety of public and active transport options so that people don't have to ride. Having grown up in Brizzy's northern suburbs, I know this area fairly well, and I can say with some confidence that widening roads, widening Beams Road, widening these intersections to add turning lanes, etc., is not going to fix the traffic congestion problem. It's not going to suddenly make all that congestion go away. It's simply creating more capacity on the road network, which will encourage more cars to drive. And so we're spending millions and millions of dollars, but we're not actually fixing the problem that council claims it's going to fix. What we do need is more investment, particularly from the state government, but also from council, towards public transport. So we have some better east-west connections across the northern suburbs, so people can get to and from the train stations and the major feeder or the major trunk public transport services without having to drive. And unfortunately, this project doesn't really achieve that. I do acknowledge that there are some good elements to it, but overall, it's not an effective or efficient use of public funds, and I'd much rather see that money spent more efficiently. If we spread that money across the council wards and put it towards more localised and targeted upgrades, I think we'd get much better value for money. Turning to the item D on the I don't know, like I've spoken a lot about this council's action or lack of action on climate change, and I feel like a bit of a broken record at this point. But there are two key problems I want to highlight with the way council approaches carbon mitigation. And the first is that, to the best of my understanding, and I hope someone will stand up and correct me here if I'm wrong, but to the best of my understanding, we are not fully accounting for the carbon emissions of our contractors and subcontractors and the companies that we outsource services to. So Brisbane City Council can say that we are carbon neutral and that the operations and the projects that we're putting money towards, etc., are carbon neutral. But we're not fully accounting or thoroughly accounting for example, the petrol that's burned by the tradie who works as a subcontractor for the company that's upgrading the local park. We're not doing that detailed work of accounting for all the subcontractors and all their emissions when we say that, oh, we're offsetting or we're accounting for the carbon emissions from council projects. So because we have outsourced so many council services and projects, because we have so little control over the work that the council is on paper actually doing, we can't even know with confidence exactly what the carbon emissions of council's operations are, because there are so many layers of detachment between where the emissions are occurring and taking place and what the council can actually see and control. So I think in the first place, that's a gap and a deficiency in the council's carbon neutral policy, is that we are not in detail sufficiently accounting for those emissions from subcontractors and other related entities. The other more obvious problem is that we're still relying really heavily on offsets. And I'm not going to even talk here about the flaws of buying carbon offsets from overseas sources. But even in terms of the way the Australians' carbon credits and offset systems work, think about it like this, right? Let's imagine we've got a farmer who owns a big block of land and he's really environmentally conscious, and so there's a patch of forest on there that he doesn't want to clear. He's not planning to clear it. He's going to keep owning the farmland for years to come, but there's no plan to clear the forest. He can still get carbon credits for that site by saying, look, I'm not going to clear the forest. I might have cleared the forest. Give me some carbon credits. And then we buy those carbon credits and say, look, we're burning all these fossil fuels over here. Our operations are burning all this petrol or whatever. But don't worry, we're offsetting those carbon emissions because we bought the carbon credits for the patch of forest that no one was going to clear anyway. In fact, someone else can also buy, depending on how it's packaged, other buyers can also buy carbon credits and offsets for that same patch of forest that wasn't going to be cleared anyway and that it still isn't going to be cleared. So there's this really, I guess, creative and I would argue somewhat misleading process of accounting where we say, oh yeah, look, don't worry, we've bought offsets and that makes it okay for us to continue polluting and to continue emitting. What we should be doing, rather than simply offsetting emissions, is actually reducing our emissions, is to actually stop burning carbon as much as possible. Now, I acknowledge that actually getting to 100% zero carbon emissions is very difficult, if not close to impossible in the current framework. But as much as possible, we should be trying to reduce our carbon emissions and not just saying, don't worry, we're going to keep emitting, but we threw some money at some carbon offset scheme over here, so job done. That's not satisfactory. I think the whole process and framework actually reminds me of the waste disposal system here in the kitchen, in the council break room, where we have different labels and it says general waste and recycling, and then there's a bin for food waste. It doesn't get composted. That food waste bin just goes into general landfill like everything else. This is symptomatic of the way that council is...
Councillor Toomey.
This is symptomatic of the way that council window dresses and greenwashes and pretends to be concerned about the environment and pretends to be concerned about climate change. But actually, it's just posing. It's just a facade. It's just marketing and PR to make it look like we care about this issue when actually we're not making any significant fundamental changes. I do want to acknowledge that within the council administration, there are a lot of officers who are doing their best, and there are a lot of teams that are trying to make positive changes and do the little things right. And I think the council is, on some level, taking steps in the right direction. But at a fundamental level, if we're not accounting for those emissions from all those subcontractors and secondary entities, if we're not accounting for scope 3 emissions, if we're still buying offsets, then it's not really getting to the heart of the problem. And I don't think we can credibly and honestly say that we're a carbon neutral organisation or that we're heading in that direction. Thanks.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Wines. A, D and E, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I speak to items A and E. Let me begin by discussing the item A, the significant contracting plan for Beams Road. The item, as discussed earlier, identifies that through this, SCP will be breaking the project into 3, I suppose, more edible pieces. The initial contract, the initial tender, I should say, that was received when we went to our initial tender process, as the Lord Mayor identified earlier, there was a single proponent. I was not, nor was he, nor were the officers comfortable with accepting a single proponent. We felt that it was in our best interest to return to market and try and get a better, a more competitive process and more offerings. One of the ways we felt that we could do that was by breaking the program into 3, so that contracting firms of more modest size could bid for the work and try and get us a more competitive price.
Councillors, can you take conversations outside, please?
Now, this is a point where I should say that this council is committed to the Beams Road project. We're committed to making life for the people of the northern suburbs even better, making their roads safer and more efficient and getting them home sooner and safer. The project that I described, or the approach we're taking to tendering, is proof that the accusations made by the Leader of the Opposition about our ability to manage contracts, about how prices are getting away and our lack of commitment to the outer suburbs are all false. Because if that were true, we would not be doing this today. We would not be seeking a better price for the work. We would not be making it clear of our long and medium-term commitment to this corridor, and that if we were so focused on the city, why are we doing a multi-million or multi-$10 million project that's in Castledine, Tagum and Zilmi, which, between you and I, they don't get much more suburby than those 3 particular suburbs. So it just once again flies in the face of this assertion that everything happens in the inner city. Once again, I would like to say my gratitude to both the former and the current federal governments for their commitment of $40 million to ensure that this project could be delivered in an early and well-delivered manner. We will be working west to east. I also absolutely reject the assertion that there is no or limited active travel proposed in this. That is to show a total misunderstanding of the project. In fact, the bikeways that we are proposing will be finished among the first items that are complete. There is also a proposed very significant cath-ed, I think it's Peter 12 school proposed on Beams Road. That has begun, which I think is called Holy Spirit, excuse me. So that is going to generate a huge amount of traffic, and in item 1B, we will build an underpass at Beams Road to allow pedestrian and cycle access to the school in a comfortable manner. So no, I don't accept that somehow active transport is some sort of secondary concern when it will be among the first items completed. I also must take a moment to remind this council that it was us and our organisation who went to the state government and said that with their overpass project, it is not acceptable to expect pedestrians and cyclists to stay at ground level while you build a bridge over the rail line for motor vehicles. You need to have an adequate and safe pedestrian and cycle option over the train line. And I can thank our officers and their officers for being open to hearing that, and negotiations are well advanced to make sure that that is the case. So can I commend this particular item to the chamber? It is about making sure that we get competitive prices. It's about making sure that smaller market players can get work from us. It's about making sure that the businesses that we deal with remain viable and can continue to rely on projects from this council to ensure that they are able to trade and continue to seek work and create jobs in our city. So can I recommend that to the chamber, and also the works that will be involved with that? On item E, there has been a excuse me. There has been a criticism of this item that somehow this is the first that anybody has ever seen of a significant contracting plan for the floods. If I may take a moment. On the 29th of March, we saw the Flood Disaster Recovery Design for Repair and Civil Infrastructure contracting item. On the 16th of March, we saw a Make Safe package. The 21st of March, we saw the SCP Flood Recovery. On the 1st of June, we saw a contracting plan for the repair of traditional ferry terminals, 1 June. Flood recovery repairs, Houdsmith Wharves and South Bank, 20th of May. Flood recovery package at Make Good package, 26th July. Flood recovery Make Good package 2, 11 August. CCTV stormwater pipe survey program works, 22, 23, 25 August. Provision of stormwater infrastructure cleaning, CCTV pipe surveying and vacuum excavation services, 15 September.
Councillor, please.
So, you know, can I assure you that, Mr Chair, I do have a robust self-esteem which allows me to ignore the fact that people ignore me when I speak in this place. But the fact is, we have brought contracts and contracting plans regularly, and this one here speaks to a number of projects which are listed in the addendum. Now, we have reached a point where the excuse me, the land slips in the city as a result.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Just to be clear, I don't have an addendum that lists projects, so could Councillor Wines please clarify which addendum he is referring to?
Councillor Wines.
Councillor Johnston, there is only one addendum. So the addendum clause E, it really...
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
The addendum does not list any projects, so Councillor Wines is misleading the chamber beyond it, and I believe that's unsuitable meeting conduct.
Councillor Wines, can you clarify which item you're referring to?
I might refer to addendum clause E, a number of funded programs. And so the landslip remediation program, in some parts of this city, we saw more than a metre of rain in one day. When you put that sort of pressure on certain types of soil and certain types of land, I suppose, you will see landslips. We had in excess of 60 landslips of varying significance across the city. Some of the more complex ones, the time to go to contracting has been reached, because we've done the simple ones, the ones where it's merely a slide from public into private or private into public. The easier ones have been identified and work has commenced. These are the extremely complex ones which must be done properly and must be done in a really complicated and sophisticated way. And one of those ones I share with, well, it is Councillor Davis's, but it's very near my ward at Shan Street at, I suppose, Stafford or Everton Park there. Anyway, it's It's at Stafford, so it is a very big landslip. It requires significant works. A lot of planning and preparation has gone into that, but now we have to move into the phase where we start awarding contracts for the complex and complicated landslips. There are quite a number of those, so like I say, there is a continuum, simpler to more complex. We have to deal with the more complex ones. The stormwater drainage infrastructure program that is delivering improved stormwater drainage. We've heard many times in this place that there's apparently no money for new stormwater. Well, today we're asking this council to approve an SCP so that we can build more drainage for this city. The Wolverhampton Street project, which is identified in the addendum, it is a betterment project. So there's two types of projects. There's reinstatement and there's betterment, right? Hopefully people can follow along with that. So reinstatement is replacing an existing item as it was before the flood, and a betterment project is one where we attempt to build an item so that it is flood resilient and we do not have to replace it in the future. It will be flood resilient in the medium term and the long term, I should also say. That's the package identified here. And then the community facilities. So there's always an ongoing work to make sure that our community clubs, associations, our sporting groups get the support they need. This is, as I read earlier, roughly a dozen, this is one more contracting package to ensure that we can continue to address the damage that was caused in the flood earlier this year, but also to make sure that the items that we replace them with are more resilient. And it's about, we've spent a lot of time making sure that we've identified the right projects, got the right concepts in place, and now it's time to build those projects which will make our city even more flood resilient into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Further speakers? Further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to all councillors who participated in the debate. Councillor Sri Ranganathan tried to claim that the National Climate Active Scheme was not a good scheme and missed various things. Well, this is not our scheme. This is not even the federal government's scheme. It is separate to party politics. It is run as an agency which assesses anyone who wants to be certified as carbon neutral, whether they be a government organisation or a business. And in fact, Australia's Climate Active program has one of the most rigorous and thorough assessments of any nation's climate active scheme or similar scheme. So being classified as carbon neutral in Australia is worth just as much, if not more, than any carbon neutrality you will find anywhere in the world. So it is rigorous, it is thorough, and it's a classic political tactic that if you don't like a particular outcome, you question the methodology, or you question the survey process. It's a classic muddying of the waters technique being used here by Councillor Sri Ranganathan. The reality is this is a process that is free of party politics. It's not our process. It's a national process, and that national process has year in, year out certified Brisbane City Council as Australia's largest government agency that is carbon neutral. And so that's something we should be proud of, and it is something that we will continue to support, but that is a real achievement and one that should be celebrated, not denigrated, like Councillor Sri Ranganathan has done. Councillor Cassidy made an extraordinary claim in his address. He said that FOGO is the only real thing we can do to respond to climate change. They were his exact words. The only real thing we can do to respond to climate change was FOGO. That's a direct quote. FOGO is the only real thing we can do. What about tree planting? What about solar power and green energy? What about capturing landfill gas? What about reducing emissions from construction? What about supporting green buildings with our Green Buildings Incentive Program that we run? What about transitioning to a zero tailpipe emission fleet? None of these things factor in Labor's climate change policy. It's just one thing. It's FOGO. FOGO. FOGO's a no-go. Food and organic waste recycling, something that we are already doing with 6,000 homes involved in a pilot program. 6,000, not 60 homes, not 600 homes, 6,000 homes.
Councillor Strunk, please. Councillor Strunk.
Now, Councillor Cassidy talked a lot about the transition of the fleet, and I can tell him a couple of important things. First of all, in the coming days, all councillors will be contacted to advise that if you wish, you can, as your next council vehicle, have an electric vehicle. And so that will be happening in the coming days. That is a change in council's approach. So councillors will be able to access an electric vehicle if you wish. But that is just a small part of the big push to decarbonise the fleet. And so when it comes to our buses, 1,200 buses in the fleet, plus a range of other fleet such as vehicles and trucks, there's a big job ahead of us, and we'll need to partner with the state government. But the Leader of the Opposition has been very misleading because he keeps saying, oh, you could build the metro here. Well, we actually, or you could build the City Loop trial buses that we run here. We went out to tender locally and internationally on both of those projects. And how many qualifying projects were there from local companies, Councillor Murphy? Zero. So we went out to tender, we asked for local bus manufacturers to put in a bid. None of them could meet the requirements for either of those projects. And so it is complete misrepresentation to suggest that local manufacturers missed out on providing something similar because they didn't have any similar product to provide. Now, I'm sure Councillor Cassidy would have loved us to delay the project for 3 years while we wait for local industry to catch up, but we need to get on with it because we have right now, today, a growing population and a population that needs better transport, and we were not prepared to delay an important project to wait for local manufacturers to catch up. Now, they are catching up, but they're still not up to the scratch of the vehicles that we have in our pilot, whether it's the Brisbane Metro pilot vehicle or the City Loop buses which are circling the city as we speak. They are still not up to that scratch, but we look forward to the day when they do, and we will be looking forward to going out to tender with local companies to give them the opportunity to be part of it. So the one thing that Labor thinks we should do to respond to climate change is going into food and organics recycling. It's something we are already doing with 6,000 homes, and we've made it clear that we plan after a success...
Excuse me, Councillor Cassidy. No interjecting.
After a successful pilot, we will be rolling this out on a much larger scale. But the sensible thing to do is to do a pilot program, to do it right, to test it out, to see how the residents use it, to see how the residents respond,
Point of order,
and
Chair.
then to scale that up.
Councillor Sriranganathan.
Well, may I take a question?
No. And so we're doing this in a sensible manner, whereas Labor councillors, as usual, just choose to criticise. And they have a plan on FOGO. They do have a plan, and it involves going from weekly waste collection with the red top bin to fortnightly red top bin waste collection. That is their plan. So their plan for the people of Brisbane is to reduce provision of basic services in order to roll out FOGO to the whole city. That is their plan. Make no mistake.
Cassidy.
That is not our plan. Our plan is to do it in a much more sensible way that increases services rather than reduces services. That is our plan. So let's be very clear. There's a choice that people have here. If you want your red top bin to be collected fortnightly, vote for Labor. You should do that. If you want a much more sensible scheme that increases services to the people of Brisbane, then you can continue to support this administration, who is dedicated to increasing services, dedicated to a scheme that works for Brisbane residents, rather than Labor's plan of taking away services. I just knocked over the Australian flag. I apologise, but... Well, I didn't do it deliberately, unlike Councillor Johnston that time, but anyway, I'm getting distracted. So our plan is about improving services, improving recycling.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
The Lord Mayor just claimed that I deliberately knocked over the Australian flag, which he knows to be untrue. I find those comments offensive and ask that they be withdrawn.
Lord Mayor, can I ask you to withdraw that comment that the action was deliberate?
Yes, happy to withdraw if she believes it wasn't deliberate.
Lord Mayor, can you refer to councillors by their proper title?
Councillor Johnston, yes. I can just also confirm that this claim that Councillor Sri made about...
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Councillor Hammond clearly is calling out stupid across the room. I can hear her from over here. It's not appropriate. Her comments are offensive, and I ask that they be withdrawn.
Councillor, to your point of order, Councillor Johnston, I didn't hear Councillor Hammond make any comments. It's certainly not on the record. Lord Mayor.
This discussion that Councillor Sri had before about carbon offsets and the planting of carbon offsets or the retention of bushland, I can tell you we only ever purchase credits for reforestation of land that has already been cleared. And so we're not buying bushland that hasn't been cleared and claiming that as an offset. We are taking previous farmland that has been cleared and we are planting it out through our project. That is what we do. That is the appropriate thing to do. Having said that, we do buy bushland and we do save bushland, but we don't actually count that as a carbon offset. We count that as a community benefit. So we're doing the right thing when it comes to our response to climate change and the acquisition of offsets. And it always interests me that people will say that we have this global challenge of climate change, but somehow only local offsets count. We live in this world that is intricately linked, and what happens on the other side of the world impacts us on us all. And so the idea that only a local offset counts is just wrong. This is a global environment that we are in, and we care about the global environment.
Your time has expired. Thank you, councillors. We now put this to the vote. Items A, D and E. All in favour of items A, D and E in the E&C report, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division, seconded.
Division called by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Landers. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Ring the bells. Billy, close the buzz. Clerks, read the result, please.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 25 in favour and 1 against.
Thank you. I declare that motion carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Landers, point of order.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. Seconded.
Councillor Landers has moved a motion for an afternoon tea adjournment, seconded by Councillor Hutton. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, councillors. We're up to items B and C in the E&C report. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I rise to speak on item B and C in this E&C report. Item B is a significant contracting plan for the provision of the SAP Master Services Agreement. Council established the SAP Enterprise Resource Planning Solution as its platform in 2013. It's critical to Council's day-to-day operations, supporting core functions including assets and works, human resources, payroll, finance and procurement. Our current ERP platform, known as ECC6, is the latest available version and will reach end of mainstream maintenance support in December 27. Council has thoroughly interrogated and investigated the best way forward for our enterprise resource planning solution and has decided that we will retain SAP and undertake business process improvements through the application of the latest available ECC6 upgrade. This will allow for targeted functional improvements and reconfiguration that will enhance the current solution, combined with the addition of a new SAP cloud service to uplift and expand our digital capacity. The option will deliver the greatest business improvement with the least risk, allowing Council to extend the platform life to extract as much value as possible from the current technology while undertaking strategic planning for the future platform. This presents the best value for money for Council and is the most advantageous. The approach will require direct negotiation with SAP Australia to establish a new Master Services Agreement, and that will consolidate existing licensing and subscription services and enable access to new cloud services that can extend capability in core enterprise functions. Pricing will be benchmarked against other state and federal government agency SAP agreements to ensure we get that value for money outcome. And item C, the significant contracting plan for provision of end-user computer device and services. Is our current contract expires on the 31st of July 2023. End-user computing devices is the technical term for things like our desktop and laptop computers, iPads and Surface Pro devices, which are used by most Council staff across a variety of settings in offices and in the field. Council's preference is to continue with the existing approach for the use of Microsoft devices for desk-based employees and Apple iPads for the field-based workers. Council purchases and manages the life cycles of all these devices. This includes the supply of the computer, the end-of-viable life replacement of the computer, the removal of information from the computer and the responsible disposal of the computer. Council will seek tenders from the open market prior to the expiry of the current contract in order to form a new agreement with a supplier for these devices going forward, and I recommend both of these to the chambers.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. On item B, I think it's the first one, wasn't it? B, then C. B, we support this IT transformation. We're disappointed at the speed of its rollout, given this has now really been going on for years and years. Council employees who rely on this system to do their day-to-day work will certainly, I'm sure, be hoping that it goes more smoothly than most of the other LNP-initiated IT projects we've seen here in Council in recent times. It is a critical system. We often hear that a lot, that there's a job created in SAP and things are scheduled, whether it's for filling potholes or fixing broken footpaths or the basics in Council. So we are supportive of our Council employees having the very best system at their fingertips to do the great work that they do. This system was, from memory, supposed to be upgraded as part of the Tech One project, incorporated into that one goes back a few years, that one whole Council system. We were told years ago that it was on its last legs, this program along with others, and it's still being used. So we certainly hope that we hope for the best, but we'll, I suppose, reserve our long-term judgment on how successful it is. On item C, the end-user computing devices. Again, we will support this because it enables Brisbane City Council staff to deliver the high level of services that they do to the residents of Brisbane, no matter what setting they work in. And we know and identify that there is more flexibility in our arrangements for Council staff, and so there should be. We've realised through COVID that it can be done. I know anecdotally, early on, speaking to Council officers, their experience through COVID and having that ability to work flexibly both out in the field, in the office and at home, and a combination of all of those actually increased productivity, and managers were saying there are certainly less staff taking sick days than previously, and productivity gains were seen, and a better work-life balance was achieved by a lot of staff. And so going forward, making sure that the provision of computing equipment matches that. There will be some office-based staff, there'll be some field-based staff, but there'll be some that will be able to do a combination of both, and we should recognise that and should tool council employees up to make sure that we can achieve that. We can achieve high levels of service to residents, and we can achieve higher levels of work-life balance for our employees. We support both of these items.
Thank you. Further speakers? Any further speakers on B and C? No? Thank you. Deputy Mayor, summing up? No? We put this to the vote. All in favour of items B and C, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Deputy Mayor, Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st November 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting dated Tuesday 1st of November 2022 be adopted. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And before I get to the report from last week, the Brisbane Business Hub workshop update, of course, don't forget there on level 2, 155 Queen Street. In the coming week, we've got Introduction to Equity Crowdfunding. It's a workshop to better understand equity crowdfunding, which I probably need to do since I'm not quite sure what equity crowdfunding is. The process and the commitment required, investors, costs, timeframes and the regulatory requirements. And that's being presented by the Finley Group on the 9th of November at 9:30 to 11. And then on the 10th, on Thursday at 9:30 to 11:30am, Sabina Vidica and Mindfulness Consultant is doing a switch on your 2032 social media strategy. So it's going to be a hands-on session for participants to review the year just gone, examine the results, create a sustainable and scalable plan to get some consistent results going into the future. 2 great free events for businesses, small, medium or large. If they'd like to be involved, please let your community, particularly your business community, know about the opportunities. Last week's presentation was an update on the support Council provides for social enterprise in Brisbane, including a recap of the very successful Social Enterprise World Forum held in Brisbane at the end of September through White Box Enterprises. Since 2016, we've rolled out a number of targeted programs designed to help social enterprise startups and committed $200,000 over the last 4 years. From the initial Social Enterprise Accelerator program in 2016 through to the more targeted one-on-one business coaching we do now, it's more than 50 social enterprises have seen a second round of intake complete their program mid this year. That's fantastic to see those groups being supported from training and support programs delivered by Council. We also, as I mentioned, able to support the Social Enterprise World Forum, which I had the great pleasure of going to a couple of times over those days with the Lord Mayor and as co-host of the event, held in Brisbane here for the first time since it was established in 2008. It has been held on almost every continent across the globe, excluding Antarctica, of course, but it was a fantastic event. It attracted more than 2,500 participants from 93 countries, a great opportunity for Brisbane businesses to learn, connect and share learnings with their peers. I had the great opportunity to be doing a tourism and economic development aspects of social enterprising on a panel with someone from Finland, someone from Scotland, someone from a very small council in Melbourne, and the coordinator was from White Box as well. And it was a very, very interesting conversation around the new donut economy, which you'll need to Google to find out what that one is. We're proud to be supporters of Social Enterprise Brisbane, whether it be through council programs, direct contact suppliers, supporting their events or networking opportunities at the Business Hub, and we will continue to do so for years to come.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further debate? No further debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of November 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Owen, that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday 1 November 2022 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Deputy Chair, last week Council officers provided the Transport Committee with an update on Council's e-mobility trials. We know that Brisbane residents have really embraced e-mobility, with over 8.4 million trips being taken since 2018. We heard Councillor Cook earlier ask about the revenue that Council receives from e-mobility. Well, the operating agreements with B Mobility and Neuron Mobility provide an e-scooter and e-bike offering to the public at no cost to the Brisbane ratepayers. And as the Lord Mayor said, while our e-mobility providers are ultimately providing an important and well-loved service to residents, they are running their business on public land, and so of course it's fair that they pay for the right to do so. Both operators are required to pay Council's consent fees and charges to operate a commercial activity on Council's assets, which is otherwise known as the placa fee. So to answer Councillor Cook's question, Council has received almost $4 million in placa fees from e-mobility operators since 2018, the rate of which and the sort of individual details per operator are actually commercial in confidence. Of course, that money is invested back into Council to fund both compliance and improvements to e-mobility parking infrastructure and the development of e-mobility schemes and the rollout of future schemes. As I said, Mr Chair, e-mobility is now an important mode, not only for recreational purposes, but also for commuting to and from work. We recognise that for a lot of residents, riding an e-scooter all the way into the city from the suburbs might be a bit far. So next week we will commence the first of our first and last mile trials. These trials are designed to help more Brisbane residents leave their cars at home and use public transport. The trials will run for up to 12 months and will allow e-bikes and e-scooters to be used in designated areas around Buranda, Greenslopes and Holland Park West busway stations, as well as ferry terminals in Bulimba and Hawthorn. This means that residents can use e-mobility to complete the first and last parts of their commute between their house and the public transport node instead of driving a car. We all know that Brisbane can be hot, humid and hilly, so what is too far to walk can quickly become a trip that is taken on an e-bike or an e-scooter. This will help reduce congestion and local street parking issues, as well as unnecessary short car trips, and there's far too many of them being taken in Brisbane, as I'm sure you can agree, Deputy Chair. The 3 busway stations are also along our future Metro Line 1, making it even easier for residents to connect in with Metro's turn up and go services if the trial is a success. Providing devices in Balmoral, Bulimba, Hawthorn, Morningside, Coorparoo and Norman Park will also connect residents to the bikeway along Wynnum Road, as well as our ferry terminals along the Bulimba Peninsula. And it will be great for local businesses, Deputy Chair, like those along Oxford Street at Bulimba, because we know that e-mobility injects hundreds of millions of dollars into our local economy each and every year. In fact, a recent economic study into e-mobility in Brisbane found that 2/3 of all e-mobility trips result in a purchase, whether it be at a hospitality venue, a local store, a gym, a movie theatre or an event. E-mobility devices will be rolled out from the 14th of November around busway stations and from the 21st of November around ferry terminals. As this is a trial, we'll be working with the state government as well as our operators to see what residents think and how they're going to use this new offering over the coming months. Deputy Chair, the committee also considered a petition calling on Council to stop work on the North Brisbane Bikeway Stage 5 and to consider alternative routes. As you're well aware, Deputy Chair, we announced a number of projects and programs that will be paused and scaled back on a temporary basis to ensure rebuilding flood-impacted public assets and facilities was able to occur post the February floods. As part of this reprioritisation, the North Brisbane Bikeway, Price Street to Kedron Brook was cancelled. We learned a lot from the community through the design and consultation phase, and we will revisit the project once we are through the flood recovery process. The community's input has not been in vain, but on bikeways we will unashamedly be refocused on rebuilding and betterment of bikeways where we can, and Kedron Brook, Deputy Chair, is a great example of where we are focused on rebuilding and betterment efforts, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy, further debate? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on the e-mobility rollout or expansion of the rollout, and I guess I should also note that I recently had a briefing from one of the companies that operate in here in Brisbane, and I was really grateful for the insights they offered as well. I've been thinking a little bit about the extent to which e-mobility, and particularly hireable e-scooters, actually are a viable and realistic mode of transport beyond the inner city. And this is something that's exercised my mind for some time. And I've been looking across the globe at other cities where e-scooters schemes are being rolled out. And what we tend to find is that they're quite popular in inner cities and they do quite well. But there aren't many cities where e-mobility or hireable e-scooters in particular have been a major part of the transport mix in lower density suburban areas. And what I'm increasingly wondering about, and I think a question that probably deserves more consideration, not just from this council administration, but from enthusiasts of sustainable transport in general, is whether it is actually practicable to move a significant chunk of the population via hireable e-scooters outside those denser neighbourhoods. So, and not when I say practicable, I mean whether it's going to be profitable for private business to do so, and I suspect it's not. So right now we have a situation where e-scooter companies are charging around 45, 50 cents a minute, going up to as much as 95 cents a minute for surge charging in peak periods, which I think is prohibitively expensive for some demographics. And they have to charge those sorts of rates to cover their costs. And they do have quite a few costs of administering a service like this. There's the cost of going out regularly, picking up scooters that are low on battery and taking them somewhere to be charged. There are the costs of maintaining and repairing scooters, and those maintenance costs will tend to increase as the vehicles get older. There are obviously the costs of buying them in the first place. There's additional staffing costs involved in administering the apps and the payment systems, etc. There are some externalised costs that the companies don't really need to wear in terms of the cost of providing extra infrastructure like bike lanes. When you add it all up though, for the companies, that I can see that they're going to be very resistant to charging more affordable rates, and that they are already resistant to deploying their e-scooters into areas where they're expecting lower uptake. So in the inner city, you can deploy a bunch of scooters and you can be reasonably confident that there'll be a fair number of people who'll ride them, and so they'll get enough use and you'll make enough money off them as a private operator. But further out in the suburbs, there's just not the same density of potential scooter riders, which creates a problem for these companies because they want to deploy scooters out into these areas so that someone can ride a scooter to, for example, the nearest train station. Then they have to still make sure those scooters are charged and getting looked after and getting redeployed each night, etc. I don't yet see any strong evidence that it's going to be profitable for those companies to do that on a larger scale. So what we're doing here with this trial is that we're allowing these scooters in a few middle ring suburbs, just a bit further out from the inner city, with the intention that people will be able to ride those to train stations and bus station hubs. And I see the logic of that. And yeah, you're right, there's a separate trial out saying it. But what I wonder about is the sort of efficiency or the economy of scale around deploying in those low density suburban areas, because you end up with a situation where rather than being able to deploy 3 or 4 or 5 scooters to a particular location and knowing that those scooters will get ridden to the nearest train station, you might only be deploying 1 or 2 and they'll be in a more dispersed area and they'll be further apart from each other, which means that either the potential customers don't have enough confidence that there'll actually be a scooter available, in which case they're not going to want to rely on it as a regular mode of transport to get to the station, or you're going to have to be deploying so many scooters to those areas in order to ensure that there is sufficient reliability of availability, in which case it becomes very costly for the companies. And when I put these questions to the operator I met with, they didn't really have good answers on this either. They seemed to acknowledge that there were certain parts of the city where it simply wouldn't be commercially profitable or viable for them to deploy scooters. But those are actually the areas of the city that have the biggest gaps in the public transport networks and where we theoretically need to be providing better connections for people to get to those public transport hubs. So I share all this because I think we need to be reflecting more critically on whether hireable e-scooters are actually practical. I can see that there's been a lot of uptake in privately owned e-scooters, and I can see that there would be benefit for potential benefit to publicly owned and publicly subsidised system of hireable e-scooters that was operated more like a public transport system on a non-for-profit basis. But I'm not convinced that it's actually going to be commercially profitable for private operators to deliver scooters out to the suburbs in a way where they make enough profit and where the standard of service is sufficient and where we can be sure that the scooters aren't being neglected or left blocking footpaths, etc. So I'm really posing this question more for people who are reading the minutes and watching this meeting at home than I am for the councillors in the chamber. But when I look at the very high costs and the fact that they are significantly higher out in lower density suburban areas, it makes me wonder how it's going to be profitable for these private companies to operate out there. As I've said before, I don't think we should have private companies operating a major component of the transport network. I think we should be improving public transport in these areas. Yeah, exactly. They don't seem to pay their workers very well. I'd take your interjection, Councillor Cumming. So there's a lot of, it almost seems like we're hoping that this is going to work, and we're putting a lot of faith in these operators but we know these operators are motivated primarily by profit, and they're only going to deploy scooters in those precincts where they're confident of getting sufficient return. So I'm, I guess, broadly supportive of this trial. I remain concerned that there's not enough investment in infrastructure and that we need more safe, separated bike lanes so that e-scooters aren't sharing narrow footpaths with pedestrians. And I also remain concerned that the reliance on hireable e-scooters could be used as an excuse for not improving actual public transport links and fixing gaps in the public transport network. So I do have those concerns, and I've put them on the public record repeatedly. But I do also just wonder whether we might be barking up the wrong tree here if we expect that e-scooters are going to be a viable element of the transport mix to get people to those public transport nodes. I would rather see us looking seriously at, for example, electric minibuses and on-demand public transport services that can shuttle people to and from trunk transport corridors and shuttle people to and from bus stations and train stations, because honestly, e-scooters are not accessible for everyone. They're certainly too expensive for a big chunk of the population to use on a regular basis, and they're not usable for anyone who has impaired mobility or impaired vision or who is unconfident riding in a fairly dangerous road environment network. So, yeah, I don't feel very safe on them either. I much prefer a push bike. I think there's probably a risk that we put too much weight on this particular mode of transport, and we assume that it's going to do more of the heavy lifting than it is actually capable of. I think e-scooters and the hireable e-scooters are kind of, it's okay that they're there, but I think we're probably kidding ourselves if we think that they're going to play a really big role in the transport mix. Maybe, as I said, there's a case that privately owned e-scooters or some kind of publicly subsidised public transport hireable e-scooter scheme might be more viable. But the reality is that the licensing fees that these scooter companies are paying at the moment are too low because they're not sufficiently contributing to the cost of the infrastructure that they're using. So the companies are probably saying that their licensing fees are too high. I think we should be charging them higher licensing fees. And they would say that if you charge us higher licensing fees, we'll have to charge higher costs to the user in order to cover our costs and remain profitable. And I think that just does highlight that actually the business model probably isn't profitable in those lower density suburban areas where we have the biggest problems with moving people around and filling those gaps in the transport network. So certainly in my electorate, I've seen some people really enjoying and having access to the hireable e-scooters. I also see a huge number of complaints and a huge number of issues in terms of footpaths being blocked, in terms of dangerous behaviour on footpaths in particular. I don't love them. I think, honestly, on balance, I'd probably prefer if we had found other ways to move people around the city. I do acknowledge a lot of people use them, but I'd much rather see us improving public transport and making it safer for people to use active transport that's actually good for people's health, as in walk-in and ride-in, rather than e-scooters becoming a dominant part of the transport mix in this city.
Further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Well, apparently scooters are coming out to Yeronga, Fairfield and parts of Annerley as part of this extended trial. Not that you would know it from the chairperson here today, who didn't mention any of this in his remarks earlier. It'll be interesting to find out why. No doubt, as he did last week, he'll just attack me rather than the genuine issues that I am raising. Firstly, council officers came out to see me and I raised a number of concerns with them, and they said that I could definitely let them know what they were, but then they didn't want me to email them through. So first up, bit of a problem with that. If this is a last mile solution, it does not make sense. The edge of the trial area is now Yeronga State School, which is 3.4 kilometres from Uranda Station. No one in their right mind walks from Yeronga State School to a bus at Uranda Station. They walk a couple of hundred metres up the road to hop on the 100, the 116 or any other bus running up Ipswich Road. Secondly, we also heard Greenslopes bus station. From the same destination, it is 3.8 kilometres to the Greenslopes busway. Now, these are not last mile journeys. Now, I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea that scooters should be coming out further into parts of Brisbane, but it was very clear to me from the advice the officers gave me that a number of very serious safety issues and practical issues have not been addressed as part of this review, and until they are, this project does not have my support. Firstly, as I've outlined, the project doesn't make sense. If people are going to use scooters within the area in my ward where the trial has been extended, they will be using it for local journeys to places like shops, schools or rail stations. It does not appear that this has factored into the planning and decision-making of Brisbane City Council when rolling out this project. As we've heard both from the Chair here today and I heard from the officers last week, this is about the last mile journey to busways that have very little, if no, absolutely no connection to the parts of the ward that are getting the scooters. So that says to me that the scooters are being put in for some other reason, which council won't admit to. So that's where I started discussing things with the officers. And this is where the safety issues come up. I'm told that there can be parking stations that are geo-tagged so that these scooters can only be left in certain areas where it is safe to do so. However, I asked where these were and they couldn't tell me. I then raised the concern we have about the very narrow and very old footpaths right through this part of Tennyson Ward, and often there's a metre or a bit over a metre between residents' fence and the road. There's nowhere for pedestrians to step off the footpath and e-scooters to pass. So I asked what upgrades were being done to footpaths to enable the safe use of the e-scooters, and I was told there is none, not in the scope of the project. I then asked about the speed of the scooters. I'd heard that scooters were going to be limited to 12 kilometres an hour. I was told that's only on footpaths that can be higher on the road, I understand. And then I said, will the scooters work on hills at that speed? Because I don't know whether they actually looked rather than just on the flat map, but Ipswich Road is a ridgeline and Yeronga and Fairfield run up to the top of the ridgeline and it's very steep. And they told me they didn't actually think the scooters would work on some steep hills because the speed is so low. So that leads me to then, well, why would we be doing this when the scooters can't power up the hills? Did you give any thought to that? No, they didn't, and they acknowledged that was a bit of an issue. I then, and this is the biggest question that's not been addressed in any way, shape or form, is safety for residents in my ward. We know that e-scooters are causing huge number of accidents, very serious accidents where pedestrians are being hit, and or scooter riders are having accidents by hitting things themselves or cars. It's an incredibly dangerous pursuit. And in some parts of the city where the infrastructure is better, scooters make sense, but we all see the bad behaviour of scooter drivers in different parts of the city, and I don't want to see anybody in my ward injured. Now, the area in which Council has extended the trial, which again is nowhere near where they say the purpose of the trial is the last mile to the bus stations, includes very high numbers of disabled residential communities, including Link Vision in Fairfield, where we have a large blind community who walk on the footpaths, which is already difficult for them with overgrown vegetation, bad footpaths, bins days, everything else. Now, my concern is that their safety will be put at risk because scooter riders who may be on the footpath won't be able to deviate. These footpaths are so old and they're about 1 metre wide, there's nowhere for them to go. So they'll be riding on the road and putting themselves at risk. Or they'll be on the footpath putting blind residents at risk, or elderly residents or children. The problem with what's going on with the project that's been announced is that it is poorly scoped, poorly thought out. It does not have any input that relies on any kind of local knowledge to make sure there's a good outcome here. It's simply extending scooters into an area where it won't necessarily achieve the stated purpose. So I don't know why it's being described as a last mile project when it's 3.8 kilometres from the desired destination. That's probably 2 miles, I'd be thinking. But most importantly, unless Council can provide me with the areas, the geotagged areas where scooters can be parked, so that they can be left in safe places, this project should not proceed. If scooters are left on some of the narrow footpaths on Fairfield Road or Annerley Road or any other place where there are problems, I don't know, Dudley Street, Denham Street, you name it, there's narrow footpaths and narrow verges, less than 2 metre verge. They can't be left out in those areas. Now, my understanding is, this is the best that Council could tell me, is that the meter continues running if the bike is not left in the geotagged area. But we don't know where the geotagged areas are, so they can be left anywhere. We don't know whether that fee will be waived by the scooter suppliers, and we don't know whether the running meter stops after 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes with an automatic cut-off, which I suspect it probably does. So that's not really going to be a financial disincentive to leave your scooter in a designated area if that's not near your home. I, again, think there will be a group of people who do support scooter use, and I think that with better planning, better scoping, better organisation, this possibly could be a good project. But unfortunately, Council has failed. I remember this debate when we first started talking about scooters, and they were the same issues I raised then, safety and speeding. And we just are going to put too many people at risk without having any kind of safety issues for residents in my ward. They're not going to be used for the purpose of the trial, so I think that Council needs to come clean about why areas that are remote from these bus stations are being included in the trial. And if they are going to persist, they must immediately provide a list of all the geotagged areas. Because as we all know, Brisbane City Council refuses to deal with scooters that are left in hazardous positions. They are left to residents to try and figure out which scooter company it is, ring them and get them to remove it. So Brisbane City Council won't take responsibility for scooters that are left in dangerous public places. Until all of these safety issues are properly addressed, we should not be proceeding. And this is when I stand up in this place and I talk about the poor management by the LNP. This is what I am talking about. These are known and obvious issues that have not been properly scoped as part of the project and should have been. So what could have been a good project has been botched, and it's clear that the chairperson doesn't even want to mention its impacts 3.5 to 4 kilometres away from where he says the project is designed to service.
Further debate? Any further debate? Councillor Cassidy?
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I just ask that both items, well, item A and B, be taken seriatim from each other for voting.
Sorry, was it
just for voting? Yeah.
For voting.
So we vote on each A separately to B. A few comments on item B, which is the petition requesting council stop work and consider an alternative alignment for stage 5 of the North Brisbane Bikeway. Now, this petition is one that was supported by the local council, Councillor McLaughlin. I believe this was a parliamentary e-petition started by Tim Nichols, the state member for Clayfield, which was supported by Trevor Evans, the federal member for Brisbane, and Councillor McLaughlin at the time, just ahead of the federal election from memory. And they put out a joint letter saying they don't support the alignment or the delivery of the stage 5 as proposed by council, by the LNP Council administration, of stage 5 of the North Brisbane Bikeway. This was clearly a political issue locally for Trevor Evans, the former federal member for Brisbane, and for Tim Nichols, the state member for Clayfield, and Councillor McLaughlin in his local community. And, you know, I understand that. They were getting some heat about this from residents. But what I can't quite figure out in all of this is that Councillor McLaughlin has for a very long time been a very senior member of this LNP administration, currently serves as the chair of council, but was out there petitioning against his own council about a project that he, as part of that administration, ostensibly supported in its development. It's a local project in his ward, in its inception, in its concept plans, and then detailed design, and then delivery, and through the budget process in allocating money for that project. No loyalty whatsoever. So this was a project that was, you know, you've got to give credit to the transport planners in Brisbane City Council who designed this project to be the last stage of the North Brisbane Bikeway. You know, council got off pretty lightly. The state government paid for and delivered the first 4 stages, and the one and only stage the council had to deliver to fill in this missing link on this vital active transport corridor, which will take cars off roads. This will be a genuine commuting piece of cycling infrastructure that this council and council officers designed and budgeted, and this Lord Mayor allocated money, and Councillor McLaughlin, as part of the LNP administration, supported that, but then all of a sudden started petitioning against his own council. And in committee last week, he said, and he said this before as well on the public record, that he didn't think that was the right alignment. He did at some point, I presume, but he didn't think it was the right alignment now, and he thought he had a better alignment. I'm not aware that Councillor McLaughlin is a traffic engineer or an engineer of any kind in developing these projects and the correct alignment of them. I'm sure he can have that feedback. But what's happened here is that under the cover of flood recovery, the LNP administration has used this as an opportunity to go that they were desperately looking for a way to cancel this project to satisfy the needs of the local councillor, the state LNP member, and the former at the time LNP federal member for Brisbane. And the worry now is that this project is no longer funded, this project is no longer planned, and it's back to the drawing board, and we are very unlikely to see this project proceed, and certainly no work will occur on it before the next council election. You can bet on that. And then they may worry about it if they're re-elected after 2024. That'll be the thinking in the LNP party room. So this outcome in this petition is not good. It's not good for congestion on the north side of Brisbane. It's not good for cyclist safety, and it's not good for motorists interacting with cyclists in this area. So we won't be supporting the petition recommendation in item B. On item A, I'll just make some comments about the e-mobility trial update. There's obviously an expansion of the operating areas for e-scooters into Councillor Cook's ward and Councillor Johnston's ward, and I think into some parts of the edge of that trial into the Coorparoo and Holland Park wards, I believe, from memory. I'll give some feedback about how it's been operating, and I did in the committee in some discussion, and continue to give this to council officers. But it was interesting to hear that Councillor Murphy said the $4 million figure for scooter revenue. We knew there was a permit per device, but it's good to have that total figure. $4 million has been paid to council by scooter operators since the inception of hire share schemes for e-scooters in Brisbane. And the Lord Mayor earlier today, in answer to Councillor Cook's question, said all of that money goes to upgraded footpaths and bikeways and infrastructure where scooters operate. That's what he said in his answer. He might not have meant to say it, but he did say that. But I've not seen any upgrades to bikeways, footpaths and infrastructure where they're operating in my area. I'm pretty sure they're not down in the Wynnum Manly ward. We haven't seen any upgraded footpaths, bikeways or infrastructure associated with the e-scooter trial. We're not seeing any footpaths, bikeways or infrastructure upgrades proposed in the Morningside ward or the Tennyson ward or the Holland Park or Coorparoo ward. And we know that perhaps at a stretch they could say some of that $4 million was used on the CityLink cycleway trial, perhaps, but not all of it. It was very temporary in nature, that infrastructure. So where has the money gone? The Lord Mayor said that this money has gone on infrastructure, on footpaths, bikeways and other infrastructure, but it's certainly nowhere to be seen in the suburbs of our city. And that's what we need. We need that. What we've seen down in the Sandgate, Brighton, foreshore area is all of the rhetoric that the administration and the scooter companies said about providing last mile connectivity to public transport and servicing local shops and businesses and giving an economic boost. None of that worked out, and what has worked out is exactly what everyone thought would work out, is that they're used recreationally along the foreshore. People enjoy that. You know, you can pick one up at either end of the foreshore and ride along that 8-kilometre section. And that's of benefit to people who ride them. I get that, in being able to experience the foreshore, not very safely at the Brighton end currently, but hopefully that'll be addressed soon, interacting with pedestrians and other cyclists, particularly very young cyclists, learning to ride along there. But it certainly hasn't increased people attending local businesses and supporting them, or the uptake of public transport in our community. And in fact, what we see now is that those scooter companies are putting 90% of their scooters along the foreshore areas. So we'll see 10 or 15 of each the Beam and Euron ones, often pushed over and laying all over each other. We were assured last week that when that happens, someone goes out and picks them up. It's not the case, I can confirm that. We see them for days and days at a time. We do report them to the e-scooter company and to council, and still days and days go by before they're rectified. Sometimes they will be parked on the grass verge next to a 900mm wide footpath that was probably constructed in the 1970s or 1980s, and they get knocked over and then block the footpath. So, in my support for the extension of this trial, along with the restrictions about their operation that the state government was bringing in, was a commitment from council that there would be designated parking areas. I didn't think that would just be grassy verges alongside footpaths. I thought maybe some of that $4 million that was talked about would have been put into parking infrastructure. Taking a car space away here and there along the foreshore areas to get these scooters off our footpaths, to get them used in a more regulated and a more ordered way. I think the experience we are already starting to see is that people who want to commute on scooters, and I do agree with what Councillor Sriranganathan said about people using them as a form of transport, it's not going to be hire e-scooters. I think in the long term it will be private scooters, and we need to take that into account when planning active transport infrastructure around the suburbs of Brisbane as well. When you can go, into Aldi and buy one for $395, I don't know why you'd pay up to $1 a minute to hire one if you wanted to use them regularly. That's the reality of it now. In my experience where I am, they are completely recreational, and that's fine as long as people's safety is put first and foremost in those areas. Our footpaths are kept clear. They are actually upgraded. Our bikeways are actually upgraded to cope with the increased use that we are allowing private companies to pursue in our public spaces. So, overall, this trial could be a success if these basics were met by this administration.
Further debate? Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on this motion, or item B, in the Transport Committee report, and pick up on a couple of comments made just then by Councillor Cassidy. And I've got a little bit of show and tell. This project, the North Brisbane Bikeway, has been around for a long time, nearly a decade. And Councillor Cassidy is right, the first 4 stages of it were delivered by the state government. Through, dare I say, the relatively easy bits where there is no public road infrastructure. The issue was always going to be what happens when it got to the point at Price Street on Dixon Street. So this is the issue that we've always had to resolve about how to complete this stage 5. The original proposal, and it remains the original proposal of the North Brisbane Bikeway, is to take it all the way through to Chermside. To take it through to Chermside, across and via the Kedron Brook Bikeway. That is the purpose of the North Brisbane Bikeway. Those who've captured the agenda with their nice alliteration of all the way to EJ have diverted the debate away from the original intent of the North Brisbane Bikeway, which was to connect through to Chermside. That's the purpose of the North Brisbane Bikeway, not to take it to the east. Sure, the objective has always been to connect infrastructure through to the existing Kedron Brook Bikeway. One option, which the all the way to EJ folk have captured, is to take it to the east, further to the east, away from its original intention. 2 questions arise out of that. Why, oh why, was it never intended to take the bikeway close to Kedron High School, where there are hundreds of cyclists every day going to and from school? That was always the question that was first posed to me as a councillor when this proposal was first put up on the council program to complete this stage 5 of the Kedron Brook Bikeway. Why is it not going closer to Kedron High? Why doesn't it connect to Kedron High? Good question. We asked the bike planning team to come up with some solutions that would better connect, if we had to do this final stage of the bikeway, to Kedron High. That remains the objective of those who say in their petition, consider an alternative alignment option. They raise quite valid reasons why the all the way to EJ option is less safe for motorists. Junction Road is a state road. It's on the state government's, TMR's, high-risk road planning. High-risk road planning. That's what they're doing on that corridor, on their corridor of road. High-risk Junction Road, where this proposal, if it were to proceed, which thankfully it isn't going to proceed, via EJ, would put the bikeway on a dangerous road as designated by TMR. It would also require significant changes to make it safe, if that were the intention, to put a new set of traffic lights at the top of Park Avenue where it joins Junction Road, currently not signalised. The only way to do that, I'm told by engineers, would be to take out the shop parking that's at the front of the Eagle Junction shops. Currently they enjoy being able to park their customers to park nose to curb. The only way to fix that would be to take out that parking for those businesses and to put in curb parking, which would reduce the number of car parks for those businesses from something like 20 down to about 6. And those businesses would be wiped out. They're entirely reliant on the potential for customers to drop in, pick up something, drive off. The pie shops, the newsagent, other small businesses there. I know the Greens don't much care about car parking. They believe that a car parked in a car space is a hypothecation of private property on public space. But the fact remains is that those businesses rely on car parking at that location. And I certainly don't support a plan that would take out that parking and make it unsafe for motorists and for the bike users. So the alternative, and this has been raised by numerous residents, the current member for Brisbane, Stephen Bates, reminds me that our job as elected officials is to amplify the voices of our constituents. I agree with him. That is our job. Over 1,000 petitioners, 998 petitioners on this petition raised their voices against this particular alignment. It was the same as the petition that was presented in the State Parliament, and there are many more who have objected. And I raised just one example, Mr Deputy Chair. Fears Brisbane North Bikeway final stage could cause more congestion damage business, quoting, amongst others, Kalina Pyra. Now, Kalina Pyra is a resident of mine in Sydney Street who mentions her husband riding recreationally in the area, who is well known to us, Philip Anthony.
Who's he?
Philip Anthony. Well, Philip Anthony is a perennial candidate against either me or Tim Nichols, friend of the CFMEU, happy to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. And look, I'm happy to represent their views on this particular issue. I agree with them. They believe that this alignment would be unsafe. They're right. They and other petitioners have said, go back and have a look at what the alternative arrangement would be to take it from where it's now finished on Dixon Street at Price Street and take it down to Kedron High. Now, to Councillor Cassidy's comment, yes, I'm not an engineer. I'm not an engineer. I fully support that assertion about me. However, I have taken Bicycle Queensland on a tour of this issue. We've gone out quietly together to have a look at where the best alignments might be. They don't disagree with our view, my view, and Tim Nichols' view, that the best alignment for this, if and when we pick it up again, is to take it via Kedron High. What does that do? It provides an opportunity for the hundreds of kids who ride their bikes to school every day, to and from school, to have the benefit of a designated bikeway. And it connects, as per the original purpose, to connect to the existing Kedron Brook Bikeway, at the point where it can then continue north to Chermside. For those who want all the way to EJ, well, it doesn't discourage them from doing that, just using the Kedron Brook Bikeway. The Kedron Brook Bikeway goes in an arc. Doesn't matter where you connect to the Kedron Brook Bikeway. You can connect straight down on the northern alignment, as per the original purpose, via Kedron High, which would be a big improvement, or you can divert it away to the unsafe environment of Eagle Junction, which residents and I disagree with. So the purpose is to connect existing state-provided bikeway infrastructure that has gone as far as Wooloowin to Price Street on Dixon Street. Where to take it? I would certainly encourage our bikeway planners to think about the future. That's what the petition says, for Council to consider an alternative alignment option. And I concur entirely with those who say that we do need to complete this bikeway, but please consider what a proper and safe alignment would be.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Any further debate? No further debate. Councillor Murphy.
Look, thanks very much, Deputy Chair, and thank you to all councillors who participated in this very fulsome debate on some important issues for our city. And Deputy Chair, as I was listening to Councillor McLaughlin talk there, I was reminded about some of the apocryphal conspiracy theories that go around Brisbane every now and then. You hear them and you go, oh, that's kind of interesting. The first one is that Clem Jones may or may not have been involved in the burning down of the Light Street depot and the destruction of all of those precious trams in order to accelerate the dieselification of Brisbane's bus
Point
fleet.
of order.
Point of order. Councillor Strunk.
Deputy Chair, relevance.
Councillor Strunk, as the relevant chair of this portfolio, he has the ability to speak broadly in regards to the matters that are raised and the portfolio.
Point of order. Point of order.
Councillor Murphy, if you could just grab a seat just for a moment. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
How about respect for a former Lord Mayor and Major charitable contributor to this city for many years, and unsuitable meeting conduct. Yeah, it's just not necessary, and some respect for the former Lord Mayor and his contribution to the city should be recognised.
Councillor Murphy.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair, and I'll remind the council that we were the ones who named the Clem 7 tunnel after Clem, and it's just a conspiracy theory, as I was saying, not that I believe in it. Another one that I saw recently was that Lord Lucan is an 84-year-old pensioner living here in Brisbane, and he's been hiding out here the whole time. But you know, the craziest one that I've heard lately, Deputy Chair, is that the North Brisbane Bikeway was cancelled due to political pressure. Because I can tell you, Deputy Chair, that is absolute rubbish, okay? What we did was we undertook a collaborative community consultation process with the community, and I think, as you can tell from Councillor McLaughlin's very informed debate just then, as well as the petition that we have in front of us, almost 1,000 people signing a petition calling on council to consider alternative alignments for this bikeway. And then, as we were receiving all of these petitions in February the next year, we were hit by one of the biggest flood event disasters to ever take place in Brisbane, and it extensively trashed our bikeway network, particularly in the creek corridors and particularly in and around Kedron Brook. So council was faced with this dual problem of a bikeway where we had gone out to consultation, and it was clear that there was no community consensus around what alignment to choose. We didn't have the internal resources to go back to consultation on it, and we were faced with a $30 million reconstruction bill just in and around Kedron Brook alone. So what sensible decision would you have made, Deputy Chair, as a public policy setter in this area? Would you have just done nothing and kept going down the garden path of delivering a project that clearly needed to go back to the drawing board while you had all of this damage to the bikeway that the project was meant to connect into? Well, of course, you would have made the sensible decision that the Lord Mayor and the Civic Cabinet made, which was to put off the project until such a time as we had finished the recovery work in and around Kedron Brook, and we could actually get ourselves back to square one. Because if you go down to Kedron Brook today, Deputy Chair, you'll still find the scars of what happened in February this year all through the landscape. You'll still find trees that are missing and large scours and huge amounts of sand and silt that has been relocated. The recovery work is not yet done there, Chair. It is not yet done. In fact, we are still in the design process for some parts of Kedron Brook that need to be rebuilt. So, you know, we made a responsible decision, and it's a decision that I would make again, Chair, that this team would make again. Now, Councillor McLaughlin, through all of this, has been a strong advocate for his community. He's been responsive to his community, and that is the difference between people on this side of the chamber and the Labor councils on that side of the chamber, Chair. They're actually not allowed to respond for their community when it opposes that of Labor Party doctrinaire. We know that. They're silent when it comes to opposing Labor Party doctrinaire. Councillor McLaughlin is allowed to, as every LNP councillor is, to stand up for their community on an issue. We'll go back to the drawing board. We'll get the design right for North Brisbane Bikeway. I'm not worried about that. What has happened with North Brisbane Bikeway, and I'm happy to just talk about that a little bit, is the lack of credibility, I think, that the community felt out there for community consultation and what it meant on North Brisbane Bikeway, because they had put up with stages 1 to 4 delivered by the state government where community consultation didn't matter, where their sensible suggestions given to them by residents around things like where you put a bin on garbage day weren't taken on board. So that meant the state government delivered a bikeway where people couldn't even put their bins out because there was no spaces for their bins. The state government had to come back in after they had delivered the project and paint little squares for people to be able to put their bins out on bin day. So imagine Councillor McLaughlin and myself going into this environment to deliver the last stage of this incredibly complex but important project that's important for cyclists and scooter users all around the city, having had such low faith in our ability to respond to community concerns because of our predecessors, the state government, in delivering stages 1 to 4. So unlike Councillor Cassidy, I don't thank the state government for the work that they did on stages 1 to 4, because it meant we were going into a very difficult environment where the community didn't believe that we would deliver the bikeway for the reasons we said we would deliver it, and that we wouldn't make sensible changes during the design process, which we were more than willing to do before the flood came along. Now, Chair, I think I've summed up that issue fairly clearly. We'll be back. We will deliver the North Brisbane Bikeway, Stage 5, but we will have to, of course, go back to the community and have a conversation with them about what they think we should do and where they think this should be best placed. I want to just briefly also mention that although we did go to the Active Transport Advisory Committee to select what would be the best strategic alignment, we never said that that would be a fait accompli and that that would be the alignment that would ultimately be delivered, but that would be our preferred alignment and that we would have to work through with the community the process of selecting a final alignment. That's exactly what we will do once we are through flood recovery. There were some councillors also that made some comments around e-mobility, and I just want to touch on them. So Councillor Sri made a broad point, a relatively good point about the rates that get charged under the public scheme and where it will be attractive to actually have the scooters and put people on them. Look, this is a point that we broadly would agree with. Ultimately, we want to do this as part of a 12-month trial to see what is the attractive price point for people using e-scooters to connect in with public transport, and where to deploy them. We'll be looking at the stats versus for suburban deployment versus city deployment, and we will come up with a data-driven answer for that. And I'm certainly not opposed to public subsidy for e-mobility schemes if they can serve a purpose in delivering the public transport and delivering people to public transport nodes. Public transport in this city is, of course, heavily subsidised. The rail network is massively subsidised versus the bus network. It's something like 3 times more subsidy goes into the rail network. Every passenger carried on the rail network attracts about a $24 subsidy from the state government, which is an enormous amount that you throw into that. We wouldn't have to put in anywhere near as much to get people on e-scooters. So provided there's a public benefit there, that's something and a conversation we'd be open to in the future. We know e-scooters, Chair, are not a panacea. They're not a cure-all for every problem that big cities face, but certainly we are willing to work through the issues with them and find an outcome that benefits everyone. Councillor Johnson made some points about footpath upgrades. Look, the reality is every councillor gets money to put into footpath upgrades. If there's footpaths that need upgrading, then no doubt Councillor Johnson will allocate the appropriate money through the Suburban Enhancement Fund to upgrade those footpaths. She also made the point around, you know, what happens with parking and the meter running. Well, the operators tell us that they actually have a 93% compliance rate with permissioned parking. That is where the operator leaves the meter running unless they park in a designated zone. 93% of people who see that the meter is still running will go and then move that scooter to a permissioned zone. So that's a very high uptake of that, and something that we have been trialling here in Brisbane as a world first, and it's working very, very well. Look, Councillor Cassidy in his political remarks made it all about Tim Nichols and Trevor Evans and political campaign, but look, Chair, that just ignores the 1,000 residents who had their say on North Brisbane Bikeway, and I don't want to do that. On e-mobility, he said that there was no money going to footpaths in his ward as a result of this. Well, the Lord Mayor made the broad point that the money that's raised from the e-mobility schemes goes back into Council's budget, which of course goes back into things like the Suburban Enhancement Fund, which Councillor Cassidy could use to spend on footpaths, but we know in his ward he doesn't do that. So, but Councillor Cassidy, I would just remind you that when we brought e-scooters here, you opposed it on safety grounds. There would be no e-scooters in Brisbane if your team were running City Hall. You opposed it, and then what happened is slowly, because your community was convinced of their merit, you came on board, and in fact we had Councillor Cumming running a petition to keep the e-scooters out in his ward. Such was the fanfare for them on the Labor side. So you don't have to apologise to me, Councillor Cassidy. I don't expect an apology. But I will say, you know, this is a trial for a reason. If Councillor Cook and her community aren't behind it after 12 months, we will of course roll it out of there. But I have seen how Labor councillors have changed their tune on e-scooters. I think that's a good thing, and long may it be the case.
Thank you. We will now move to the vote. I will first start with item A. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to item B. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Orderly, please close the bars. Clerks, could you please read the results?
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 5 against.
The motion is passed. Councillor Wines.
Mr Chair, I move the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 1st of November 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Wines, seconded by Councillor Landers, that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 1st of November 2022 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
There are 3 items in the report. It was a presentation given to us last week on road harmonisation as part of a nationwide program where road signage and road speeds become consistent across all jurisdictions. And there were 2 petitions, and I look forward to further debate.
Any further debate? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. Listen, can I ask that item C be taken seriatim?
Item B, seriatim?
C,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
For voting or voting or debate and voting?
Voting.
Voting.
And you can say debate if you like as well, because I want to speak to it. Just voting, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll just speak on item C, if I can, in regards to this petition by 51 residents in Glenholm Street in regards to asking for some traffic calming to improve the safety of residents who live in that street. Now, 37, I think it was 36 actually, people that signed the petition actually live in that street, Deputy Chair. And that's a fairly sizable number, I would think. And obviously there is some issues with traffic safety or the safety of the residents in that area. Reading through the report, it's clear that it's become, or has been for a while, I think, a bit of a rat run. For whatever reason, I don't know the area personally, right? But certainly we on this side we are going to support the residents, the ones who actually want this, because this issue has been going on for a while, for a number of years, and the recommendation is that they're just going to kick it down the road for another however many years before an LATM project is thought of or pursued in this street. I would have thought that the local councillor, who probably holds one of the most marginal seats across the city, would have backed the residents. Every vote counts, but obviously he's just gone along with the recommendation from officers, and of course the residents, I'm sure, are probably not going to be happy about that when they receive their letter. But anyways, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further debate? No further debate. Councillor Wines.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chair. Just got to respond to that. So, About 2 years ago, we commenced a traffic calming scheme for the Glenholme area, including Glenholme, Blackwood, Sussex and Northmore Streets in northern Mitchelton. A number of traffic items were offered, proposed to those streets, including a number of devices in Glenholme Street. I'm sure I'm not alone in the experience that when actual items are proposed to residents, they are often rejected. And that was our experience in Glenholme Street. That being said, all of the items in Northmore Street were supported. And if those who are familiar with that community would know what the behaviour that people are doing is they're trying to avoid the traffic lights at the corner of Osborne Road and Sanford Road, so they will cut up Glenholme Street, which is a nice, wide, straight street that runs quite a way up. It runs parallel to Osborne Road, then you turn onto Northmore and you rejoin Osborne over there. So we've put 4, maybe even 5 now I think of it, items in Northmore Street, so the network has some calming. This letter, if I can draw the Council's attention to the draft response, I suppose you call it paragraph 4, the LATM scheme concept plan, which was proposed, not that they're saying this is the one that was offered to them within the last 18 months, had the slow points on Glenholme Street between the railway line and Northmore Street. However, Council did not receive sufficient support from the residents, and that we actually sought to place some of these items. So the claim that people have been ignored or rejected is not true. We actually attempted to put these traffic calming items in this street this term, and the items proposed for Northmore Street were built. The items proposed for Sussex Street were built. So the east-west network has been addressed. It's these north-south roads. That being said, we actually have already ordered a tube count. We're putting a SAM sign into this street. So I don't accept for a moment that the residents are being ignored. They've already been, as I say, they're going to get a SAM sign. They're going to get another tube count. They've already been offered a traffic calming scheme this term, and we'll just keep working with people till we get the outcome we're looking for.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. I will now put the items. I'll start with item A and B. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. I'll now move to item C. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Moved by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Would we please close the bars? Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 5 against.
The ayes have it. Councillor Allen, City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of November 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Hammond, that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 1st of November 2022 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Item A was a committee presentation on the updated industrial strategy, Brisbane, Our Productive City. Several weeks ago, I updated the Chamber on the release of this strategy. As I said then, this strategy is about applying a more adaptive and flexible approach to industrial land use across the city. And by being more agile in our approach, we will enable industrial precincts to advance, renew and evolve. Our focus will be on adapting and in turn creating precincts that can foster high amenity areas with non-industrial support services, and this includes our newly renamed urban enterprise areas. There are also specific areas that are better suited to a non-industrial future or have shifted away from a traditional industrial use, and these areas will be transitioned through a precinct planning process to determine the best future use. And finally, our major industrial areas will be renewed to deliver the right zoning to meet future demands and meet needed service hubs for workers. It is clear that the renewed industrial strategy will guide the transformation of Brisbane's industrial areas into high-value and well-designed places that secure our economic prosperity. Item B was a petition requesting Council require community consultation be undertaken for the future redevelopment of the Toombul Shopping Centre site. The site is zoned as major centre and as such can provide for an extensive range of centre activities to be established on the site, including residential, commercial and retail uses. The city plan enables a number of centre activities to be code accessible and only requires impact assessment, which includes public notification if the building height, gross floor area, plot ratio and site cover were to exceed those set out in the neighbourhood plan. However, I can confirm the developer is undertaking community consultation and seeking feedback, with a feedback website going live late last week and a round of community face-to-face consultations starting this weekend. I'll leave it further debate to the chamber.
Okay, Councillor Allen, is there any debate? No debate? Councillor Allen? I'll now move the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 1 November 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Davis, seconded by Councillor Mackay, that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 1st of November 2022 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The presentation last week was Green Spaces, Great Places. The presentation included a history of some of our iconic parks, as well as before and after look at Brisbane parks and green spaces. We heard that the City Botanic Gardens was originally cleared in the 1820s to grow crops for the penal colony, and that New Farm Park was originally part of a new farm established by convicts in 1827. We also learnt that South Brisbane Recreation Reserve was named Musgrave Park in recognition of Anthony Musgrave, the colony's governor. Sport and recreation activities were in high demand in the late 19th century, so in 1900 the colonial government granted funds to purchase land in West End to accommodate this. This land was originally called West End Reserve, but in 1909 was named Davies Park in honour of John Davies, a local pharmacist who served as alderman and chair of the Reserve Committee who lobbied to secure the land. As we know, in 1924, 20 councils amalgamated to form the City of Brisbane, and in 1940, Council put in place a scheme to resume residential land for park purposes. Fast forward to today, we have a total of 134,300 hectares of park area, which comprises of more than 2,187 natural areas and urban parks, totalling 16,735 hectares, more than 1,070 playgrounds, 165 dog off-leash areas within parks, 38 skate parks, 21 BMX facilities, over 170 parks with fitness equipment and 9 parks with designated drone launching and landing areas. Mr Chair, last week we also considered 3 petitions. The first requested Council install additional stormwater drainage on Fairfield Road, Yeronga, between 3 and 28 Paragon Street. The second petition requested Council rehabilitate and resurface the oval at Gordon Thompson Park in Chelmer, and the third petition was requesting Council undertake roost management measures to mitigate the impacts of flying foxes at the village Yeronga. The committee supported each petition recommendation. I commend the report and leave further debate to the chamber. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on items B, C and D and ask that each item is taken seriatim for voting purposes, please.
Please continue.
Thank you. Firstly, with respect to item C, this sports oval, junior sports oval at Gordon Thompson Park, Chelmer, has been used for cricket and other recreational sporting opportunities for many, many years. And about 7 or 8 years ago, council deemed it unsafe. It's a former site, like so many places are. And unfortunately, there's stuff sticking up out of the ground. It's undulating. It's desperately unsafe. And about 7 or 8 years ago, council actually shut it down, and you're not allowed to use it for any kind of sporting purpose. Given the desperate need for sporting fields in our community, I have tried for many years to have this funded through my annual budget submission, and council has kept saying no, 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 and other sports fields are being upgraded. But this is an underutilised sporting field that could have junior sport back on it, as well as general recreational use, if council invested the money. Several years ago, council did a major scoping study and did cost the project, and it is quite an expensive project to do, but the project never proceeded, and I was told it was ready to go, it was going to be funded in a budget, and it never happened. So we did a petition, quite a long time ago now, and I think it's shamed council into some action. In this year's budget, there is now a little bit of funding to do some more scoping works for the remediation, and another large chunk of funding will come next year. We'll wait and see, but it better, because that's what I've been told by the CEO. So this one does look like it's an outcome that the residents deserve, and council should have done many years ago. So I was happy to support that petition response. I'm just checking, my timer's not working. Is that?
Oh, I've got you currently at 2 minutes 22, okay. Councillor, but
thank you. All right.
If it's not, I'll give you the nod.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll let me know when I'm out of time. Yes. Thank you. I've noted on the clock. Petition D relates to roost management measures at the village, Yeronga. There is a huge bat colony that is living in trees that border the retirement village Yeronga, which is home to some 400 elderly residents. This tree line runs along parkland that separates the retirement village from the Welcome Sports, or the Yeronga Eagles it is now, soccer fields. Brisbane City Council has refused repeatedly to do anything about managing the impact of the bats on the residents. They stink, they're noisy, and they're causing safety concern for the residents. Many councils around...
Point of order, Chair.
Yep, sorry, no.
Not taking a question?
No, not today. Many councils around Queensland do have strategies in place to undertake appropriate roost management, and that may be to deter bat colonies from nesting or feeding and those kind of things. So I did some research and I put forward a number of suggestions to council, but council refuses to do anything. It won't trim the trees, it won't look at sprinklers to deter the bats, it won't look at defruiting, it won't look at, there's a whole noise apparently, so there are a whole heap of quite ethical and environmentally sound strategies that are in place in multiple councils around Brisbane, around Queensland, that this council will not even consider. Now, oh good, the clock's come up, thank you, yes. Now, it's just not acceptable in my view that 400 residents have to put up with these bat colonies. It is causing them very significant distress, and it's incredibly disappointing that council refuses to take any action to address the impacts of the bat colony in these trees. I think there are certainly things that they could be doing. Council's trying to blame the state government, but the state government absolutely gives council permission to undertake roost management strategies, and this council is just choosing not to. I will be letting the residents of the village know that council refuses to act on their concerns. I know they will be incredibly disappointed, and I'll be making it very clear that it is the LNP who refused to support their calls for roost management and mitigation of the adverse amenity impacts that the bats are causing to the adjoining residents. Finally, item B, stormwater in Yeronga, in Paragon Street, Yeronga. I flag I have an amendment to this, which I have circulated to the clerks, but because I don't have a printer, I'm unable to circulate that, so I hope they have it. This petition has been brought forward by residents who are experiencing really significant overland flow problems, and this has been exacerbated by the intensification of development in Paragon Street. One side of the street has now fully built out with multiple three-storey buildings. The runoff now, of course, is more intense and is directed directly across the road because the stormwater in the street does not accommodate the needs of the intensified.
Councillor Johnston, if I could just pause for a moment, please. You've got the amendment which we're just providing. You'll have to move it and just have a second. Right, sorry. I thought you just started the debate on it.
That's
sorry.
all right. No. I'm doing my intro. I'll get to that.
All right,
I'll get to that in just a moment. Thank you. So the issue is, and Billy, I might need one too, if that's okay. The issue is that the residents have outlined over several years now, thank you so much, over several years now, the adverse impacts of this overland flow on their property. And unfortunately, council haven't taken the necessary and prompt action to resolve the issue. Even in the report we see before us today, the issue is the residents' properties are lower than the street. Well, quite a lot of people live on hills around Brisbane, and one side of the street is always lower. So I'm not sure what council is kind of implying with this response here, but lowering the street's not an option. So improving stormwater management to properly collect the stormwater so it does not adversely impact on residents would seem to be the sensible solution. The street here is actually not that steep, so it is a bit of an issue that council is saying that the problem is with the street, because really it is with the lack of stormwater infrastructure. This is fundamentally the problem with Brisbane City Council, is allows intensification of development in many areas around Brisbane, but does not put in adequate infrastructure to support the needs of the community that lives there. And as a result, residents are getting regularly flooded in heavy rain. They don't flood normally, so this is not part of Brisbane, or this part of the street's not part of Brisbane that experiences river flooding. So, Brisbane City Council again is proposing to do nothing. This project is already capital listed, but council is not actually delivering the project. So I
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Following.
Oh, sorry, that's right. I was just asking if the motion had been moved.
No. Sorry, Councillor Johnston, please proceed.
Yeah, I've still got a minute and a half here. So I move the following amendment that in paragraph 20 recommendation, add to attachment A draft response at the end of paragraph 3 as follows. Delete the full stop and add and will be prioritised in the 2022-2023 budget.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Sriranganathan. Councillor Johnston, you have 10 minutes to the amendment.
Yes, thank you. I don't expect to take 10 minutes. I just want to clarify that council's responses, which are we will capital list something, is not acceptable when an item is already capital listed. The problem is council's not actually delivering on the projects that our community needs. Now, the Lord Mayor has repeatedly said today that there's plenty of money for drainage and drainage upgrades, but we're not seeing it in my community where we've been petitioning for many years to have drainage upgraded in areas like Sherwood or Fairfield or Yeronga, such as here in Paragon Street. I know the residents find this quite perverse because, as they've pointed out to me in Council's latest flood maps, they're not even listed as an overland flow area in the new Council flood maps, yet Council does acknowledge this as being an area of really significant overland flow, which is actually the case. So really what we need to do here is to have a prompt and timely response for the residents that addresses the problem, which is Council's failure to invest in the necessary stormwater drainage upgrades in Paragon Street to accommodate the intensification of residential development in the street. In the time that I've been there, there would have been hundreds of new units added to this street, which is maybe 6 metres wide, like it's a really narrow street. It's just completely inadequate, and Council needs to do more to address the stormwater problems, which is why I would like to add that we will prioritise this essential project for the residents of Paragon Street in the 2022-2023 budget, and I hope all councillors will support it.
Further debate to the amendment? No further debate? Given there's no further debate, we'll move straight to the vote. Those in favour of the amendment say aye. Aye. Those opposed to the amendment say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division by Councillor Johnston and Councillor Sri Raghunathan. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Orderly, please close the gates. Clerks may please have the vote.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 5 in favour and 17 against.
The noes have it. We will now return to debate on the items. Further debate? Councillor Sri Raghunathan.
Thanks, Chair. I wasn't planning to speak on this, but after hearing Councillor Johnston's comments, I did want to just rise and speak to item D, the petition response. I think Councillor Johnston, to be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed in the comments I've heard from you today. I don't think they are at all environmentally minded. I'm well aware that some councils around Queensland use various measures to disperse flying foxes, but they are certainly not ethical, and the mechanisms you listed there briefly, like spraying them with sprinklers and playing high-pitched noises to deter them, are not, I think, at all in accordance with, I guess, like humane treatment of animals. And I don't pretend to know the area as well as Councillor Johnston does, but I looked at the mapping briefly. It does seem like the trees were there before most of the new apartments, at least. And my view is that if there are established trees where wildlife is feeding, and then some residents who move in nearby have a problem with the wildlife, well, that's the residents' problem. That shouldn't be the wildlife's problem. I think the council is probably right to say that the flying foxes are entitled to continue feeding there. And I think probably in these, because I've experienced a similar issue when East Brisbane was part of my ward, and we actually have quite a big flying fox colony living along Norman Creek. And in that case, it's not just flying foxes roosting and feeding near people's homes. The trees literally overhang people's homes. So the impacts from the flying foxes on people's homes are probably even more direct and significant than in this case, where, from what I can gather, the trees aren't actually within the property boundaries of the residents who are complaining. And even in that case in East Brisbane, I think the responsible thing for me as an elected rep to do was to say to residents, look, this is just part of living in a green city. We do have sometimes negative impacts from wildlife, and that just comes with the territory. And I think it's better to do that than to say to residents, you are right to feel concerned about this, you are right to feel worried about the flying foxes. It's better to try to educate the residents and say, actually, flying foxes are pollinators, they're really important to our ecosystem, they offer a lot of benefits to our community and to sort of the broader biosphere, so they're not a threat. The question I was going to ask you, Councillor Johnston, was what exactly are the safety issues that residents are concerned about? I find it hard to believe that flying foxes feeding in a tree over the back fence do represent a serious safety concern. And I think it would be better to try to educate residents and explain why their concerns are not that serious, rather than to say, hey, the council's doing the wrong thing here by failing to trim the trees. The trees aren't hurting anyone, the flying foxes aren't hurting anyone as far as I can understand. If it's a little bit of noise or a little bit of smell from bats that residents are worrying about, then I think, unfortunately, for those residents, probably the best thing is for them to move, because the bats and the trees are there first.
Further debate? Any further debate? No further debate. Councillor Davis. Thank you, Councillor. We will now move to the vote on each item. First one is item A. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. We'll then move to item B. Those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to item C. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. And we'll move to item D. Those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston and Councillor Sri Ranganathan. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Orderly, please close the bars. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour and 1 against.
The ayes have it. We'll move to our next committee. Councillor Marx, City Standards Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 1st of December 1st of November, 2022 be adopted.
Seconded, Mr Deputy Chair.
Moved by Councillor Marx, seconded by Councillor Toomey, that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 1st of November 2022 be adopted. Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Before I get to the report, I just wanted to remind councillors about this being National Recycling Week that takes place each November. The Lord Mayor mentioned that in his report, so it's just a reminder there's no better time to rethink your recycling habits at home. We are lighting up the bridge, as the Lord Mayor mentioned, and again, it's about whether you're at work or at home or travelling around Brisbane, your efforts to help recover valuable resources and reduce the amount of waste sent to landfill is all very helpful. Last year, Brisbane City Council provided more than 1 million residents with waste-related services. We actually recycled an impressive 72,200 tonnes of paper, cardboard, foam plastics and metal via the household recycling bins. And while this is no small feat, there are still approximately 50,000 tonnes of recyclables making their way to landfill each year. I wanted to take the opportunity to highlight a few different ways for people to recycle. Residents can engage to reduce their landfill contribution. You can upgrade to a larger recycling bin for free and increase your recycling capacity, or order a green waste bin on your lawn clippings and prunings and leaves. And as we continue, we will waive the $30 establishment fee when you order either of these bins. If you are in the pilot area that we currently have going for the food waste recycling trial and you haven't used your kitchen caddy yet, start tonight. I did want to make mention of a comment that was made earlier in the evening about our food waste recycling, where the comment was made that we have a little trial with little caddies, and those down south are doing it full FOGO. Can I mention a council, I'm not going to mention them by name, who did a trial? Their trial consisted of 130 houses. So I think to compare us to any other council who has a trial of 130 houses where we have 6,000 houses taking part in a trial is of little use to anyone here in the chambers. So I just want to also, last week we had a presentation on the apprenticeship and trainee development in the public space operation branches, and I'm happy to leave any further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. I would love to know what that council was, Councillor Marks, because Brisbane has 450,000 homes,
Councillor Cassidy,
so 6,000 out of 450,000 is pretty small.
Of item A. Is there any debate on item A?
I just wanted to point out...
Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
I'm just going to say this really quickly, that those plastic tubs aren't super sustainable.
Councillors, just a moment, please. Councillor Sri Ranganathan, thank you, please.
I'll take it up with Councillor Marks afterwards.
We're debating item A, which is the committee presentation, apprentice and trainee development in public space operations, not the caddies or FOGO. Is there any debate on item A? No further debate on item A. Councillor Marks? Nothing? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Howard, Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 1st of November 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Howard, seconded by Councillor Landers, that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 1st of November 2022 be adopted. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Just before moving to the report, I just wanted to touch on a few things that have been happening in and around the city over the last week. And it's again a great delight for us to see a lot of these activities starting to happen. So on Saturday I was along at Sunpack for Summerfest 2022, and I really want to thank the chair of Sunpack, Andrew Sota, who's about to become a father again, and also the very new CEO, Matthew Farrell. It was a great afternoon. We had the local schools performing and it was just fantastic. I also went along that night to the Powerhouse to see Sonic Lines, and that was with Anthony Garcia, William Barton, who plays a very good didgeridoo, and Tyrone Noonan, and they've put together this wonderful album called Sonic Lines. It was a fantastic event, and even had Katie Noonan as a guest that helped her brother out. So it was a great evening. On Friday I went along to Artisans in King Street, and I really encourage everyone in this chamber to head along to Artisans to support a wonderful local craft and creative body of people. So what was on Friday night was Bruce Reynolds' Speculative Archaeology, and Steve Zell, who was there with Zephyr, which was making guitars. So fantastic opportunity, and very sadly they'd been broken into just a few weeks ago, and so they were feeling a little bit a little bit sad about that, but it was a fantastic night on Friday night, so that was really good. On Thursday, I joined the Lord Mayor in the Queen Street Mall, along with the Lady Mayoress and a couple of the Schrinner children, to welcome in Christmas in Brisbane. And it was fantastic to have variety there, as well as Melissa Downs from Channel 9 and our hip-hop elves and the Stars performers, because it really was a fantastic way for us to start the Christmas season. I'd also like to just talk a little bit about some of the activities that we've had at River Stage. And again, this is a fantastic opportunity for this important inner city outdoor venue. It is really exciting. We've had some wonderful international performers, including George Ezra, Vance Joy and Fisher. And they were 2 sold-out events. Vance Joy played some of his greatest hits like Georgia and Riptide, with support acts Lily Grace and Thelma Plum starring in the event. Fisher was losing it on Sunday with multiple support acts from 12 p.m, such as Booker Shade and PNAU. I hope I've said that correctly. I mention these because I think it's so important for us to know that we have some of these wonderful international acts coming, but also utilising some of our local artists. And Thelma Plum is really fantastic. So that was something that we were really looking forward to. I just want to answer a question that we had from our committee meeting this morning that I just want to put on record, that we do not have go-karting or table tennis in our active and healthy, but we do have sailing, and that is being offered at Wynnum, for those who wanted it elsewhere, for ages 5 and over, so seniors can start at any age. And just before moving to the committee presentation, which last week was about filming in Brisbane, and one of our committee members, Councillor Cumming, very kindly had noticed that there was filming in the Balmoral room this morning. So I thought that we should all know that the TV miniseries In Your Blood, now I don't know if you've heard of that, I haven't. Well, In Your Blood, I hope there's no blood being spilt in the Balmoral room, but that is what was being filmed there, Councillor, for your information. The committee presentation last week about filming in Brisbane was really interesting, and we all had some interesting questions about whether they were real cars that were in sort of the street filming and that sort of thing. And we had a lot of interest in the filming around Brisbane, and also to know that we've had some amazing films such as San Andreas, Dora the Explorer, Thor. Everybody wanted to have a little bit of a look at Thor. And so that was I really want to thank all of our team that work so closely with the filming industry, because I know that our reputation is second to none, and that we're very much recognised as being a very helpful council. Finally, there was a petition requesting fountains and grass be brought back to King George Square, and I will leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Further debate. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I wish to speak on item B and ask that it be taken seriatim for voting purposes. And it's probably no surprise that we won't be supporting the recommendation today in the petition response, which talks about Adelaide Street getting an upgrade as a result of metro works and metro changes, and maybe a water feature on the entry to the busway, the little building-looking thing that's in King George Square at the moment. Yeah, just a little water feature on the side of that, something like that, which really isn't what residents want. It's not what these petitioners want. The response completely ignores the calls of these residents and the hundreds and thousands of others before them, and plenty more to come, I'm sure, in calling for King George Square to be given back to the people of Brisbane. The Lord Mayor and the LNP can laugh all they want about this and say that someone put shampoo in the fountain in the past, so that's the reason to not have them, and the grass requires maintenance, so that's all too hard. It's not too hard in Anzac Square or Post Office Square, of course, but apparently for this LNP administration it's much too hard to do that in King George Square. I certainly did grow up in Brisbane and have very fond memories. I'm only 4th generation myself here in Brisbane. My grandparents were married in the Uniting Church across the road, in 1946. And there's a great photo on the Australian War Memorial of King George Square in 1945, before the end of the Second World War. And it's before the level was lifted in the 1960s, I think, to accommodate the road through, that's right, and there were a large set of steps up to the doors of City Hall. And there was, of course, the now historic statue of King George V was in the middle, and there were fountains and grass and trees in King George Square back then, even though it had roads running through it and large sets of stairs. So for generations and generations and generations of people, they've been able to enjoy King George Square, except for the generation we have now today. And sure, the Lord Mayor can play politics with this and say who made what decision when. What people are looking for is leadership from you on this. And they're not looking for excuses, Lord Mayor, through you, Deputy Chair. They're looking for this current frying pan, this current ashtray of the city to become a people's place once again. And that's what these hundreds... Ash, I'll take that interjection. Under the current, which are great laws, smoking laws, you can't smoke within 4 or 6 metres of the entrance to a business. So when you look at where it's legal to smoke in the CBD of Brisbane, basically the only place you can smoke is King George Square. So it has become, and I stand by that, and you might be offended by that, but it has become the ashtray of the CBD. It's a frying pan in summer. People look to that and say it should be so much better. And that's what these hundreds of people have done in this petition, and thousands others have signed other petitions and will continue to do so. But it is really clear from today and going forward that the LNP in Brisbane is against returning grass, trees and fountains to King George Square, and the Labor Party is for it. That is very equivocal. That's very unequivocal, that position. So we won't be supporting this petition response today.
Further debate? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Yeah, just on King George Square, I like thinking about public spaces and how we can make them nicer. I guess I'd start by highlighting that if we could deal with the noise pollution from that advertising screen, I think a lot of people would greatly appreciate it. I was sitting in the square on my laptop doing a bit of work today, and without hyperbole, I do want to say, Lord Mayor, it was really distracting. You're just sitting there trying to have a conversation or trying to read or trying to work or whatever, and periodically you get these loud, inane bursts of music. I don't even know if I call it music. It's more like muzak, you know, that like soulless elevator music crap. And it's really annoying, and it serves no useful purpose. I'm not even looking at the screen. I'm sitting behind the screen. I can still hear it. So, look, through you, Chair, Lord Mayor, please, if you do nothing else for the people of Brisbane, just turn down the advertising screen. At least turn down the volume. It was way too loud today. But there are some challenges with the square. I like the phrase King George frying pan. I think that one will stick. I understand that the Mayor's comments that because you've got an underground car park, there's not actually a lot of room, vertical space to play with, and it's hard to find the soil space for large trees. But I have noticed with interest changes that have been made to other public spaces in recent years, and I think the Mayor would do well to have a look at what South Bank Parklands have been doing with some of their concrete plaza areas. And there's a few designs around now for really large, essentially planter boxes on wheels. They're not ideal, but they allow you to have pretty decently sized trees on concrete spaces, and they can be moved around occasionally as necessary for really large events. But they allow you to adapt. They allow you to adapt an existing heavily concreted space and introduce more greenery to it without having to dig up existing infrastructure and without having to spend millions of dollars excavating underground car parks or whatever. So through you, Chair, to the Lord Mayor, I do hope you'll look into some of those options, because you're probably right that it would cost tens of millions of dollars to make a major renovation to the square and install lots of fountains and lawns, etc., etc. But I think for a fraction of that price, you could probably install or introduce half a dozen or a dozen large trees to the square that would add a lot of shade and a lot of amenity to that space and make it much more usable during the daytime. I think, through you, Chair, to Councillor Cassidy, the Mayor's right that the concrete to some extent, or large chunks of concrete are to some extent necessary to cater for foot traffic and the volumes of people that use the square for large events. Yeah, you do have to have some hard surfaces in there considering the number of people. You're right. But there's a better balance to be struck, and right now the square is just too heavily dominated by concrete. There's nowhere near enough shade, and honestly, I'd donate $5, and I think a lot of people would donate $5 to pay for some trees in the square. And really, you just need some large pot plants on wheels. It's not actually that complicated. The loads, there are some weight loading issues because of the underground voids. But if the square can handle heavy trucks and heavy vehicles parked on it as part of major events, I've seen some very heavy vehicles parked on there over the years. If the reinforced underground car park and the so-called relatively thin ground of King George Square, if that can handle heavy trucks and heavy vehicles, then it should be able to handle a few big pot plants. So I offer that as an interim solution. I do think the square needs a major redesign at some point, but if it's the case that right now the council would rather spend money on widening roads than on improving amenity in a major public space, at the very least chuck a bit of money towards a few big pot plants so we can have a bit more greenery in the square, and that improvement to shade and canopy cover will yield significant benefits in terms of its usability, and I think the people of Brisbane will thank you for it. Cheers.
Further debate? Lord Mayor.
Just briefly, thank you, Councillor Sri Ranganathan, for that contribution. Some, fair points there as well. I have made it clear in the past that we have looked at a range of different options, and even as recently as a matter of a couple of months ago, I was actually texting the CEO of Council with some suggestions on things like the pot plants and whether they can be investigated. And this is something that is not new, something that either myself or members of the team have raised before. And for every proposal that's put forward, there's a very long list of difficulties that come attached with those proposals, but we'll continue to investigate opportunities that can be done in a low-cost manner. And also pointing out that there have been actually changes made to the square in its history already. I do remember that there was the original design of the square had 2 fig trees on the ramp going up. I think it was 2 or 3. And those fig trees were surrounded by concrete and had just a small grate around the base of the tree. And those fig trees, because of the depth or the lack of depth in soil that was provided, didn't do too well and didn't show any signs of growing because they were effectively contained in what was a pot. And so one of the projects that was done in King George Square was actually to replace those fig trees with garden beds which contain more soil and a different type of tree. So that work was done. There have also been trees planted along the side if you're walking up the ramp to the right-hand side. There's a row of trees that have been planted along the top of that staircase there. There have been umbrellas and various shade structures put in over the years. We're always open to investigating more affordable options.
Point of order, Chair.
That can be...
Lord Mayor, Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Will the Mayor take a quick question about pot plant feasibility or why they weren't feasible?
Lord Mayor, will you take a question?
So this is an ongoing discussion I'm having. So it's, like I said, it's not unusual, and the CEO is used to getting text messages from me about things like this on a regular basis. So there's actually an investigation going on at the moment into what can be done in this space. So my response earlier was simply based on we're not going to do a major redevelopment of King George Square. Now, I'm speaking from memory, but when King George Square was first built and Labor voted for the design, it was around $20 million. That was years ago. That was probably a decade ago. Maybe more. Actually, it was more. It was more, yeah. So it was more than a decade ago. It cost over $20 million, speaking from memory. Can you imagine what a major rebuild of the square would cost today with construction prices the way they are? So you could easily double or triple that. We're not going to spend that on King George Square. Why? Not because there wouldn't be some benefits to be derived from that, but it's not the top priority right now for Brisbane when we're recovering from a $330 million costly flood, when there's work to be done in the suburbs, when there's important infrastructure projects that need to be built. But you know, we are certainly open to some modifications that can be done on a lower cost basis, and we continue to assess some of those. So we're being reasonable here, but we're simply saying the only people playing politics here is the party who voted for it and then have spent years and years since opposing it. They can't stick to the decision that they made and they try and blame everyone else for the decision that they were part of. Labor had a majority in this council chamber when the design of King George Square was approved. And I would simply say that really the only people playing politics are the Australian Labor Party councillors who conveniently like to forget about the true history of King George Square. Is it an optimum design? No. But it's the design that was voted on by both parties at the time. And so can it be improved? Yes. But I'd simply say a full redesign is not the top priority at this point in time. Minor improvements can be made, and I think, I mean, one example, when I was looking at the garden beds that could be put in, and so those garden beds, if you go out there this evening, it's probably the garden bed that you sat on, Councillor Sri Ranganathan, to work on your laptop. That wasn't there originally, that's been put in. That was actually under my direction at the time as the chair, well, not direction, guidance. One of the other things that I looked at was whether we could convert the 2 busway portals, which are very ugly, to full green roofs. Guess what? We couldn't get permission from Transport and Main Roads. That's a TMR asset, and they're like, no, don't touch our assets. We don't want any wet stuff on these busway portals. So, you know, there have always been challenges put up to things that could improve the square. Not all of those challenges have always been of our making, but the reality is we are certainly open to looking at reasonable and affordable things that can be done to improve King George Square. And if there's any doubt about our love for green space, you only have to look at the record investment that this administration is putting into green space, more than any other administration. And whether it's creating the biggest new park in 50 years in Victoria Park and the master plan that is there for that park, or the record investment in parks and green space in our suburbs, everywhere from the suburban local parks to conservation reserves and protecting bushland. Our record when it comes to greening the city is unparalleled with any other administration. I did, though, want to just finally respond to Councillor Sri Ranganathan's comment about the screen. I am surprised that he hears the screen above all of the loud protests that constantly go on in the square, because Councillor Sri Ranganathan is regularly on a loudhailer screaming out at the passerbys as part of his unauthorised protests that happen on a regular basis in the square.
Point of order, Chair.
Lord Mayor, point of order. Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Look, maybe the Mayor meant it in jest, but that is actually defamatory because my protests are authorised and lawful, and I don't scream at passers-by through the loudhailer. So I'd ask the Mayor to reconsider and retract those comments.
Well, look, whether they're authorised or not, I don't really know, but Councillor Sri Ranganathan has never been one to look at the rules and to follow the rules closely. But I'll take your word for it that they were authorised protests. But certainly, you know, we see it day in, day out, people yelling and screaming in the square as part of protests, and you certainly can't hear the noise of the TV in the background.
Point of order, Chair. I would just
point of order, Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Just also ask the Mayor to specifically retract the claim that I scream at passers-by, because I haven't done that, and I think that was very unfair of the Mayor.
Lord Mayor, there's a point of order requesting.
I'm glad to hear that Councillor Sri Ranganathan doesn't scream at passers-by. That is good.
No.
I'll take your word for it.
The Lord Mayor has accepted your word on the fact that you do not, Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Point of order.
I would just like him to specifically retract the defamatory statement. That's all I'm asking.
Just one moment, please. Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy, point of order.
Thanks. Point of order, Deputy. Under the Meetings Local Law, you are required to act on these points of order that Councillor Sri Ranganathan has raised. I didn't hear you do that at all in asking the Lord Mayor to do anything, is some sort of general conversation going on here. So to cover yourself, maybe you would like to rule on those points of order.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. In my comment to Councillor Sri Ranganathan, the Lord Mayor made the statement that he accepted that he did not yell at passers-by. And then, Councillor Sri Ranganathan, you were about to make another point. But before you do, are you satisfied with that response from the Lord Mayor?
No, I'm asking him specifically to retract the statement because that's my concern.
Lord Mayor, Councillor Sri Ranganathan has asked if you could retract the statement.
Well, the Councillor Sri Ranganathan has said that he doesn't scream at passers-by. I accept his word for it. I have heard him yelling in the square on a regular basis. Who he's yelling at, I don't know, but he's yelling. So if he wants to play some funny games here, the point is that he complains about the noise from the screen, which provides public information, and then doesn't have any concern about the massive noise pollution generated by regular ongoing protests in loudhailers on a regular basis in the square.
Point of order, Chair.
So, point of order, Councillor Sri Ranganathan. So, Councillors, before you get to the point of order, the Lord Mayor has again reiterated that he's accepted your word that you do not yell at passers-by.
No, I'm specifically asking that he withdraw the statement. There's a particular process in this chamber where if a councillor is offended by comments that...
I withdraw.
Thank you. That's all I asked for.
All right, so the statement has been withdrawn, and so the point of order has been addressed. So we'll now, is there any further debate in regards to items A or B? No further debate. We'll, Councillor Howard, write a reply? No reply. I will now put the motions. We were seriatim on item B, so we'll now put them separately. We'll move to item A. Those in favour say aye. Aye. To contrary, no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to item B. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Second.
Division called by Councillor Howard and by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Orderly, please close the bars. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 5 against.
The ayes have it. Councillor Huang, Finance and City Governance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 1st of November 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Huang, seconded by Councillor Owen, that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 1st of November 2022 be adopted. Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The presentation last week was about Brisbane Emergency Services Expo, held at Victoria Park, or Brisbane, on the 16th of October. The event was a joint initiative of Brisbane City Council and Get Ready Queensland. It was the first time councils run this event, and it provided a wonderful opportunity for residents to receive valuable and vital information to help them prepare for severe weather and be more resilient. There was an introduction to council's online flood hub and workshops run by the Bureau of Meteorology, the SES and the police, on topics such as the dangers of driving through flood waters and demonstrations on how to build a sandbag wall. The event also featured dozens of QR codes around the park to help residents to continue signing up for the Brisbane Severe Weather Alert. The event was also a great opportunity for residents to thank our city's everyday heroes who make up our emergency services crews.
It was a family event, and certainly the wide range of emergency vehicles on display were a big draw card. It was estimated that over 10,000 people attended the expo, and I thank everyone involved for their hard work, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Huang. Any further debate? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Listen, I just wanted to speak in regards to that presentation last week in regards to the expo. Obviously a success. I believe that there was approximately 10,000 people that made themselves available to go along to have a look at what the services can do and what Brisbane City Council is doing. And I thought it's such a great idea that maybe they should actually roll out that expo in a smaller way, whether it be on the same day or a different day, out to the suburbs, so that more people can be better informed as to what they have to do to prepare for any particular disaster that they find themselves in. And I thought maybe the SES depots could be a potential place. I know out at Richlands there's a good deal of space that they've undertaken a bit of an expo themselves for what they do, but there's certainly the space around that particular depot. I don't know about all the other depots because I haven't been there. So, but I just thought it was a good idea that we should possibly roll it out and I don't think it would cost a lot of money to do so, to roll it out to those areas around Brisbane that people would be easier to interact with rather than coming into Victoria Park or a more centralised area, because of parking and other issues as well. So I just want to put it on the public record that I think it's a good idea, but I think we should look at maybe doing some out in the suburbs as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate? No further debate. Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure those can be considered, but considering the flood does not affect every ward, I think it is probably better for the ward councillors to actually come to us, to send an email to us and request events like these, which is probably more appropriate. Yep. And so I look forward to, on behalf of Councillor Cunningham, to receive emails from the ward councillors to make those requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huang. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 5 on the agenda. Councillor Sri Ranganathan, would you please move the motion?
Thanks, Chair. I move that Brisbane City Council resolves to create or amend relevant laws and policies to ensure that within 500 metres of residential homes, construction noise will not be permitted before 7 a.m. on weekdays and before 8 a.m. on Saturdays.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Sri Ranganathan, seconded by Councillor Johnston, that Brisbane City Council resolves to create or amend relevant laws and policies to ensure that within 500 metres of residential homes, construction noise will not be permitted before 7 a.m. on weekdays and before 8 a.m. on Saturdays. Is there any debate? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to try to keep it succinct so we can aim to get this done before dinner time. I'll see how I go. The motion is fairly self-explanatory. The current rules in Brisbane allow construction noise from 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and obviously there's also frameworks for developers to apply for out-of-hours construction work. This motion seeks to narrow those standard construction hours, so obviously in extenuating circumstances the council could still exercise its power to grant out-of-hours construction permits, although I will say that I think at the moment we grant those too often and too readily. The southern states, particularly New South Wales and Victoria, do strike a better balance in my view, between the needs and interests of construction companies and property developers and the wider residential community. So what I'm proposing here with an 8 a.m. start on Saturdays more or less would bring Brisbane into line with some of those larger capitals. The obvious concern is that if we reduce the amount of time, number of hours during the day that construction projects can work and can produce noise, that this might slightly delay projects or extend completion timeframes, and I'm comfortable with that slight change. This is not a dramatic or radical shift. We're talking about half an hour later on weekdays and 90 minutes later on Saturdays. The problem right now is that we have not struck the right balance between competing interests in this city, and particularly in terms of residential areas. Some councillors might have it in their heads that construction noise is only a temporary thing. You just have to put up with it for a few months or 6 months, and then the project's finished, and then your quiet enjoyment of your suburb returns. But the problem we have now, and this is the thing that I hope Labor councillors will reflect on for whenever they end up back in power again, is that the pattern of development and construction we're seeing, particularly in the city areas, but across any growing city, is that construction noise never ends. It's not like there's just one discrete project and it finishes after a few months and then everyone gets their peace and quiet back. What's happening in practice, particularly in rapidly developing areas, is that by the time one construction project finishes, there's another one starting just around the corner. And I can point to areas of West End and South Brisbane where there has been ongoing construction noise for the entire period that I've been a city councillor, almost 7 years now, where there are always multiple construction projects. And it's not even the case that once an area has, quote unquote, finished developing, the problem will be resolved. Because by the time all the 20-storey high-rises are built, and by the time all that wave of construction is finished, property developers start to demolish the 4- and 5-storey apartment blocks that were built 30 years ago. And we're seeing that in parts of Kangaroo Point now, where we're getting DAs to demolish and rebuild apartment blocks that were only finished in the late 80s and early 90s. So my point here is that construction noise is an ongoing feature of a growing city. It's not just a temporary inconvenience that we ask residents to deal with for a few months. It is an ongoing feature of life, particularly in those those high-density areas. So the motion simply seeks to amend those starting times just slightly within 500 metres of residential homes. It doesn't preclude development happening outside those times in extenuating circumstances. So if a developer really needed to start a concrete pour at 5 a.m. on a Saturday, theoretically, even with this change, they could still get permission to do so. But it just sets a slightly higher threshold and ensures that all those residents who need their rest, and perhaps they work late as shift workers, or perhaps they're families who've had disrupted sleep because they've got a young kid and they just want to catch a few hours, that they don't get woken up by jackhammers at 6:30 a.m. in the morning. I think there's also a broader conversation to be had here about work-life balance and why it is that so many construction workers have lost their Saturdays, and that it's now accepted as normal that Saturday is just another day of the week for construction work. We used to have 2-day weekends, and increasingly now it seems like some people are only expected to have 1-day weekends, but that's a broader conversation. Right now the construction timeframes are set by state government legislation, but that legislation does give individual local councils the power and autonomy to set tighter rules for specific areas. So it would be disingenuous and incorrect for the council to simply pass the buck and say, oh, this is a state government issue. Yes, the state government does set the baseline framework, but the council has the power, and I would argue the responsibility, to introduce tighter rules, particularly in those areas close to sensitive uses like residential homes. I've had so many complaints from residents over the years about disruption from construction noise pollution. I would rank it as a far more significant and serious issue than something like aircraft noise, for example, or indeed road noise. It has a huge impact on people's quality of life because they just can't get a proper night's sleep. And more to the point, they can't enjoy their homes even while they're awake because there are these sustained periods of construction noise. Imagine, if you will, that it's like 7:30 on a Saturday morning, you're just getting up, yeah, if only, right? Sorry, no. But okay, let's just imagine you're trying to have a quiet Saturday morning with your family, trying to have a brekkie, and literally right outside your window at 6:30 or 7 in the morning, there's really loud jackhammering and concrete cutting. That's currently allowed under our rules. A developer or construction company can undertake high-impact, noisy construction work immediately outside a residential home from 6:30 a.m. on a Saturday. I know a lot of suburban councillors won't have experienced this frustration, but it's a growing issue in the city, and I expect increasingly it'll be a growing issue out in the middle suburbs. So I encourage councillors to support this motion and at least have a deeper conversation about how we can change this. I appreciate that there will be some stakeholders like developers and construction companies that would push back on this, but honestly, they're getting a pretty sweet deal out of Brisbane's regulatory framework at the moment, and this would be a small compromise for them to make.
Further debate? Councillor Johnston.
You think the LNP might want to rise and speak. I suspect there's a backbencher who's got a set speech to read out any minute now. Let me guess, Councillor Hammond. I am happy to support this motion. The impact of early development is a problem for residents who live near it, and in many parts of our city, you know, there are very adverse outcomes for shift workers and other residents. There's a bigger problem here, unfortunately, which, you know, if we had more time, I'd probably do an amendment, but it's come to my attention that any construction vehicles, i.e. dump trucks, concrete trucks, accessing a site can do so at any time. It's not considered to be construction, which is, you know, honestly stupid. I don't know another word for it, just stupid, right? So you can have the concrete trucks rock up into a residential area at 3 a.m. with their motors whirring out on the side of the street, waking everybody up, and no action from council whatsoever. I mean, this issue needs to be addressed as part of a reform of this area generally. Again, I'm sure we're going to hear from the LNP, this is the way it's always been and this is the way it always will be. That seems to be the set line that went out in the talking points today in responding to issues. But importantly, I think that we do need to make sure that residents can get decent sleep, that if you live near areas that are undergoing rapid expansion, it is horrific. It just doesn't stop. It'll go on for years. You'll hear one and then you'll hear the next one and the next one. So it's medium and high rise are way worse than just a house. So there is a real problem here. I think it is something we should be looking at, and I do believe we should be addressing the issue of no deliveries to sites before, well, 7 if this gets up. No deliveries before sites at 6:30 or 7 if this amendment is accepted. So I do think this is something that we should be considering.
Further debate? Councillor Hammond.
Oh. Point of order, Chair.
Oh.
Mr.
Point
Chair,
of order, Councillor Landers.
Mr. Chair, I move that council now adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded. Point of order. Point of order.
Councillor, I'm sorry, but a motion's been
Point of
moved.
order. But I can move a point of order at any point.
Councillor Johnston, there is a motion on the floor, so I need to address that first before I can deal with your point of order.
I can move a point of order at any time as long as you're not speaking.
No, Councillor Johnston, there is...
No.
Councillor Johnston, so you've moved a point of order, so I'll address your point of order and I'll get back to the motion.
Yes, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is not yet 6 o'clock. It's 5:52 p.m. It is not time for the dinner adjournment, and I would ask that you rule this motion out of order.
Councillor Johnston. So, Councillor Johnston, I don't accept your point of order. That there is a motion that is on the table, and so I need to hear the motion in the ordinary course. Councillor Landers, you moved a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the council now adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
So it has been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have left the meeting and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those to the contrary say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division moved by Councillor Johnston and Councillor Cummings, sorry. Ayes to my right, noes to my left.
Only people they hurt are themselves. That's it.
One of those ones we should give them special treatment with. None of us be here when they come back.
Correct. We've done it before.
Yeah.
No blame for the other. They don't even follow their own rules.
Orderly, please close the bars. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 6 against.
The ayes have it. We'll now break for dinner. We'll see you in 1 hour. Councillors will continue the debate. Further speakers?
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. Considering there's no one on the other side, I'll be very, very brief. I think it's very important that the councillor for the Gabba ward did actually correct himself when he said people having breakfast on Sunday morning with construction noise. I'm glad he corrected himself to Saturday. I'm also happy that he mentioned that this is state regulated under the Environmental Protection Act of 1994 and is a statewide approach, just not city central. Can I say I do understand? I've got a 96 townhouse development happening over the back from me, so I do understand the noise of construction. But fundamentally, we are not supportive of creating new additional regulations when something is already adequately regulated. Changing state legislation is obviously a matter for the state government, and with all due respect for the councillor of the Gabba, I'm unsure why you haven't raised this with the State Greens MP to bring this up in state parliament, and I'll be interested to hear if you have done that. One of the unintended consequences of this proposal would be to delay people's start and finish time in the construction sector, adding more traffic during peak hour. But we know that the Greens don't mind about creating more traffic congestion, as they don't tend to support anything that helps anyone who drives a car. Ironically, more time will be spent stuck in traffic and increasing vehicle emissions. Just another example of why we do not support this, because we are a Green council. While I'm certainly sympathetic with construction impacts, and Councillor Sri Ranganathan, you weren't here when I said that I do understand. I've got 96 townhouses being constructed behind me, so I do understand the impacts, and I experience them personally with my residents in my ward. But I remind the councillor that as this administration, we did introduce the Suburban Construction Management Task Force to deal with construction impacts on local community for development to ensure that conditions were required to. It's interesting to compare the attempts, and I know that you may take offence to this and it's not meant to, but the attempts of last week wanting to prohibit development on land in flood-prone areas, and now this week you are seeking to stifle the construction of buildings right across our city. Let us just remember, this does not just affect our beautiful city, which is the most sustainable city in Australia. It is statewide legislation. It seems like this is a part of anti-construction agenda, which I'm sure is not what you mean, because we do need more affordable housings in our city. Unfortunately, motions like this, like many others coming from the other side, is not well thought through, and unfortunately we won't be supporting this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hammond, any further debate? No further debate. Councillor Sri Ranganathan, right of reply.
Thanks, Chair. Did you write that speech or did someone write it for you, Councillor? No, it's not rude. I'm just curious. Because there were some rather odd claims made in that speech, and I don't know if they were yours, through you, Chair, or someone else wrote them. But let's start with the conversation about state legislation versus council. As I said in my opening remarks, Brisbane City Council does have the power to set its own rules around these construction times. My understanding is that the council may not be able to set earlier construction start times. So, for example, the council would not be able to say that construction can start at 5:30 a.m. because that's a broader window than what the state government legislation permits. But the state government framework does allow Brisbane City Council to set tighter timeframes, particularly in defined areas. And as this motion outlines, this only applies to sites that are within 500 metres of residential homes, which admittedly is most of the sites in Brisbane, I would guess. But to Councillor Hammond's question, I think it is better for these kinds of rules to be administered at the local council level, and I would not want a situation where the state government, in a sort of top-down, centralised manner, dictates what the narrower construction time rules should be right across the state of Queensland. I actually think it is appropriate for the state government to set some general rules of 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. and then leave it up to individual local jurisdictions to decide what's appropriate for those particular jurisdictions. We don't need the Queensland government to tell Cairns Regional Council or Townsville Council or whatever to have later start times. We can do that ourselves here in Brisbane if we want to make a change for Brisbane City Council. So, Councillor Hammond, I understand the political reasons for why you would suggest that I talk to my state MP. I've talked to Amy Mann, and she agrees that we should have tighter construction timeframes here in Brisbane, but it's not something that needs state legislation change at all. It's something that the council could implement directly very easily, and I would suggest that it's better for Brisbane City Council to do this itself, rather than to cede more power to the state government and say, oh, this is just a state government issue. I also thought it was a bit silly to suggest that this proposal would be adding more regulations. It's not. It's just slightly changing existing regulations. It's a pretty straightforward change in the grand scheme of things, and a common sense one that many residents agree with. I thought the claims about increase in traffic congestion were particularly laughable and ridiculous. And I would just note that as a matter of common sense, if you did have a slightly later start time, particularly on weekends, but also on weekdays, that would actually make it easier for more construction workers to use public transport rather than driving. I've talked to a lot of construction workers who work on those inner city sites, and they've told me quite directly, look, we don't actually have a lot of tools that we need to bring on site. All our stuff's already stored on site. We don't need to be driving a big ute into the inner city. But sorry, I missed that interjection. Look,
please continue, Councillor.
I'm simply relaying the conversations I've had with construction site workers themselves. And the reality is that a lot of them would be happy to catch public transport if there was decent public transport available. But when your work starts at 6:30, and that often means getting on site by around 6 for your pre-construction briefings, there's not actually that much public transport that will get you to a work site before 6 a.m. in Brisbane. So paradoxically, starting construction times a bit later might actually allow some more of those construction workers to choose public or active transport options rather than driving, and maybe that's something that's worth considering. But either way, the suggestion that forcing construction workers or expecting construction work to start half an hour later would have some dramatic impact in terms of increase in traffic times doesn't stack up. The reality that I see in my ward is that construction workers are often arriving at 5:30 in the morning simply to avoid traffic and then kipping in their car anyway. There's a big difference between the fact that construction noise starts at a particular time doesn't necessarily determine that that's the time when workers will also be arriving on site. I also don't think it's correct to say that it would lead to an extension of construction work into the evening. This motion is not proposing to change the 6:30 p.m. finish time for construction noise. It simply amends the start times. I would also just reiterate for councillors in this chamber who maybe haven't given this a lot of thought, that this is a quality of life issue. This is about the amenity for residents, particularly who live in those rapidly growing parts of the city. And the Lord Mayor has said himself that he wants to see more people living in inner city areas, and he wants inner city neighbourhoods to be attractive places for people to live. But right now, a lot of inner city neighbourhoods are not particularly pleasant places to live because of the amount of construction, noise pollution and disruption that residents are having to put up with. So if we want those neighbourhoods to be attractive places for people to live, and we want to attract more people to live in close proximity to the city centre or to major public transport hubs, we should, as a matter of common sense, deal with this fundamental basic issue of quality of life in terms of noise pollution. The added advantage of dealing with these construction noise pollution issues is that it also contribute to a quieter city more generally, in that other sources of noise don't have to be as loud in order to get over the construction noise. And I see this in terms of some of the weekend community events I go to, where event organisers, because they're trying to get over the noise of the jackhammering or the concrete cutting from around the corner, they have to turn up the PA system at the Saturday morning markets, for example, and then suddenly we have a situation where everything has to be louder to get over that background noise of the construction work. So I think there's a case for a more nuanced approach on this stuff as well. I would like to see the council have a more robust conversation. Perhaps Councillor Allen is the one who needs to lead this, about at the very least limiting noise and operation hours for really high impact kinds of construction work. This is an important shift in construction methodologies that we've seen in Brisbane, particularly over the last 10 years. Once upon a time, when you were talking about construction noise, you were talking about like hammers and saws and drills. Now we're talking about really heavy equipment, rock breaking, in some cases controlled explosions, concrete cuttering, jackhammering, at a scale that we probably didn't see 20 or 30 years ago. Modern high-rise apartments often involve construction of multiple levels of basement car parking. So we've got developers and construction companies digging down 10, 15 metres into solid bedrock before they even can start building the tower itself. That kind of construction wasn't happening to the same degree and frequency across Brisbane a couple of decades ago, but it's now really common that a new medium density or high density development site has to excavate thousands of tonnes of rock and heavy material, excavate deep holes in the ground to build that underground car parking and lay the foundations before they even start building their tower. That kind of construction work is particularly noisy and disruptive. So through you, Chair, to the Lord Mayor and to the Chair of City Planning, even if you're not inclined to support this particular motion here today, I do encourage you to look at the legislative approach that's been taken down in places like Melbourne and Sydney, where they have different tiers and categories of construction noise. And they might say, look, lower impact construction noise can start at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m, but high impact construction noise from things like rock breaking or heavy industrial jackhammering, concrete cutting, etc., those noisier activities can't start until after 9 a.m. And that's a way to strike a balance where some construction work and some construction noise can start earlier in the day, but the really disruptive work that deprives residents of their sleep and the quiet enjoyment of their homes can happen slightly later in the day. There are a range of solutions and pathways that we could take here as a city, but the general point I'm making is that the current one-size-fits-all approach of 6:30 a.m. start, 6 days a week, wherever you are in the city, regardless of what kind of noise you're making, is not appropriate. It's not fit for purpose. It's not well adapted to a growing city. And I would just highlight once again that the Construction Management Task Force, or I keep changing its name, I think it was SCMT and BCMT, etc., etc. It's really frustrating for residents because they hear about this group that's meant to investigate this stuff, and you call up and you make your complaints and you say, look, I'm getting woken up at 6:30 in the morning by jackhammering, and you assume that this Construction Management Task Force is going to be able to do something about that. But in fact, their only response is to say, sorry, that's what the rules allow. Contact your local councillor if you want the rules changed. It's not a very fun experience for me because I'm the one who then has to deal with those complaints from angry residents who are saying, why is this being allowed? So this is not something that I'm bringing as some kind of personal crusade against development. This is a motion that I'm bringing in response to legitimate concerns that have been raised by constituents of my electorate and other residents across the city, including, I might add, quite a lot of people who would ordinarily vote for the Liberal National Party. They're certainly not hardcore greenies, but they're frustrated about the way construction noise is impacting their lives and diminishing their quality of life, and they want change. And this is a very simple, I honestly think quite a minor change in the grand scheme of things that the city should be looking at more carefully rather than passing the buck to the state government.
Thank you, councillor. I will now put the motion. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. The noes have it.
Division. No division. It's pretty obvious it's just me who's going to vote for it, isn't it? Cool. That's fine.
Councillors. Well, we will now move on to petitions. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Owen.
Yes, Mr Acting Chair. I have a significant number of wonderful people who have signed a significant petition to rename the open space land between Sweets Road and Craft Road in Pollara to Fogala Furlan Place. And I present this petition on behalf of all of those wonderful people.
Any other petitions? No. Councillor Landers, may I have a motion for the receipt of the petitions?
Mr Chair, I move that the petition as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Sri Ranganathan. It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Sri Ranganathan, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, general business. Are there any statements required as a result? Lord Mayor, councillors, are there any statements required as a result of any office? As a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? No. Are there any matters of general business? Lord Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. This is something I neglected to do earlier, but as councillors would recall, I tabled the Museum of Brisbane annual report and financial statements earlier. I have two more controlled entity financial statements that I need to table as well in this meeting that have just come through. One is for the Brisbane Sustainability Agency and the other is for the Oxley Creek Transformation. So, as is the normal process, once the financial reports are finalised and prepared and endorsed, then I present them at the next meeting, and today is the next meeting, so I table these reports.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Any other items of general business? Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. I rise to speak on some flyers that have been received in the Marchant Ward in their letterboxes, and also a follow-on from the motion that we heard just before. First of all, it'd be interesting to know how many actual tradies the councillor for the Gabba actually knows personally and how they work. I know a few, my husband is one. I can't imagine, for those of you who know Neil, to get into the bus down the end of our street to get with his saw or his hammer or whatever else he needs, his belt, and his bloodstones, to get to a job and then get to another job and then get to another job in a timely manner. If the councillor for the Gabba, it was the safest way, I'm so sorry, to say, if the councillor for the Gabba actually truly knows real tradies, please put a petition in with those real tradies, not fake ones, real ones, to say that they would prefer to start at 7 o'clock and catch a bus to work. And that's a fair income question. It's pretty damn important to know that. I'd love to see it myself. It's easy for people to talk the talk, but walking the walk is totally different. I'd also like to talk about, and I'm so upset that the Labor people aren't here, because they always criticise our wonderful, hard-working Lord Mayor on the Living in Brisbane brochures that are, yes, ratepayer funded. This one's taxpayer funded. The Lord Mayor, I'll get to that. The Lord Mayor has one photo on Living in Brisbane, and I don't know about people on this side and the Council for the Gabba. The residents really enjoy it. What I found very interesting in this flyer that was received of taxpayers' money from the state member for Stafford. Yeah. Not much in there. It's very red. There's not much information in there. but there's 24 photos of him. So, which brings me to the question. No wonder, because every time I see the state member out in my ward, he's got someone holding his hand, and he's also got a photographer. So no wonder my 14 requests for a meeting have not been responded to, because he's out with all his staff taking photos. Not only is he ignoring me as the local councillor, which I must say has not happened before this current government. Usually we worked really well together. In fact, Councillor Davis, we named a park after a former Labor person in our ward because he was so well respected and did a lot of work in the area. But he's ignoring our residents as well and not getting back to him. But now I understand. As I go through this wonderful brochure, yes, there's affordable housing. Tick, great. We need more affordable housing. Support that one. Really disappointing, the 80th anniversary of Battle of Milne Bay. I'm not mentioned or photographed in this wonderful photo, but the other people are, the Labor people are. There's no mention of the latest report that came out about how Gympie Road is one of the top 10 most dangerous roads in Queensland. Probably the Kedron area is probably related to the Band-Aid busway, which is not only blown out by $30 million. We never hear them talk about blowouts from Labor, but it's blown out $30 million. This is the main route into our beautiful city along Gympie Road, which is a main transport corridor. They've narrowed the lanes to 3.1 metres. No wonder it's becoming more dangerous in that particular section of road. We all know on the north side, we all know the real problem for our buses, and that's why they're doing the Band-Aid busway, is to reduce the time by a number that I made up in my head because I was being a smarty pant. I made up a number of 6.5 minutes, which was made up. They're now using that in their documentation. We all know that it doesn't take our buses 6.5 minutes in that 2.5 kilometre road. We know where there's held off. Ladies, Northside ladies. And sorry, gentlemen over there. They're held up for the Gympie and Hamilton Road intersection. No mention of this dangerous piece of road here. No mentions of where the delay is. No real problem solving for the real issue, which is on the corner of Hamilton and Gympie Road. All I see here is, okay, tick, affordable housing. Picture, 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 24. So my suggestion to our Lord Mayor, when Living in Brisbane comes out, don't listen to the Australian Labor Party. Please don't listen to them, because if this state member, and they're all guilty of it themselves over there in the red corner, they're all guilty of it. Lord Mayor, Living in Brisbane, please, Lord Mayor, at least have 4 photos of yourself. Don't do 24 because I think that's a bit of an overkill, but at least 4 pictures, because I think this is an absolute disgrace. Taxpayer-funded money, nothing at all, can't be bothered getting back to his residents, can't be bothered to speak about the real issues, the dangerous section in Gympie Road around Kedron. It is being named in the top 10. Top 10. There is no plans to fix Gympie Road except to make it even more dangerous, take away parking for our small businesses who rely on people to actually come to their businesses. They can't get there through certain times of the day, which is going to affect those poor mum and dad businesses along there at Gympie Road. So, Lord Mayor, please, I'm pleading with you. I would like 4 photos of you in the next Living in Brisbane flyer that I get in my letterbox. I think the next one's in January or February. So I'm looking forward to seeing 4 wonderful pictures of you. Don't listen to them on the other side, because they totally have exposed themselves of... They've exposed themselves. So this is an example one. I'm going to keep on collecting them for the ones for Cassidy, the ones from Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Cook, Councillor Griffiths, Councillor Cumming and Councillor Strunk. Thank you.
Further general business? Councillor Marks.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I just rise to speak on a number of events that I have attended in my ward in the last couple of weeks. Firstly, we had the Sunnybank State School Fete, something that they hadn't held for a couple of years but was very well attended, and I take my hat off to all the organisers who take on these multiple tasks that they do to raise much needed funds for their school. Another event was the opening ceremony for what was called Incredible India. So Sunnybank Plaza owners have created a permanent location, one of the empty shop spaces there for the Sunnybank Multicultural Centre, Art Exhibition Centre, and every month, and they've got some countries booked out until July of next year, but pretty much every month or so they choose a different country and have an exhibition on it. They've had 8 so far. India was the 8th one from memory, and that was the one that Councillor Landers came all the way from Northside to attend. It was interesting, amazing to see the artwork that was on display, and having been to India just recently, it was amazing to see what some of the stuff that I had actually seen in real life, and talked to some of the community about my own experiences in India. The other event was a chaplaincy trivia night, something that I'm always proud to support with the Lord Mayor's suburban funding. They do such a great job in all of our schools, and I wish that they had a lot more funding than what they do give federally, but I know there's a few councillors here in the room that have chaplains in their schools, and they will continue to fund them as much as they can. Another big event was the Buddha's Light International 20th year anniversary. The Lord Mayor and Lady Mayoress both attended that one, and there was a number of councillors from our side also attended that event. It was well attended. Obviously it was at Landmark, which is where we generally all gather at Sunnybank, and that was, again, they also donated money to the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust. Another event I went to was Handball Queensland, an exhibition match. Now, I don't know about you, but I always thought handball was the tiny little balls that we generally give out to the kids to play. Actually, handballs are actually almost the size of a soccer ball, and it's actually an Olympic sport. So I had no idea it was that, and so I went along to this exhibition match to see it, and I can tell you it's very athletic. And we've got some very, very good people in our team, in teams in Queensland playing that. So obviously they're keen to get a team ready for when the Olympics come here to Brisbane. And the final event I attended was the Sunnybank Hills State School Multifest, which was actually cancelled for the night that it was supposed to happen because of the rain that was forecast. 2 weeks later they pulled it off, and there was thousands of people there. So I want to take my hat off, and a special mention to Jo, who's the P&C liaison officer there for Sunnybank State School. What a magnificent job she did on the night. Thank you.
Thank you. Further general business? Councillor Sri Raghunathan.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to all the councillors who've done me the courtesy of learning my name. For anyone who's still having trouble with it, there's a video on my Facebook page where you can have a read and practice. Yeah, thanks. Not singling anyone out. I appreciate that. I wanted to touch on a couple of issues. I'll start with the parking permits, and I have emailed Councillor Wines about this one, and I mentioned it to him a couple of times, and I just wanted to flag while he's here in the chamber that I am waiting on a response for that one. It might have been... Yeah.
Point of order, Mr Acting Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Owen.
Mr Acting Chair, in accordance with the meeting's local law, for matters of general business, all items being spoken on are meant to be identified at the beginning of the councillor's speech. Could you bring the councillor back to that, please?
Thank you, Councillor Owen.
Sure, yeah.
If you could, please, Councillor. I was lax in requesting, but if you could, please.
Thanks. I also intend to speak about fencing in Musgrave Park for events. I intend to speak about some park upgrades. I intend to speak about some transport issues if I have the time. Just coming back to parking permits. So the issue we've had, or the concern we've had, is that the switch to entirely digital parking permits might disadvantage some residents and might be a lot less convenient for certain user demographics, and might also result in difficulties in enforcement in terms of how things interact with the mobile enforcement teams and the old school paper disability permits, which would remain even if council's permits switch over. So hopefully Councillor Wines hasn't forgotten about that and will do me the courtesy of a response. I've been waiting a little while, and I'm only asking because I'm getting a lot of residents saying to me, Jono, we're worried about this, what's happening? And I just want to be able to give them some clarity around that one. The next issue I did want to touch on was just, and I want to pick my words carefully because I don't want to sound like I'm attacking the news officers, but I'm getting very frustrated with news as an entity and in terms of how it's operating culturally in relation to our Suburban Enhancement Fund. And I hope some of the officers are listening in and will take this in the spirit that it's offered. But the difficulty I'm having now is that a lot of the streets in the Gabba ward already have footpaths. They've had footpaths for a number of years, and that's not the primary thing we generally want to spend our Suburban Enhancement Fund money on. What we primarily want to spend it on is public space upgrades, and in some cases pedestrian crossings. But what I keep running into again and again, and it's becoming so frequent that I feel compelled to raise it here, is that news officers are putting out barrier after barrier to common sense and straightforward requests for supporting park upgrade improvements. So there's complex stuff like skate parks, and I can understand why that needs to be managed more sensitively, but requests for toilet blocks, requests for garden beds with denser understory vegetation. I'm seeing more and more examples where we want to put Suburban Enhancement Fund money towards a local project that I've consulted on and that I think local residents support and that I think will have positive benefits for my community, and news officers are rejecting or pushing back on those requests because it doesn't comply with some outdated policy or some random provision in the parks code somewhere. So it's not really the fault of individual officers. In a way, it's a problem of the way the parks codes are quite rigid and are no longer well adapted to inner city neighbourhoods. And I think the chair would probably agree with me that some of those parks codes are a little bit old and a little bit one size fits all. But it's gotten to the point now where for every 10 projects that I try to allocate CEF funding for, there's often only one or two that the news officers will actually agree to. We've even had situations where in some parks like Captain Burke Park, I've wanted to install simple facilities that are appropriate for a park of that categorisation, but the news officers will say, oh look, we want to master plan this park in future, we don't want to make any changes to it right now. That's happened with Captain Burke Park, it's happened with Davies Park, it's happened with the Riverside Lands parks. In fact, most of the large parks in my area, news is now pushing back on facility upgrades and saying, oh look, we don't want to make any more changes to this park, we want to plan it holistically. That's connected to the fact that they're inner city parks that get a lot of use, it's connected to the coming Olympics. But it's getting really difficult to administer that CEF funding. And I know the other officers in other parts of council are saying, oh, we want to sign off in these allocations, and there's the sense that Councillor Sri Ranganathan is the hold-up and he's not allocating his CEF funding quickly enough. But the problem is actually that news officers and other officers within council are rejecting or pushing back on common sense upgrades and improvements that I'm trying to fund. So hopefully the administration can work with me a little bit more collaboratively around that, and we can actually solve problems rather than creating more problems. Often if I make a suggestion and there's some barrier, proactive and officers will be able to find workarounds and solutions that achieve the goal I'm trying to achieve, even if the specific proposal I had isn't quite viable for a certain reason. And I love working with those officers where they're given that freedom to think creatively and think laterally to meet those needs of the community. So hopefully we can support those officers to do a little bit more of that and a little bit less of the sorry, no, and we don't have a good reason for why not, but still the answer's no, which is what I feel like I'm getting a lot of at the moment. I did also just want to mention another issue which relates to park management, but perhaps falls more under Councillor Marx's portfolio, which is just in terms of the NAIDOC Festival in Musgrave Park, and I suppose this might also be relevant to Councillor Howard's portfolio. For a number of years, the NAIDOC Family Fun Day, the big event that the Aboriginal community put on during NAIDOC week, has had fencing around it. There's no obvious reason why it has fencing because it's a free event. There's no obvious security concerns. It's just a whole bunch of people coming into Musgrave Park to listen to music and practice dancing, etc. I think historically the requirement for fencing was introduced because we had, I'll say, a somewhat racist police officer who worked with West End Police Station a long time ago. And because of his particular prejudices against the Aboriginal community, they insisted that fencing needed to be installed in Musgrave Park as part of NAIDOC, and that practice has simply continued on without being critically examined for many years now. But there's no reason why a free festival in a public park needs to have so much fencing. And one of the problems for the organisers is that installing that temporary fencing costs a lot of money. They have to bring it in a few days before, and then it extends the period of pack down, etc. So I'm going to be writing again to the relevant chairs and to the relevant officers to ask if we can re-examine that standard requirement for fencing. The reason I mentioned Councillor Marks is that I believe it sort of sits with the environmental management team and the built environment permits. There's a few different teams who seem to be responsible for assessing those park booking applications and deciding what criteria are necessary. But certainly Councillor Howard and I have talked in the past about how the costs for the NIDOC event are rising and how the organisers are going to rightly be expecting a bit more funding from Brisbane City Council in order to continue putting on that event. One of the biggest costs is the need to put in fencing. So no one can give me, I've talked to all the parks officers, I've talked to the relevant officers, and no one can give me a clear answer for why fencing is required for that free event, except that fencing was required last year, so I guess it's required again this year. There are so many other free events that happen in Musgrave Park and in South Bank and so many parks in my ward where fencing is not a requirement. The only fenced event in Musgrave Park that occurs regularly is Punieri, and they want to fence it partly to manage security concerns and because they have liquor licence in and because they want to sell tickets. I don't think it should be a ticketed event. I think it should be scaled down and free, but that's another conversation. But this isn't a ticketed event. It's a free event. There's no alcohol being consumed or sold as part of the event. So if there's no booze and there's no tickets and there's no security concerns, why are we expecting the Aboriginal community to install fencing that they don't want to install? So hopefully we can have a closer look at that, and when that email comes across the relevant chair's desk, they'll take it seriously and give us a quick response, because I know that the organisers they've been talking to me about this and it's an issue for them. It would be a great weight off their shoulders if they didn't have to book all that fencing and install that and then deal with the conflicts with residents who object to being fenced out of their local park unnecessarily. I've only got a minute left, but just finally in terms of transport, I did want to place on the record my thanks to the council officers who've been involved with the bus network review. I appreciate that that's a really difficult project to manage and that there's going to be a lot of different views out there in the community. I can see that they're doing the best they can and that they are sincerely trying to work with councillors and the community to achieve the best possible outcomes. I accept the fact that there are going to be some winners and losers as part of the bus network review, and that from what I can see at the moment there are a lot more winners than losers. But I do hope that those officers and the chair and the mayor will still seriously consider the feedback that's coming back from the community. There are changes that do need to be made to what's been proposed so far, and I think there are some opportunities to get much better outcomes. And I do, like I said, I do appreciate the officers that are doing the best they can within those difficult constraints. And I hope that the community recognises the value of the bus network review and sees the opportunities that it presents.
Further debate, Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. And tonight I would like to speak in regards to Fogala-Furlan, bus stops, local events across the city, and also lighting up of the assets. The petition that I presented tonight through you, Mr Chair, has come from a very, very special group, and just for the benefit of everybody in the chamber and also to place it on public record, they are, over the weekend there was a celebration held in Pallara, and this celebration was dedicated to the Italian victims of all wars, and basically it's held in commemoration for those descendants of that region of Italy, and certainly at the headquarters of the Fogala-Furlan Association, which has been there for over 30 years. Now, this land is actually coming back to council as part of our open space network corridor through Pallara, and the wonderful people of the Fogala-Furlan Association want to see recognition for all of those who have taken part in the preservation of democracy across the world, and many of them have also served in our Australian forces. So they have requested through that petition, and I can say that I do have a personal letter that I know has also gone to the Lord Mayor from the Consul of Italy for Queensland and the Northern Territory, Luna Angelini Marinucci, and that is supporting that petition so that we can continue to have that respect and recognition, and I would be pleased for that to occur within my local community and to continue that association on. And I know that there is a due process that will now be undertaken through Councillor Davis, and it certainly is something that is well known in that local community. Many of them were early settlers of Pollara and are still living in that area. Whilst I'm also talking about Pollara, I would like to place it on the public record that a few weeks ago, the Leader of the Opposition stood up in this place and claimed that there are no bus stops going into Pollara. Well, this just proves that he does not know what is going on the opposite side of the city, and he should, quite frankly, keep his nose in his own patch and not make comments about somebody else's. Because I am proud to say that the Shrina Council has delivered 3 pairs of new bus stops into Pollara ahead of schedule. And we are the ones who have been advocating for bus services to go into this rapidly growing community to service the many residents who want to take public transport, whether it's to travel locally or to come into the CBD to get to work, to get to shops and go wherever they need to go. So this is a very important step forward. So tonight I rise in this place to call on the Queensland State Government and TransLink to fast-track the extension of the 126 service into Pollara to serve those people who need a public transport bus service. And this is very important. We have escalated it. We have fast-tracked these bus stops and the construction of them, and they are in. They are delivered and they are ready to go. The only thing that's missing is the tick-off from TransLink. So State Government up the road in George Street and TransLink, please get on board. The Pollara bus is ready to go. People are ready to get on board out there. And we just need the commencement date now so we can go out and start talking to the community and have that route extension activated. In regards to events across the city, I would like to reflect on a number of events that have occurred recently. And one of them was the FICQ Diwali in King George Square. And I know that that event continues to grow in popularity right across the wider community, and it is a great opportunity to showcase everything Indian on that night, and the ethos of celebrating triumph of good over evil as part of Diwali is something that should be aspired to. I would also like to acknowledge my Alcester Parkinson Lions and all of the volunteers who supported Halloween in the Park this year. Last year we had 800 children register. This year we had a 50% increase and nearly 1,200 children register. This is an indication that our Brisbane City Council funded festival of Halloween in the Park at Callumvale District Park is growing from success to success. And there are many people who volunteered their time to support that event, and I say a very big thank you on behalf of our local community. It was a very successful event, and we're just working out how we accommodate all of these young people, because they really had a great time, but they also looked fantastic in their outfits. I'd also just like to acknowledge the 201 Q1 Lions Conference that was held in Callumvale over the weekend, and to all of our Lions who serve the community right across not only our city, our state, our nation, and across the world. Very big thank you for your service. It was wonderful to meet a number of them right across the Q1 district who were there in Callumvale on Friday night, and they do a wonderful job in so many different ways, so a very big thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge that this Friday night, as well as being Remembrance Day, is also the Alcester State School Multifest, so that's a great local community event. and I know that that will be well attended. And to all of the volunteers at the Algester State School PNC, thank you for the work that you're doing for the community. Importantly, we have at the moment the Virtus Oceania Asia Games here in Brisbane, and can I say that the opening ceremony the other night was absolutely fantastic. The young people who got up there and not only sang the national anthem but also did it in Auslan was great to see. There was just such a sense of inclusion and camaraderie, even though we had participants and elite athletes from 25 different nations who were there. The sense of belonging and a shared experience was so powerful. And I will say that it was a privilege to spend time with the Vice President of the International Paralympic Committee, Dwayne Cale, and he was absolutely rapt with how that opening ceremony went and just that sense of camaraderie. But to all of the team, the many volunteers, the Board of Sport Inclusion Australia, the team of Virtus OA Games, each and every one of you, and particularly to all of the athletes, and they are an absolute inspiration. Their determination, their effort, their dedication to succeed and achieve cannot be understated. They do an amazing job, and I was so proud to be there to spend some time with them. I would just also like to say that in regards to the light-ups of our city assets, this is a great way that we can acknowledge many different things, and particularly when we did light up for Diwali, when we did light up for the Virtus OA Games. But importantly this week, we've had the light up in green for Lung Awareness Day, and some of the councillors here will remember a number of years ago when I was, during budget time, confined to the Mater Private Hospital with 5% lung capacity, and I didn't want to miss budget, so I had a certain person come and deliver me my budget books into that Mater Private Hospital room. And it's something that until you get to that point where you are struggling to breathe, that you don't realise how important it is. So I do say to everyone, think about your lung health and also really take that step forward to protect yourself. So I know that there are some people who know exactly what I'm talking about when I say that, you know, look after your health, and I'm not going to name them. This week as well, we are also lighting up the assets for cervical cancer, and this is something that has certainly, in recent years, been something that has become more of a personal cause for me. And whilst it is something that is not often talked about because it is a personal situation for many women, cervical cancer can be one of the more silent killers and unrecognised killers. And there are great medical steps being made at the moment that are progressing testing at home kits, and that is where I think the medical profession are doing a wonderful job. And with all of these cancers and the treatments and the research, to all of the medical profession, I say thank you for all that you do.
Further general business, Councillor Mackay.
Chair, it's important to put on the record that the Shrinner Council are the only people with the skills, qualifications and commitment to run this city. For those watching at home, the only people left in the chamber are the Shrinner Council. There is no Labor, no Green and no Independent. Put that on the record, please.
Any further general business?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. And it is a shame because I'm about to give my fantastic report on the great privilege I had to represent this city overseas on behalf of the Schrinner administration and get some extraordinary learnings and fantastic networking over the last couple of weeks. There was three main parts and it was absolutely amazing, but three main parts of the travel that involved working with other cities, working with the IOC, but also doing some business work for people in Brisbane as well. First of all, within South Korea, we had the business mission to the World Congress of Local Government, the largest World Congress of Local Government and Cities. I was going to say in the world, but that makes it pretty obvious, doesn't it? There was over 5,000 delegates there at the conference. It was amazing. The keynote speaker was Ban Ki-moon. It was amazing, and I had the great privilege of being on a panel with 5 other deputy mayors from around the world, and it's surprising, the further you go from your hometown, the more the things remain the same. They're talking about the circular economy, they're talking about the environment, they're talking about sustainability, they're talking about how you can convince the NIMBYs to get things done in their backyard when there's changes. So the further you travel, the more it stays the same. That World Congress was attended by 16 businesses from Brisbane that travelled with us to Daejeon, and a wonderful experience for those businesses, not just to network with businesses in South Korea, but also with each other as well. And I'm very proud to say within a week of getting back from Daejeon, one of those businesses turned around and headed straight back again to sign an MOU with a local agricultural tech startup in Seoul. An introduction we did on a trip, on the day trip that we did to Seoul, skipped the whole NDA process and went straight into the MOU. So there is a business here in Brisbane that works on bee technology and making sure beehives are maintained because they are the crux of our environment continuing, and they're now with the startup in South Korea as well. So that is a fantastic outcome, and that's only in week 1. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more. The second part I wanted to talk about was the work with the IOC. We had an IOC presentation in Seoul, a Congress on legacy, and that was again all the cities that have had or are about to have Olympics being represented. Again, I saw it twice in 2 weeks. Ban Ki-moon was one of the keynote speakers. He is South Korean, so it's pretty easy for him to pop in and speak at those events. But a situation where we then got the opportunity to set up the future editions of Olympic cities. So we met and have started our new teams group of Paris, Milan, Cortina, LA, and the Youth Olympics that are being held in Ethiopia and in South Korea over the next 5 years as well. And we are a new group that are going to be meeting regularly to exchange our learnings as cities and how we go forward, and the 10 years before and the 10 years after the Olympics as well. And then, of course, the World Union of Olympic Cities, where we joined again, as I did in Athens, with those that have hosted and are going to host, to talk about the best ways to promote sport and get the best legacies out of the Olympics as well. The third part, which probably was the most illuminating, was talking to the cities past and present on how they plan for legacy, how they plan for the transformations in the city. Now, I've made it clear I am not OCOG. The Lord Mayor is on OCOG. I'm not there as OCOG. I didn't meet with OCOG, but I met with the city leaders and the city bureaucrats, or the administrations as they're called over there, on what they're doing in their cities to make sure that the Olympics makes their cities more livable and a great outcome. Paris, the first Olympic city to have their city as a venue, something that we will be doing in 10 years' time. Some fantastic learnings on how they are holding some of their urban sports in their open spaces. London, 10 years on, the industrial renewal that they've seen in some of their areas around the east side and the East End, and also in Elephant and Castle, a totally regenerated council housing product is absolutely amazing. And then, of course, speaking with Barcelona and what the 1992 Olympics did for their tourism. Nobody wanted to go to Barcelona in the 80s, and now it's bucket list. They are 4th in the world for places that people want to go and travel. That's the type of numbers that we want to see after the Olympics as well. So the learnings have been many. The opportunity was amazing. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and to the Chambers for giving me that opportunity. I can't wait to write it all down and distill it because I'm still working on jet lag here. I don't know what hour it is. But to share that with the Council to make sure we get all of that knowledge down and make sure that when we know exactly our track for the transformation of the city, we are using the best knowledge and the most experienced minds to help us in that travels as well. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Further speakers? Councillor Wines.
Mr Chair, I rise to speak on the recent Australian Local Government Association National Local Roads Congress, which I attended with a number of other members of the Brisbane City Council organisation. So there was 3 of us who attended. There was a 2-day, or I should say 2.5-day session. I did have a small amount of trouble getting there on the first day, but once I was there, it was a highly useful and informative Congress. So there were local government officials, both from the elected side and the managerial side, from all across the country, from Perth and from North Queensland, from Tasmania, a lot of people from regional New South Wales and Queensland. And what was fascinating is as you went through the sessions, many of the sessions were on cost and price escalation and the ongoing inflation issues that we're all having. So it was fascinating to hear, while we work at a certain scale, all of the local governments across the whole country are struggling with the need to have a certain level of service delivery and constant improvement, as well as asset maintenance, while also being able to maintain the rates at the level that are at a certain level that their residents are used to. So what was also interesting about it, they did spend some whole sessions on asset management. Maintenance is the other word for that, to make sure that you build items, roads, bridges, other key local roads that are able to achieve certain cost effectiveness over the life of the asset, rather than just going through what they called the flashier things, the eye-catching things, but always having an eye to maintenance. There was one presentation where it was put to us by a group called, they claim to be a not-for-profit, non-partisan organisation called the Grattan Institute, which I don't recall being non-partisan. But that was something that they did tell the group. And it was interesting because, as you would imagine, a non-partisan group told you that the Liberals and the Labor Party were just as good for the bush as each other, except when it came to the Urban Congestion Fund, which was heavily biased towards the Liberal Party MPs. So that was actually the objective of their presentation. I didn't really have an objection to seeing local members deliver infrastructure for their local communities. I thought that was kind of the point of them. So that was a particularly interesting and fascinating presentation. We also had a presentation on road safety and trying to find cost-effective ways. We had a gentleman who was a professor out of the University of South Australia discuss a whole range of options of varying cost levels of how to make our roads safer. That was a really interesting presentation. That was a part of a breakout session, and because there was 3 of us, I was able to attend road safety. One of our team was able to go to sustainability, and another one was able to go to heavy vehicles at the farm gate, which we still have a couple of farms left in Brisbane City, so I'm glad they're able to make it over to that particular presentation. Yeah, Greg's here. Do you still have farms left, Councillor Murphy?
Warrigal Farm?
One or two. There used to be one in Inaugural Ward many years ago.
Used to be one in New Farm.
Yeah. No, when I was, well, since we're all chatting, when I was elected, when I was first elected to inaugurate in 08, we had a farm. We had a couple of farms still. So, anyway, as I say, the Congress dinner was excellent, well attended, and for those of us who attended an LNP State Council, it was much like that, except everybody was in a good mood. So that was if you're looking for what the tone was at the Congress dinner. So, no, in all seriousness, there was a whole range of opportunities. I always do appreciate hearing how other councils and councillors and their managers deal with all of their issues, and it was a wonderful experience. I know that the officers who attended also appreciated the opportunity, and I look forward to learning about local roads across the nation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Any further general business? No further general business. I declare the meeting closed.